I hereby call the Palm Springs regular city council meeting of July 9th, 2024 to order. For our Pledge of Allegiance today, we welcome Mia Ariel Beltran, a 9-year-old wrestler from Powerline Fundamentals Wrestling Academy. Mia enjoys training and competing in tournaments where she gets to socialize with her teammates. Wrestling has taught Mia discipline, dedication, and perseverance. Mia has also had to toughen up. She even wrestles boys in her weight class, and she has learned that hard work pays off. Mia participates in a variety of other extracurricular activities such as gymnastics, basketball, and band. She was a science explorer this year. She's excited for 4th grade, and when she grows up, she'd like to be a lawyer just like her aunt. She enjoys office work, especially scanning. She also likes to organize and label files, me too. Her absolute favorite thing about work is lunchtime. Athletes look forward to good big meals after all, and she is also the daughter of our deputy city clerk. Mia, would you like to lead us in the pledge, please?
Please stand and
pledge allegiance
I pledge allegiance
to
the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, City Clerk, could you conduct a roll call, please?
Let the record reflect that all members are present.
Okay, we have a following presentation on the update from Riverside University Health System and Blue Zones. Thank you.
Oh, yes. I'll take.
Mayor, City Council members, City Manager, distinguished guests, my name is Jeffrey Leung. I'm here from the Riverside County Department of Public Health, where I serve as the Public Health Officer. And we are grateful for this chance this evening to give an update on the Blue Zones initiative. You may remember that over a year ago, the City Council actually voted to do a feasibility assessment for Palm Springs for a potential Blue Zones project in the future. And about 1 year ago, that assessment was completed. We are here today with an update. Next slide. For the County of Riverside, one of our visions for public health is to be the healthiest county in the nation. And our mission is to meaningfully enhance and extend life for all in Riverside County. So this Blue Zones work aligns very well with our mission and vision. Next slide. If you have seen the Netflix special, or if you've heard of the Blue Zones research before, you will know that there are several cities across the world that have been noted to be longevity hotspots, meaning places where there are more people who live to the age of 100 than would be expected. National Geographic did research more than 20 years ago to look at what was the secret ingredient or the secret recipe for longevity in these different communities. And they came up with the following elements. Next slide. Which they call the Power 9. Some of these elements will not surprise you, but they include everything from moving naturally, eating healthily, including lots of vegetables, having a purposeful life, spending time with people that you love, and making sure that you're having time to relax. Some of these elements, all of these elements were true across these different communities, again, where there was exceptionally long-lived people. National Geographic then took this research and through the Blue Zones work, they actually developed a Blue Zones certification program. Next slide. We do know that there are many factors that affect how long people live. In addition to those, alongside those factors that the Blue Zones covered, the U.S. Surgeon General recently reported that loneliness is actually one of the top killers in Americans, especially when we look at older individuals. In the blue zones areas, we see that people tend to spend time in community. They tend to spend time in, with loved ones, and we think that is one of the protective factors in blue zones communities. I'm going to go ahead and pass the slide deck over to Dr. Sang, our Deputy Public Health Officer now. Thank you.
I'm a little bit shorter, so I'm going to move this down. Hello, my name is Shenling Sang. I'm a family physician by training, and I serve as our Deputy Public Health Officer here in Riverside County, and thank you so much for your time today. So I'm going to follow up where Dr. Leung left off to talk a little bit about the feasibility assessment that occurred here in the city of Palm Springs. What we found as part of the feasibility assessment was we did an evaluation of the voice of what was happening in Palm Springs, and some of the voices of Palm Springs are listed up there, where people responded saying that 1 and 2 do not exercise at appropriate levels. 4 and 5 are obese or overweight. 2 and 5 are not proud of their community. 3 and 5 do not have a good perception of their health, and 1 and 3 have a current poor life evaluation. And these are impactful as we think about how that can impact health and wellness. What we wanted to bring as part of the results of the assessment was looking at other communities, what was completed and what was able to be done in other communities. What we see here, and I'll just highlight 1 or 2, is Albert Lea in Minnesota was one of the first cities to undergo a Blue Zones transformation project. They were able to jump from 68th out of 87 counties in health rankings to 34th place after completion of their Blue Zones transformation project. Fort Worth, Texas, which is a large city, was able to see their well-being rise from 185th out of 190 cities to 31st in 4 years after implementation of a Blue Zones project. And they've been actually able to maintain that. They've been continuing their Blue Zones certification, started in 2014 and still continuing to this day. We also wanted to highlight some of the work that's being done in other Blue Zones projects here in California. We're seeing that a lot of communities are trying to figure out ways to increase longevity, but not just how long you live, but how well you live. So the Blue Zones project in Petaluma, California, started in June of 2023. And what I wanted to highlight here was that, you know, as a county, as we think about the work that we do, we are committed to health equity, diversity, access, and inclusion. And that is an important part of the work that we do here. And, you know, the city of Petaluma is highlighting some of that work that we hope to follow as we do our work with Blue Zones throughout Riverside County and hopefully here in Palm Springs as well. Our public health program is dedicated to looking to see how we can help individuals thrive and embrace and empowering our community through active engagement and shaping policy, systems, and structural change, which is aligned with what we're looking for with Blue Zones in doing the project transformation here in the city of Palm Springs. So I'm going to go back to our feasibility assessment. We did look at 7 communities. Palm Springs joined us. We funded 6. Palm Springs went through and funded, and then we collaborated together because we thought this would be a great way for us to join all of our efforts and row together towards healthier communities. You can see here the 7 communities that were assessed, and we are continuing with 4 communities at this time. That would be the unincorporated area of Mead Valley, the city of Riverside, the city of Banning, and the city of Coachella. You see Palm Springs is there. We're here tonight to ask for Palm Springs to join us on this adventure as we go through and do our Blue Zones projects. So currently we are at this transformation part of the Blue Zones project. It's highlighted in green. It's in the foundation and planning phase. So we've done the assessment. We've actually, and I'll share with you the monies we've raised to help move this project forward. We are hoping to move into the foundation and planning phase with the city of Palm Springs, but we are moving forward with the other 4 cities, and that'll include creating a blueprint specifically for the community here in Palm Springs, building a coalition, building a steering committee from members that are from Palm Springs, and creating a team locally here to do that work every day. So what does that look like in terms of, I apologize, I'm going to go back a little bit here. Throughout the transformation model process, there's the assessment, which we completed, the foundation and planning, and then once we are done with the blueprint, we'll move into transformation work, which here in Palm Springs will be 3 years. And then once we're done with the transformation work, we'll be able to provide the Blue Zones team will be able to provide a certification for Blue Zones. Then we move into a sustainability model. And as we look at what that looks like, for the awareness of the council members and for our city here, that post-certification looks like there's 4 different possibilities that we can consider. So one is where we continue with Blue Zones, where it's managed by Blue Zones. We can enable kind of a shared operating responsibilities with Blue Zones and community leaders. There's an opportunity to just do licensing, and the city or the community takes on continuing the Blue Zones work, or there's a legacy where the community can continue to operate on some of the projects that were launched and completed without Blue Zones. So there's those post-certification options that we wanted to share as well as we go through this work. So the City of Palm Springs, as we looked at going back to the assessment itself, we found that with the Blue Zones project, we do anticipate that we'll see a decrease in cumulative risk over the next 10 years after the launch of Blue Zones. It's actually very impressive because we anticipate, based on the research done in other cities where Blue Zones has launched, we do anticipate a 15.5% decrease in cumulative risk in all of the areas that you see underneath, which includes stress, smoking, blood pressure, weight, sense of purpose, and perception of health, to name a few. The impact or the return on investment of that, if you think about that decrease in cumulative risk, will result in significant medical cost savings, productivity savings, as well as regional economic improvement of performance. And the anticipated right now, and this is projections, is that there could be upwards of $200 million of cumulative projected value on return on investment from this project. Currently, the project for the City of Palm Springs, this is going into the cost now of the project itself. So we do anticipate that this project will take a 9-month foundation period, and that's where we create a steering committee and create the blueprint of what would the City of Palm Springs like to do in terms of the metrics they would like to measure for health outcomes. We then would move into that full project phase of 3 years to implement all that work. The cost for this project would be about $6 million, so $5.99 million to be exact. What that would help fund is it includes 4 local FTE or full-time equivalent people who live here in the community that we would hire from the community to do this work every day, including an executive director, someone to focus on the people, places, and policy, which can impact that overall blueprint for Blue Zones here in the City of Palm Springs. We're excited to come here today to also announce that we're about 85% funded at this time. So we've raised about $5.1 million to cover the cost of the Blue Zones implementation here in the City of Palm Springs if the city chooses to move forward. You can see the division of the funding partners here. One of our major sponsors is IHP at 50%. Kaiser has come in at 25%, and Molina is at 10%. Part of that was looking at what are their population breakdowns here in the city of Riverside and their commitment to looking at community transformation work and health outside the walls of the traditional clinics. And so we're excited to come here today to give you this update and say that we are at 85%, and we are requesting for the City of Palm Springs to continue this journey with the County of Riverside's public health team as we do this work together. Thank you again for your time today. We appreciate any questions you may have, and we'll hand it back. Thank you.
Okay, we do have an agenda item on this later, but we can certainly ask questions. Councilmember Holster.
I just have a comment. I just want to say welcome. We're so grateful to have you. Dr. Leung, I know you were last here when we opened our convention center vaccination site, and we're so grateful just for the public to know that you are instrumental in working with us to do those vaccinations, and so we so appreciate your leadership and also the partnership with RUHS. So thank you for all your work in the county, and we look forward to working with you in partnership, and we want the healthiest city in the country, just like we want Riverside County to be the healthiest county. So we so appreciate you being here tonight, and thank you for all of your work on this. It's been really impressive what you've put together since we last saw this before you were involved. So thank you. Good to see you again.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Councilmember Middleton.
Again, thank you for the presentation. Thank you for your support, and we really appreciate the institutional support that we're seeing. My question would be, in the course of the work that you've done so far here in Palm Springs, have you identified any community champions, organizations, or individuals that would be stepping up to take on leadership roles within the community?
Thank you, Councilmember, for that question. I can start, and Dr. Leon can certainly jump in. In fact, I'll have him join us here. So we actually prepared a statement. Let me see if I can go forward. Because we do think community partners are really important. And David Brinkman with DAP Health is one of our big partners as we look at the work here in the region. They have one of the largest network of clinics here in our region, and we feel like that would be an important partner. So he did provide a statement of support in anticipation of our meeting tonight. And we have met with several members of the community through a variety of forums, including when we did our initial feasibility assessment. And we do feel like in order for this to be successful, we have to engage the community and make sure that all the thought leaders, the leaders that are here, participate in the steering committee. And we would look to the council members in the city to help us ensure that we have the right representation within that steering committee. I don't know, Dr. Leon, if you wanted to add anything.
I guess I would just add that, the first 9 months spent during the blueprint making, actually a good portion of that is meant to help take time to identify leaders, community members who are enthusiastic, who are engaged. There's a lot of thought that also goes into putting together a steering committee. It's very important that communities choose the people that they want to represent the work, and also to decide on what types of goals and metrics that they want as a community. So it is actually a deliberate, methodical sort of, for some people, it even seems almost like a drawn-out process, but there's a reason why they say that you need to take at least 9 months to build that blueprint, to build that steering committee, and to find those engaged members. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Thank you. This is encouraging. Obviously, this is just one paragraph, and there is an awful lot of questions that have to come from here. But without getting too far ahead, that local leadership makes all the difference in the world.
Absolutely.
And without leadership locally that is committed to this project, it's a struggle to understand how we would succeed.
Absolutely. I think we in public health 100% embrace that.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments at this point? Okay, thank you very much. We do have the agenda item, discuss it later. Thank you so much for coming and presenting to us.
Thank you,
and for
Mayor.
the work that you do. Our next item is acceptance of the agenda. The City Council will discuss the order of the agenda, may amend the order, add urgency items, note abstentions or no votes on consent calendar items, or request consent calendar items be removed for a separate discussion. I'd like to entertain a motion for acceptance of the agenda. Before we do and go through some council member items to be removed, I am going to ask that we postpone item 1E on the palm tree trimming to a future council meeting. I know we've had a lot of public comment on this. It is nobody actually, I shouldn't say this, but the issue is really of determining if there's a viable public safety option to protect the falling fronds. And that's really what it is. We haven't had a chance to discuss it, but I know there is community members who are working on different solutions, so I'm going to ask that we bring this back at a future council meeting as soon as we can get those results. Are we okay with that? Okay. We have Mayor Pro Tem? Yeah. Okay. We have support for that. Are there any other items that people would like to remove from the consent calendar for separate discussion? Mayor Pro Tem.
you. Yes, Mayor. Pull item I, please, and just a comment. And on K, 1K, I guess I just want to allow staff the opportunity to say why that's so important. So do you need me to pull that, or can staff comment?
You can ask staff to
we can
provide
pull
a
up the
brief
comment.
comment, yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
We can give a comment, but not.
That's it for me.
Councilmember Middleton?
Yeah, I also on 1K, I did not want to pull it, but I did want to make a comment regarding it.
Councilmember Holstage.
Thank you. I'd like to pull item 1B and 1N. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. 1P? Okay. So do we have a second? I got 1E, 1B, 1F.
Where do I vote?
Here,
Oh, up
because
here.
they want you to use those buttons.
Okay.
Okay, and it passes. At this time, I'd like to invite the City Attorney, Jeff Ballinger, to provide a report on the closed session,
Yes, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council, members of the public, the City Council met in closed session earlier this afternoon to discuss the items that are listed on the agenda, and there was no reportable action.
Okay, the next item is public testimony. This time has been set aside for members of the public to address the City Council on non-public hearing agenda items only. 2 minutes will be assigned to each speaker. You are asked to please begin your time by telling us what agenda item or items you are speaking about. Please note that testimony for public hearings will be taken at the time of the public hearing, and general public comment for subjects not on the agenda will be taken later in the evening. If there is written comment that you wish to distribute to the City Council members, please hand it to the City Clerk. The first speaker is Terry Applegate, followed by John Choi.
Good evening, Council. I'm here to address item 3C. I'm an occupational therapist, and I've worked with clients who were treated for mental illness and/or substance abuse and were homeless or at risk of being unhoused. I am opposed to this ordinance. The Homeless Navigation Center currently houses up to 50 people a night. Even with expansion, the point-in-time homeless count of 239 in 2023 greatly exceeds the number of people that can be served. While the goal is to increase permanent housing, many still will not be able to be housed. There is not even a single overnight cooling center in Riverside County this year. If passed, unhoused people need to accept services that will not provide housing or face jail time. How will this ordinance impact other cities' efforts to reduce homelessness? I live in Cathedral City. This proposal does not build trust. Project Roomkey, which offered housing during the pandemic in private motel rooms, overall was a successful program. My wife worked at a local library for 16 years. Most of the unhoused people were there from opening to closing time and did not have substance abuse or mental health issues. She heard lots of stories from those who you would report, who this report characterizes as shelter resistance. Listen to them when they describe their barriers. When people are offered shelter that meets their needs, most will take advantage of this. Go back to the drawing board, develop a truly inclusive community plan that is broader in scope and includes input from other community partners and from officials and residents of neighboring cities. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker is John Choi, followed by Bianca Simonian.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, City Council members, and City staff. My name is John Choi with Picasso, speaking in support of item 3D. I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak in support of the co-owned housing unit ordinance before you tonight. And it is with humble gratitude that I want to thank this council and the members of the city staff who have worked for years to understand the co-ownership model its benefits, and how it can contribute to the Palm Springs community and local economy. That work has ultimately led to the comprehensive set of rules and regulations outlined in the ordinance, which we support. As I hope you have seen, we've submitted letters of support on behalf of several Picasso homeowners and local small business vendors who service and maintain our homes. Some of these small business owners are here in person to testify in support of the ordinance. You'll also hear from two of my Picasso colleagues, both of whom live in the city of Palm Springs and manage the day-to-day maintenance and upkeep of our homes. I want to leave you with a few key points as you consider your support tonight. Number one, Picasso owners choose to make significant financial investments in their homes, and the quality and character of the neighborhoods these homes are located in is an important factor they consider before making a decision of this magnitude. In other words, Picasso owners bring a true owner's mentality to their neighborhoods and are heavily incentivized to preserve this neighborhood character as they plan to return to it time and time again. And number two, Picasso homes are occupied by their owners year-round. This means more spending in local small businesses and more neighborhood stability, not less. And finally, I want to make a specific point about this ordinance in that in all of the neighborhoods across the city that are currently at or exceed the 20% cap on vacation rental permits, there will be no new Picasso homes in those neighborhoods. That includes Vista Las Palmas and several others throughout the city. I also want to point out that rentals of any kind, the short-term rentals on any platform, are also prohibited both by this ordinance as well as by Picasso's own terms of service. Thank you so much for your consideration of this item. We hope to partner with you in this effort. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Bianca Simonian, followed by Moises Chaydez.
Good evening, Mayor Bernstein and honorable members of the City Council and staff. My name is Bianca Simonian. I am a full-time resident in the city of Palm Springs and the home manager for Picasso's 5 homes here, and I am here to speak in support of item 3D. I relocated here in 2017 to be closer to my mother, who resides in the Asina community, no more than a mile away from where I call home. I spend a healthy amount of time at Orange Theory and EOS, and recently joined the board of Gene Autry Neighborhood Association. Upon arriving, given the limited job opportunities outside of hospitality, I opened a small ice cream shop called Cream, just on South Palm Canyon Drive, next to El Mirasol and Gabino's Creperie. I'm so nervous, sorry. And through a healthy social network of local customers, neighbors, and other business owners, I was able to successfully remain open during the pandemic. Eventually, though, I sold the business to its new owners, who've kept it going, and it remains a nostalgic stop now and again for all of us. Today, I manage Picasso's home operations for the 5 homes within the city, which includes all the maintenance and daily upkeep of the homes. I attend to the homes regularly, ensuring all health and safety protocols are being managed appropriately. When welcoming new owners into their homes, we take care to review Picasso's good neighbor policies and city laws related to noise, parking, and garbage collection, and take proper action to resolve any issues or concerns in a timely manner. If this ordinance is adopted, it will be my job to update our owners about the rules and regulations and penalties. As a local resident, I live within minutes of our homes, and it's my priority to support our owners, neighbors, city officials, and vendors to resolve any concerns pertaining to the home of our co-owners. I support this ordinance before you and welcome the opportunity to meet anyone who'd like to learn more about Picasso. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. The next speaker is Moises Chaydez, followed by Reginaldo Lopez.
Good evening, honorable members of the City Council and staff of Ponderosa. My name is Moises Chaydez. I'm the owner of Luxury Carpet Cleaning. I'm here to support item 3D. My wife, Sandra, and I live in Mecca and opened our business in 2020, just as COVID hit. Sandra and I grew in the beautiful Coachella Valley. One of our favorite things to do is to eat dinner at Thai Smile. My wife also loves visiting the art museums and walking downtown Palm Springs. In the last 20 years, we have seen the growth in our valley and many jobs opportunities created due to an expanding economy. We live in the eastern side of the valley where the desire for success is strong. Coming from low-income families, the idea of working hard was put on our minds and hearts. I didn't like working as an auto technician, so I started saving and buying my own carpet cleaning equipment. When COVID hit, I left my job and launched my business. Running a small business does come with challenges. We started cleaning homes, knocking on doors, and building our own network. Thankfully, in 2022, Picasso gave us the opportunity to provide services. This has allowed my business to grow and offer my family financial security. Picasso Homes goes through vendor screening before allowing vendors into a community where their homes are located. They ensure vendors are local and reliable. Starting a business is not easy, but when reliable companies offer you the possibility to referrals, one is grateful. I support this ordinance that will allow business like ours to prosper. Thank you for the time.
Thank you. The next speaker is Reginaldo Lopez, followed by Tommy Clark.
Mr. Mayor, he's going to need an interpreter, so we'll use one of our bilingual employees to interpret for him.
Okay, thank you.
Buenas noches, honorables miembros municipal y personal. Mi nombre es Reginaldo López y soy el propietario de Better Garden, que brinda servicio de paisajismo y jardinería a hogares en Palm Springs. Estoy aquí en apoyo a la 3D. Mi familia y yo vivimos en el norte de Palm Springs y los niños asisten a escuelas locales como Cielo Vista y College of the Desert. Llevamos a mi hijo menor a bailar folclórico y a menudo cenamos en restaurantes locales como Las Cazuelas y Tlaquepaque. En el 2015 inicié mi negocio mientras trabajaba en turnos de hasta 8 horas en 2 trabajos en servicios de jardinería y fast food como Jack in the Box. Sin publicidad, hice crecer mi negocio lentamente a través de referencias, lo suficiente como para concentrarme todo mi tiempo en expandir mi negocio familiar. Una parte importante de mi éxito inicial se debió al servicio de clientes residenciales en Palm Springs. Hoy en día empleamos a 2 empleados locales adicionales en tiempo completo. Mantienen a sus propias familias en Palm Springs. Nuestro trabajo se exhibe en la plaza y en casas residenciales de la ciudad. En 2021 conocimos a Picasso y tuvimos la fortuna de trabajar con uno de los mejores clientes con los que hemos trabajado. No hemos tenido ningún problema y son profesionales, respetuosos y pagan sus cuentas a tiempo. Considere mis palabras al votar hoy sobre esta ordenanza y apoye a empresas como Picasso, que apoyan a empresas locales como la mía. Gracias por su tiempo.
Good evening, honorable members of the City Council and staff. My name is Reginaldo Lopez, and I am the owner of Better Garden, providing landscape and gardening services to homes in Palm Springs, and I am here in support of item 3D. My family and I live in North Palm Springs with kids attending schools at Cielo Vista and College of the Desert. We take my youngest to folklorico dance and often have dinner at Las Cazuelas or Taqueria Tlaquepaque. In 2015, I launched my business while working an 8-hour shift at 2 jobs in gardening services and Jack in the Box. Without any advertising, I grew my business slowly through referrals, enough to focus all my time on expanding my family business. A significant part of my early success was from servicing residential clients in Palm Springs. Today, we employ 2 additional local full-time employees who support their own families in Palm Springs, and our work is on display at La Plaza and residential homes across the city. In 2021, we were introduced to Picasso and have had the fortune of working with one of the better clients we've worked with. We have not had any issues, and they are professional, respectful, and pay their accounts on time. Please consider my words as you vote today on this ordinance and support companies like Picasso who support local companies like mine. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, and thank you for translating. The next speaker is Tommy Clark, followed by Greg Rodriguez.
Hey, good evening, excuse me. Good evening, honorable members, mayor, city council, and staff. My name is Tommy Clark. My wife, Beth, and I are the owners of Tommy Reuter Plumbing Services. We hope you'll support the ordinance 3D before you today and support co-ownership in Palm Springs that helps support small businesses like mine. We opened our business in 2008, servicing, repairing commercial, industrial, and residential homes in Palm Springs. In addition, we provide our clients with preliminary inspections support, pulling permits with the city, and assigning their project managers, assisting their project manager teams. My wife, Beth, is a native of the Coachella Valley, and I moved from the Bay Area in 2000. Today, we are raising a family in the region. Our children have ballet performances in the city and are frequent flyers of Cheekies, who makes incredible old school pancakes with sweet corn in them. I received my contractor's license in 2008 and launched our business because I wanted to take the best aspects of the companies I've worked for, create the best possible company, learning from their mistakes. I truly believe if you take care of your technicians, your customers, they will take care of you. Running a small business indeed comes with challenges. For the first 3 years, I didn't receive a paycheck. I didn't have the money for advertising. So while I worked for a home warranty company, I'd go door to door, shaking hands, visit every small business, and home on the way home. In 2021, I started working for Picasso on the homes they have operating in Palm Springs. They are great professionals who I love, enjoy working with. They pay their bills on time, and they have been able to help me expand my business. Thank you very much. I hope you'll support Ordinance 3D. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Greg Rodriguez, followed by David Murphy.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, and staff. I'm Greg Rodriguez. I'm speaking on item 3C and not necessarily in opposition. I want to thank you, first of all, and probably staff, for the first sentence that says you're not criminalizing homelessness, because that's exactly what we don't want to do. I just wanted to point out some things I think we need to be cautious of as we implement this policy if it does pass tonight. First of all, I want to say we've really enjoyed the partnership between the county and the city in developing really comprehensive plans and actually implementing those plans to do a holistic approach around addressing homelessness. In conversations, of course, with the chief and as well as police and business leaders, we know that there's still a criminal element that actually needs to be addressed. I would caution, though, that as we set to implement this, that we don't set unrealistic expectations for the public, that just by having this ordinance is going to eliminate all homeless individuals off the street, because that will not be the case. Additionally, too, we need to consider that as we cite and arrest individuals for such behavior that's listed within the ordinance, that can be an impediment to future success in obtaining housing and services. What I would ask the council to consider, and maybe not necessarily this evening, but as this plan is implemented, that you look at possible expungement of such fines and possible incarceration. In reality, probably no one will do any jail time in the future if those individuals were to enter into service and were successful in placement in housing. With that being said, again, not here in opposition to the ordinance, and again, look forward to our continued partnership between the County of Riverside and City of Palm Springs. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is David Murphy, followed by Michael Taylor.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, and city staff. My name is David Murphy. I'm a resident of Palm Springs since 2013, and I'm speaking on agenda item 3C. And as I understand this item, it's consideration or considering ordinance and policy modifications related to homeless encampments and overnight camping, among other things. My statement is really pretty straightforward. Given the long road we've collectively followed to address the plight of the homeless in the city of Palm Springs. And as Greg mentioned, there's been a lot of progress made over the past several years, thanks to many of the people in this room. However, now is not the time to take a needless step backward if, in fact, this ordinance does that, the ordinance under consideration. I understand some are considering voluntarily adopting the policy and the legal framework of the Boise v. Martin case law. And if that is true, this would be a form of backsliding, in my opinion. This law, as you know, was overturned by the U.S. Supreme Court, and in a lot of cases for good reasons. Now is the time to demonstrate full faith and confidence in Chief Mills and his newly revitalized and trained police force. They're out there doing a good job, and they are our first responders to the people out on the streets. And we need to make sure that they have a full toolbox to be effective in their job. So I hope you'll keep front in mind how the Boise case law has in the past severely hampered and frustrated police and other agencies in their efforts to improve the situation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker was Michael Taylor, but this was on 1E, which has been pulled. So we don't have an agenda item to speak on. Thank you very much. Okay. So the next speaker is Michael Joseph Pitkin, followed by Patrick Weiss.
Michael Joseph Pitkin, 3C. For 3 years, I have kept this body up to date in real time on my HIV care and housing. Palm Springs answer for 3 years, go to Borrego Health, move to Indio, or City of Riverside. This is your cease and desist notice. If I am arrested for being unhoused, faced with reverse discrimination for the last 3 years, I will sue you. I ask this body to create a working group to address new ordinance to municipal code for land use lease. Proposition 1, $6 billion, is coming to address the unhoused over the next couple years. There will be no additional funding after that, as California is almost $1 trillion in debt. Sacramento, $75 million in debt, did pilot program camp resolution for vulnerable unhoused, allowing a use lease for unhoused to use a vacant lot to legally set up tents, trailers, and cars. Cal Matters says unhoused make their own rules. Curfews, no guest policy, sobriety requirements are negotiable by the community. The city picks up trash. There is no electricity or water. Social services and churches provide basic outreach, showers, and bathrooms. In about 4 years, there will be no funding for arrests or incarceration, so please take action today to proactively plan for this future here.
Thank you. The next speaker is Patrick Weiss, followed by Lauren Wolfer.
Hello, City Council. I'm also speaking on 3C, the encampment ordinance. We don't have enough places to put the unhoused now in Palm Springs. The navigation center, I understand, is almost full. It would seem to me to kick people off land where they are sleeping or camping is cruel and unusual punishment. And I think we treat our animals and dogs and cats better here in Palm Springs. If you see an animal that's unhoused, you call animal control, or you take them into the dog or animal shelter. Unfortunately, with people, we don't treat them with much dignity here as we do our animals. I think it's a responsibility of the city to at least appropriate some land during the summer months when it is extremely hot and lives of these people are vulnerable if they have no other place to go, to set aside land for the summer months, because your cooling centers are not 24/7. And a lot of people, the cooling centers, as far as I know, shut at night, and then they still have to leave and go sleep somewhere else, which means they'll probably be kicked off the land now with this ordinance. I think it's the city's responsibility to allow the homeless to at least live in somewhat dignity on a piece of land that's maybe city property, that is organized by the city, maybe fenced in and regulated, and where services are brought there also to the homeless.
Thank you.
Like they do now with the Well in the Desert. The services come to Well in the Desert areas now. They can also
Thank
come
you.
to this encampment.
Your time is up. Thank you. The next speaker is Lauren Wolfer, followed by Byron Hancock.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening on item 3A. My name is Lauren Wolfer, and while I have the honor of serving on the Measure J Oversight Commission, I am speaking today in my capacity as a private citizen and not on behalf of the Commission. I am here to express my strong support for placing the extension of Measure J's sales tax on the November ballot. Measure J has been instrumental in fostering the growth and development of our city, from revitalizing downtown, allowing us to undertake significant infrastructure projects, enhance public safety, and just overall improve the quality of life for all of our residents. It's also important to note that Measure J exempts essential items like food, groceries, and prescription medicine from the tax, ensuring that it does not affect everyday necessities. And additionally, a significant portion of the revenue generated by Measure J comes from tourists who visit the city. So the impact is minimized on residents, and while still providing substantial funds for our community's needs. And extending Measure J will allow us to continue to invest in essential projects that will benefit everyone, and continue funding large and complex projects that will require long-term financing. So I urge Council and my fellow residents to support the indefinite extension of Measure J. And I would also like to very briefly comment on item 3C as well. I realize that this is a very serious health and safety issue that needs to be addressed. I just urge the council to act with extreme caution as to not criminalize homelessness in the city, and to ensure that the clearance of encampments is done as humanely as possible, with perhaps longer notice than 24 hours and significant extensive outreach efforts from service providers. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Byron Hancock. Let me go online.
Thank you, Mayor, City Council, and City staff. I'm here regarding 3D. It's important for the voters in our city to know that if any of you have accepted donations, either directly from Picasso, its management, its ownership, or indirectly via its lobbyists, that for the sake of integrity of our legislative process, that you recuse yourself tonight from this vote, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Going online, we have Noah Kirschbaum.
Hello, thank you very much. I hope you can hear me. I have a small company called Kohana Homes. We're a similar company to Picasso. And I want to thank Jeffrey Ballinger for being very communicative during this process. And we hope to work with you guys in the future. We agree with all the comments that Picasso made tonight. Our company wants to bring economy to Palm Springs. We want to bring owners who bring value, who care about the community, who want to support the community, who want to make the community a better place. And we want to use local vendors, local subcontractors, and we want to bring economy to those people as well. So we fully support Picasso's effort with 3D, which is what I'm speaking about tonight. And we fully support being able to come to the community, bring value. And I will say on a personal level, I grew up in Los Angeles. My grandparents came in from Ohio, and they had a house in Palm Springs and Cathedral City for 20 years as a kid. It's a very important community to me, and I would love to help bring more economy to Palm Springs over time. And so we really support the ordinance, and we support your vote tonight. And thank you very much.
Thank you. We now have Kenny Munich.
Can you all hear me? Oh, here we go.
Yes, we can hear you.
All right, terrific. Good evening, Mayor Bernstein and honorable members of the City Council and staff. My name is Kenny Munich, and I've been a full-time resident of Palm Springs since 2020. As a father of 4 with 1 adult child who resides here, I'm the 3rd generation who now live on the south end of town. I'm also an active member of the equestrian community and regularly compete in thermal each year. As a former business owner in the bakery industry, I returned to launch a second career in real estate and property management, joining Picasso over a year ago as the Regional Director of Operations for Palm Springs and Southern California. As part of the regional leadership team with Picasso, I am personally and professionally invested in the success and integration of Picasso into the Palm Springs community. With family members who sit on the boards of directors with PS Modcom, as well as the O'Donnell Club, I actively engage with local community members to give them a better understanding of who we are at Picasso and how we ensure our neighborhoods and homes are well taken care of. I work directly with Bianca Simonian to ensure our good neighbor policies and the city laws around noise, parking, and garbage collection are communicated to all of our owners and their guests. We are your go-to on-the-ground points of contact in Palm Springs. We support Ordinance 3D because it will establish the clear rules of the road, along with the process that would notify Bianca and myself should there be any concerns about Picasso homes in order to address them immediately. We want to reassure the City Council that we have local people whose job it is to manage and respond quickly and professionally to our neighbors and city officials. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
Thank you. The next speaker is Brad Anderson.
Yes, good evening. My name is Brad Anderson. I'm calling from the city of Ransom Rosin today, and I wanted to speak on item 3A this evening. This is concerning, I heard it referred to as extending Measure J, but really all it is it's eliminating the sunset clause with the taxpayers, the people that actually supported this in the very beginning, voted for. And by you or allowing this to go before 2037, when it expires, I know the ins and outs. I know and I can't say what's going on in 2 minutes, but it's very politically charged. But my issue is you're removing what the taxpayers voted on. And that's really it. The ACA 1, now 10, and ACA 3, 13, those are major factors in this. And once this forever tax starts, if it's voted by the voters, if it's voted on by the voters, it's going to be forever. And so anyway, and I wanted to comment on that. And by the way, this meeting's conducted, I won't be able to listen to the staff report. So just for myself and any disabled people, you are impeding my rights to hear this presentation. And that's all I have. Hey, thank you very much. Good night.
Thank you. Is Jane Garrison waiting online? Because we did pull 1E.
No, Jane is online, but we would like to say that our meeting is live streamed. So if he wants to listen to the duration of this meeting, he does have the ability to do that.
Okay. I don't know if you can hear me, but the meeting is being live streamed, Mr. Anderson, on YouTube and the city's website, city's channel. Any other public comment?
No further commenters.
I have a question for the city manager. Is Riverside University Health waiting to speak on blue zones, or do we have blue zones people here later?
Riverside University Health System is going to stay to speak to the staff report and answer any additional questions if you wish to take it sooner.
I'm wondering if we should move that up to the first part of the agenda, so that I didn't realize they were going to be answering the questions. So after we do the consent calendar, we'll move it up to the first regular agenda item if council is okay with that. Okay. The next item is a consent calendar. I will entertain a motion to accept the consent calendar without item 1E, which was removed to a later date, with 1B. Mayor Terry, are you commenting on 1I or pulling it? 1I and 1N. You have comments on we have comments on 1K and 1F.
I'd like to make a comment on 1P too, but not pull it. Thank you.
Okay, the next item is 1B. Councilmember Holstage, you pulled that.
Thank you. Could I have a staff report, please? This is for the appointment item.
Honorable Mayor and council members, this item is in reference to accepting the resignation of Charles H. Morrow from the Administrative Appeals Board, effective immediately, as well as appointment Christian Samlaka to the Airport Commission, effective immediately for terms ending June 30th, 2027 from the city of Cathedral City. And the third is the appointment of Godfrey to the Airport Commission from the city of La Quinta. We also have two appointments to the Public Arts Commission for a term ending June 30th of 2027. The members' term shall take effect 30 days after the final adoption of ordinance number 2098.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And I know this is an appointment to our Airport Commission, which is incredibly important in the city, and we rely on our city partners to appoint their selected representatives. And so excited, I think, to see Jeffrey Keel, who served this city for a long time. I believe that's the same Jeffrey Keel from the city of La Quinta. So glad to have him back for the city of Palm Springs. I support these appointments. I just wanted to raise that the Airport Commission and the other commission at issue, the Administrative Appeals Board, both still have only 25% women. So I know we care about diversity, equity, and inclusion. I know it's in our mission statement to have an inclusive city. Definitely the users of the airport are not 25% female. And so I know we are set sort of, sometimes we're limited to who applies to commissions, and it's really been a struggle. I know the mayor and the mayor pro tem and the committee have really tried hard to make sure we have diversity on all of the boards and commissions. I'm just wondering if there's more outreach that we need to do. The best cycle of boards and commissions that we had was when we were doing the moving to districts, and we had the California Voting Rights Act work that we were doing. We're going into communities. We're really advertising to specific communities to ensure that we had representation from all of the voices in Palm Springs on our commissions. And these commissions are important because they play such a significant role, and also it's a leadership ladder to city council. And then we also have equity issues when we see who runs for city council. So I'd love to, I know I requested this and council supported it, so thank you so much. I would love to see us, and it's not included in this item, but I just want to take a moment to say that because I continue to be uncomfortable pointing again and again when it's only 25% women. I think that there's a lot more work we could do as a council in a city to do that real outreach, and perhaps we might just need to fund the outreach with a consultant like we did before to ensure that we're doing all of that work, because I know it's a lot of work for the city clerk just to administer these. So with that, thank you for allowing me to make that comment. I want to make the motion. I know Jeffrey Keel will be such a good city official once again, and look forward to the rest of the commissioners.
If I can also just make one comment on that. We do have set now, this was the first year we did it, we set all the applications are March and April, so they will be open again March and April of 2025. And we did a good job getting a lot of applicants this year, but we can always work better to get more diversity, especially now that we have this condensed period of time.
Thank you.
And I am excited too about having Jeffrey Keel here. So he was our finance director.
Yes.
Next one, I just wanted to make a comment on 1F, which is the Hertz EV expansion, and I'm excited to see this because I know a lot of rental car companies pulled back on electric vehicles last year, and I'm happy to see them coming back, and I think we should do everything we can to support their efforts to expand EV capability, especially going forward, especially as we do our airport expansion. So I just wanted to make that comment. And now we have 1I. Mayor Pro Tem. Do you need a full staff report again? This is the Atikian.
Oh, there we go. No, we can go straight to a vote if council, that's the pleasure of council.
Could I get a motion and a second on that one? Thank you.
Did it work?
It won't allow us to do it because we voted. I'll make.
So moved.
Second.
The motion is to pass it.
No.
What was your motion?
To deny it.
You voted against. You voted to deny it.
Oh, so this was the staff is to pass. I voted against it. That's correct.
Okay.
I might recommend that we just take a new
I would do this
motion, new
over.
second, and a new vote.
I would make the new motion. Is this Mayor Pro Tem? If you would like to make the motion, please.
Let's try it again.
Do the staff report and do a full item.
Okay, let's go ahead and do a staff report, please.
Just for the public. Very brief.
It's only a one-pager.
You don't need to do the full presentation on the report.
For the record, Sarah Yoon, Historic Preservation Officer for the City of Palm Springs. The item before City Council this evening is presented as a recommendation of HSPB's recommendation for Class 2 designation of the Atikian building, which is a commercial building on 120 West Arenas Road, case number HSPB 147. This was an owner-initiated application for historic designation of the commercial building. And again, the recommendation that's been forwarded to you in your packet is the HSPB recommendation for Class 2 historic status. I can take any questions.
Any questions or comments? Did you want to make a motion to deny it?
So my motion would be to deny staff recommendation.
So we have to reverse our vote.
We don't have a second.
I'll second that.
Okay, so the motion is to deny the Class 2 historic that is made by Mayor Pro Tem and seconded by Councilmember Holstage. So if you want to deny it, vote yes. Okay, it passes 3-0 to deny the Class 2 historic designation.
Thank you.
That clear? Okay. Thank you. The next is 1K. I think we had comment from Councilmember Middleton and.
Do you want me to go first, or you want staff to go first?
Do you want a staff report?
Well, I think
I just would like to have staff share with the significance of what's the motion that we are looking at.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members.
This is really an easy decision for me. We do this every year, and we get significant savings from it. We do have to keep an eye out on the amount as it continues to rise, versus leaving it in the portfolio to earn. But we this year are clearly going to save more than the return we would get by leaving it in the portfolio. So easy decision for us. Easy decision for us to make.
Could you?
And we do it continually every year.
Could you give
a
the
little bit?
context?
Yeah.
for the
Oh, sorry
public,
about
please?
that.
So sorry, Mayor. Thank you.
So this is a lump sum payment to CalPERS, and CalPERS gives us the option to either pay by month at a more inflated amount or save some money by paying up front. Excuse me. We choose as a city, have chosen for as long as I know, to make the lump sum payment so we can get savings. So this year, that initial lump sum payment is going to be made in July, as it is every year. It's going to be $16 million, and we'll save a little over $500,000 by making that payment up front.
What are we paying for?
We're paying for the CalPERS pension payment. And this will go to helping our unfunded accrued liability.
Okay. Did you have any more comments, Mayor Pro Tem? Councilmember Middleton.
All right, thank you. And thank you, Chris, for this. And again, out of $16 million, we're saving in addition $500,000 by paying ahead. We also have the option of paying ahead multiple years. And again, that comes to a question as to whether or not the rate of return, if we were to leave the money in our portfolio, is greater than the discount that we would receive from CalPERS by paying ahead by multiple years. But we do have a significant amount of reserve that is dedicated to the CalPERS reserves. So I would like to see us, before we finish this year, to bring a staff report that would allow council to consider making a buy down of multiple years. Savings that we're getting from CalPERS, which I would add is guaranteed, is better than what the predicted rate of return would be if we were to leave the money in the portfolio.
Yeah, Councilman Middleton, that's a very good suggestion. It's something we are looking at currently. We do plan on bringing something back to the council by the end of the year that will address that unfunded accrued liability.
Great. Thank you. And if I could just add again.
Yes, please.
This goes to pay the pensions of all of our previous employees, all of our current employees, all of the employees that we are going to be hiring. It is a significant part of the compensation package that is in public employment. Obviously, I'm a little biased on this, being a member of the CalPERS board, but also being someone who is a retired public servant from the state of California. And our ability to attract the kind of talent that you see in this room and that you see out on the streets every day doing the work for our city is a product of the pension financial stability that our employees have for their families because of these benefits. And not only should we support them, we should be very proud of the commitment we're making.
I second that. Is there any other comments? Did you want to make the motion?
My button's not working.
I think we already approved it.
Okay,
You
I make a
voted
motion to
already on-
approve.
You voted on that item
did you?
already under consent.
Oh,
You
it's
just
just
only wanted
comments.
to make
Okay, sorry.
comments.
So the next one is 1N. Could we get, do you want a staff report? Could we get a staff report, please?
You know, I had the benefit, 2 meetings ago, I had a family emergency and I wasn't able to attend. So I had the benefit of watching the meeting from the couch because I'm no longer able to participate on Zoom. That gave me the benefit of the context. Is very, very, very helpful. And those staff reports are really helpful even for these agenda items that we pull. So thank you, Director Verada.
Absolutely.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, council members, Jay Verada, Director of Housing and Community Development. This is a request to utilize $50,000 for the commission and installation of 2 sculptures on the West Chino Drive median, north of Palm Canyon Drive and east of Bellardo Road, as shown on page 2 in your staff report. The artwork is to be installed are entitled Prince and Blue Belly Crab by the artist Delos Van Earl. And after installation, the Old Las Palmas Neighborhood Organization will be donating the pieces to the city. The Public Arts Commission unanimously approved making these recommendations at their June 6, 2024 meeting. And each of the artworks will be approximately 10 feet by 6 feet by 4.5 feet in size and weight, approximately 550 pounds. And they'll be made of steel, painted with sign painter's enamel. It should be noted that this recommendation follows up on a previous project the City Council approved, which was known as Red Dragon. Red Dragon was the product of a community grant process where $5,000 was offered to different communities. Old Las Palmas neighborhood submitted a request for that and was approved by the Public Arts Commission and City Council. Red Dragon's now installed. So these additional art pieces will be companions to Red Dragon. However, in this case, well, in the case of Red Dragon, the City Council provided $5,000 of public arts funds, and the Old Las Palmas Neighborhood Organization utilized membership fees to cover the balance of $20,000. In this case, they are requesting that the city cover the entire cost of $25,000 for each of the 2 art pieces to be installed, which is a total of $50,000 in public art funds.
Thank you so much. I appreciate the comprehensive report. I think that's helpful for the public. I just was wondering about the open process for the Arts Commission. So this was an unsolicited request, and I appreciate, we want to fund these. I support this project. I would like to see them more. I would like to see more of them throughout the city and available to many more neighborhoods. And so could you just speak a little bit about the current public process for neighborhoods to solicit public arts funds? And then, we'll start with that, what the current process is.
Sure. Well, as I mentioned previously, the Arts Commission conducted a community grants project. It was the, I forget, I think it was the Art is Where You're At community grant. And that was open to the public. Neighborhood organizations were solicited. We got 2 responses. One was for activity in Demuth Park, and the other was a Red Dragon in Old Las Palmas. So that's one of the processes the Public Arts Commission has used to solicit projects from the public and from the different neighborhoods. They also have to factor in the amount of resources that are available for each of the projects. And with 50 neighborhood organizations, that can be daunting to offer out what can go to each neighborhood. It could obviously be competitive, and that could be a process they go through, but that is also being balanced with larger scale public art projects that would utilize more of the available resources. And a couple examples of those are the Pillars of Palm Springs on the Tahquitz median, which in total was $300,000. The commission is preparing to issue a new call for artists. The site has been selected as being, 2 sites have been selected already by the Arts Commission, which would be James O. Jesse Park and Victoria Park. So when that call goes out, artists will be applying to put artwork in those locations. So then from that point, the Arts Commission would like to work south with some of these larger scale projects at $50,000 apiece to hit all the parks and as many neighborhoods as possible.
That's great, thank you. Do we still have a map? I know the Public Arts Commission used to have a map of all the public art and make that available to folks. Does that still exist for people?
It's not up to date right now.
I'd love to see that because I think, overall for a policy matter, I don't like one-off sort of unsolicited requests because sometimes I support this project. I think it's great. I really appreciate the neighborhood doing all of this work to bring it forward. I'm happy to support it now. But also we want a fair process where, a lot of neighborhoods will then reply, well, I didn't know we could do this and apply for funds and get it funded. And so thinking about a fair and open public process that is within our budget, I think would be better. So that we don't have that conversation among the neighborhoods. And then also just as we think about fairness and spreading it out throughout the city, we're having this right now with our business districts, right? And so we have districted council members now, right? How many are in each district? I know we have South Palm Springs that need some attention. And so, just looking at the spread throughout the city, I think would be interesting if we are going to bring one-off projects for just certain neighborhoods. So with that, I'm not asking for any change on this project. I'm happy to approve it.
I have a couple comments.
Oh,
I'd like
thank
to,
you.
So I understand that we have something like 300 pieces of public art in our collection. So I know that this is probably a whole project that's beyond the Public Arts Commission in order to catalog it and map it, but it is something we should think about potentially bringing back because I think there would be an expense. We'd have to hire someone just to do that. And I know there's also public art that's actually in storage or in the public yard that is not out. So we might want to look at that. I would ask, and I don't know if we can do this, if we can put on Engage Palm Springs, the future public arts projects, because you mentioned Victoria Park, which is great because they don't really have any, they got a great new playground, but they don't have a lot of public art. Gateway Park doesn't have any public art. I know that they are on the agenda for the fall, so I think it's helpful for people to know what may be in the works so that they don't think that they're being ignored when it is being planned. So I would suggest, and obviously promoting our public art is a great thing to have on Engage Palm Springs in general. So, but I do support this, and the Red Dragon is a nice piece, so thank you.
Mr. Mayor. Hey, Jay. Thank you for mentioning the shade structure project, because we just approved, I think, $80,000 to go out for artists to create the designs for those shade structures, right?
That's correct.
And then we're doing 3, so 2 of those parks may get 2 pieces out of the 3 that are being bid out. Yeah, that's an exciting project, and isn't that over $200,000, $300,000?
It's could be. We'd have to see the proposals coming in, but yes, for 3 of them.
So it's a pretty significant project that we're going to see in, 2 of our parks that really have not been enjoying art in their park. And I just wanted to comment. Do I get to do my comment now?
Yes, please.
So, Jay, hats off to the Arts Commission and more importantly, to the One Las Palmas neighborhood who really has done a lot of work to put this program together and bring art to a very visible street in Uptown and creating a fun, walkable experience, bringing people from Palm Canyon into the neighborhood. I think they've done a great job, and they've worked really hard raising money for that first piece. And my understanding is there's a couple other pieces, or one other piece at least, that's still to come in this series, and we're going to see the neighborhood really working to make that possible. So appreciate the community's work on coming forward with the idea and putting 100% of the money, or almost 100%, on the first sculpture, and encouraging them to raise funds for the next sculpture that's going to come in. So thank you.
Okay, any other comments or questions? Motion?
Oh, yeah, no worries.
Okay, motion passes. Councilmember Holsted, you had a comment on 1P.
Thank you so much. I didn't want to pull this item. I just wanted to flag that we are moving. Sometimes we do so much on homelessness and housing and other issues that get hidden in the consent calendar. So I wanted to make sure that I pulled this, that we are doing a rental registry, and this conforms with our housing element and our policy priority of affordable housing. So really exciting. I know my former council fellow, Lauren Wolfer, and now Measure J Commissioner, had actually requested the council to do this a long time ago, because we do have such a rental crisis in the city of Palm Springs, both for landlords and renters. And we know that the rent is too damn high, and we also know that it's difficult for landlords. And so this rental registry will provide resources to tenants and landlords. It will require all rental properties that are available be registered with the local housing agency. So that's really a win-win policy for everyone, especially the city, because we care so much about renters and ensuring everyone can afford to live in Palm Springs. This provides protection for renters and help level the playing field and make sure that the city knows about all of the rental properties that are available before, as well as we track those and see what is affordable and truly affordable. And we also start to consider purchasing property as we're doing in Desert Highlands and doing a project there. So really appreciate the council's support on this and grateful for all of the staff work to move this forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments on that one? Okay. We are now going to go to the regular agenda, and we're going to do item 3F first, which is a consideration of a proposal from Riverside University Health System and Blue Zones LLC to participate in a transformation phase. May we have a staff report, please?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members. Teresa Gallivan, Assistant City Manager. This is a staff report that was a request from council and also a follow-up to the presentation you heard earlier this evening from Riverside University Healthcare System about Blue Zones. It's also an opportunity for you to deliberate and provide direction to staff on whether you want to participate in a Blue Zones transformation phase. The cost for Palm Springs to participate in this phase is $180,000 over 3 years, and staff time to participate on various committees doing policy work. As noted earlier, the city participated in a Blue Zones assessment study a little over a year ago, along with several other communities and cities in Riverside County. That process involved numerous stakeholder meetings, community meetings, opportunities to assess the readiness of the city of Palm Springs to possibly participate in this process of becoming a Blue Zone certified city. A Blue Zone certified city is a city that has prioritized and achieved a number of initiatives that may lead residents to living healthier, longer lives. It's also a city that has gone through a Blue Zones transformation process successfully. After completing the assessment study the city did, we received a report on our assessment readiness and feasibility. It outlined findings, recommendations, next steps, and costs if the city desired to proceed with the transformation phase. At that time, Blue Zones and Riverside University Health System had only begun the fundraising process, and it was estimated that the cost to participate for Palm Springs would be approximately $5.9 million over 3 years. Also, an important factor for consideration in success of becoming a Blue Zone city is having that community support. Having community support of this initiative is very critical to its success. At the time, 1PS, representing 53 neighborhood organizations, took a stance in opposition of proceeding with the transformation phase. 1PS stated it would be better for the city to invest in city initiatives and local nonprofits that are already doing work to make the city a healthier place to live, work, and play. At the time, Riverside University Healthcare System also indicated that it planned to do 2 group transformation phases at different times. One for the first several cities that committed to the initiative and the funding, and then another phase later for cities that wanted to join at a later date. The cost of $6 million over 3 years and the lack of community support from some groups at the time, and that expressed by 1PS, factored into the city's decision not to proceed with the transformation at that time. Fast forward a year or so, and Riverside University Health System has recently reached out to the city and council members to share that the first group of transformations had not yet begun, as they have been actively working on fundraising. Riverside University Health System has successfully fundraised $34 million of the total $40 million needed to fund the transformation phase for 5 cities, thus lowering the total request from the city of Palm Springs to participate from about $6 million to $180,000 over 3 years. After the transformation phase, as you saw in the slides earlier, there's a certification phase. Riverside University Health System is asking their partners, Blue Zones, if there's a cost, what the cost associated with that certification phase would be. Then after the certification phase, there are, as we saw in the presentation earlier, 4 different models for post-certification maintenance. And in reading that, it looks like there are varying costs depending on the model a city chooses to maintain its certification. With this new information, council requested this item be placed on the agenda for consideration and opportunity to ask questions and provide staff direction. Dr. Leung and Dr. Sang have stayed here in order to answer any questions the council may have, and I'd be happy to answer any questions as well. Thank you.
Okay, do we have questions or comments from council? Councilmember Middleton.
Question for Teresa, or for Will. What is the staff commitment that we're being asked to make over the next 3 years, and do we have the resources to provide that staff?
The staff commitment requested for the transformation phase is to staff committees. So policy committees, any specific policy specialized committees. And right now, our staffing levels, we do have a number of priorities we are working on, so it is a concern. Exactly how many hours that would take might be something Dr. Leung or Dr. Sang could let us know how many hours a month they think something like this would be. But we are quite full. Our plates are quite full.
Thank you, Council Member, for that question. So we are anticipating that there's going to be an initial startup with the steering committee, and we would like the city to participate as we build out that roadmap over the 9 months. That participation of time can be anywhere, at this point, because of that roadmap building, it would be at the discretion of the city how involved they would like to be, because we do anticipate looking for significant involvement from the community as well. As we move into that transformation phase, like, Teresa shared, we do also want to have the city very much involved in the policy making of this. And so we do anticipate there would be committee meetings, likely at the cadence of an hour to a few hours a month. Again, because we haven't gone through that foundational phase, I can't give you that exact number, but we are anticipating there would be some commitment of time, although, it would not be to the extent of a full-time equivalent. So with that, if you have any other questions, and we can try to get you more exact numbers as we move through that foundational phase.
See if I can flesh that out a little bit. The one hard number that I think I heard was it would not be a full-time equivalent. So that's something less than that. Are we talking about individuals that are on the staff at the City of Palm Springs leading meetings, or simply being a member of a committee?
Yes, thank you. So We anticipate that we would like the city council, the city members to be part of the committee, not necessarily leading the committee. So we are looking to hire full-time staff to help us with that process.
So all of the leadership, all of the direction, all of the record keeping and the like would not be something that a City of Palm Springs employee would be involved in.
That is not the expectation unless there is something the city is looking to do.
So are we talking roughly a half-time employee during the course of a year, which may be spread over the course of multiple individuals for a best guess as to where we would be?
That sounds like a best guess to me as well. That 50% FTE to be able to participate fully in committees.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Councilmember Garner?
Thank you. I am very concerned about the staff time that this will take, considering the amount of staff time that it took the last time and then just moving forward. Obviously, if you're going to be working with the city, it should be in a robust way. And if we're not capable of doing that, that's a problem, in my opinion. But also looking at the information that was provided to us, just like last time, so many of these goals and so many of these things that are addressed are things that our staff are currently working on to make happen. So the entire report was things, I did not learn anything new from the Blue Zones report that our staff had not already told us, that our community had not already told us. And there was nothing that we weren't already working on. And so that's my concern is, are we now doubling the things that we're working on instead of allowing our staff to move forward with the items that they have already said that they're working on, the projects that we have in place? This seems duplicative in an unnecessary way. And so that's my big concern here is I want this to be successful for us and to make sense. And if it doesn't make sense for our city, then maybe there's another city that can better benefit within the Coachella Valley. But I would love to hear what others have to say.
Councilmember Halstich.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Just to give a little context and history where we've been, thank you to Teresa for the great staff report, and thank you for your leadership. Councilmember Coors really spearheaded this project. We had heard that the county was doing a Blue Zones project in Riverside County, and we very much wanted Palm Springs to be included for a number of reasons. One, we have deep poverty and deep need in our community that is often unknown or unaddressed because we have a shiny brand and people think, you know, everyone here is living in luxury when your data show 2 out of 3 Palm Springs residents are concerned about money and how to put food on the table, as well as all of the other health indicators that you mentioned. And so we really pursued Blue Zones, the city, the council, to be included. We especially I'm personally really interested in the data about Coachella and Palm Springs, and I know you looked at Banning, and like really seeing, because we have so much movement in our communities too. You heard public comment, people live in the Eastern Coachella Valley and Coachella and work here or likewise. And so there's just a lot of data to learn. We are also a disinvested region, and so we don't get as many philanthropy dollars, especially in the Coachella Valley, even compared to Riverside. Thank you to IEHP Foundation for recently investing in our navigation center. And so we were also really interested in bringing forth more funders. You've done an amazing job bringing health plans in Molina and Kaiser. Kaiser has a number of patients here as well. And so bringing those health plans to invest in our community. And so it's really amazing to see, what was your number? About 40 million.
40 million across Riverside County, and here for the city of Riverside, we're at 85% funding
out of the 6 million.
It's amazing drawdown of resources into our communities, and I suspect, we had the a long time ago, we had the Clinton Initiative and building healthy communities, and we were really talking statewide about how to invest in these regions. And so I support this project. I'm really excited to see it come back at 5 million requests. We could not do it at that time because of some of the concerns of the community. But to me, I think it's a no-brainer to invest $180,000 to have the opportunity for the investment and the partnership that this will bring, the data access that this will really help our community with as we draw down more state and federal funds and philanthropy dollars. And then also, I think just getting out that, helping the health of our community, obviously. You're also addressing some policy initiative that council have tried to do for a long time. I know we have a lot of residents who really care about tobacco use and health and lung quality. We have an F from the National Lung Association, right? And so, is that the right association? I think I said the wrong one. We didn't have dinner tonight. If you can see, we're acting a little bit off. So we have an F on lung health here, and obviously we're having so many more air quality issues that we're now lobbying, agencies about. So I strongly support this, and I think it's a small amount overall compared to the significant benefit that you've shown in other regions, and also the opportunity to build a healthier Riverside County altogether. So thank you, really, because we asked you to come to us and include us, and now you've come to us with an amazing proposal, and we appreciate being included. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Okay, so I heard a couple things about the staff time requirement, and I heard 2 hours a month at committee meetings. So that's only, even if you say it's 3 hours, that's 36 hours a year. And if we're talking a half-time employee, so what are they doing for the other 950 hours?
So, Mayor Pro Tem, thank you for that question. I think we said we are looking to see what that foundational phase will bring in terms of what types of work the city would like to engage in. And so, again, this is a community-based project. So we do want to engage the community, see what are the projects that this community would like to do as part of the Blue Zone's work. And that could be in adding, if you will, jet fuel to the work that is already being done. We in public health are seeing that there's a lot of work that we're already doing, and the Blue Zones project helps to add that additional layer of process to help us lift all those boats. In terms of the hours, we're giving a range, and so again, it's based on the city's ability to participate. This is not going to be it doesn't require the city to provide a full-time equivalent, although we would like to make sure the city's involved, because that city involvement will help make sure that the priorities that are set for the city of Palm Springs are aligned with the projects and the commitments, and your direction is very much wanted to be part of this foundational phase.
Yep, perfect, thank you.
And if I may add, Mayor Pro Tem, I think there may be more than one committee at it. There may be
That's right.
several committees.
That's right.
With different topics that they're focusing on.
That's right.
Got it, okay. So then, in the second, or the last sentence of that, of our paragraph, Teresa, in front of the environmental assessment, it said the steering committee would appoint members and additional city staff to subject specific works such as policy changes as required. So do we have examples of other cities on how much staff time have other cities invested, outside of this assigned to city staff member that we're identifying maybe a half-time employee? So what about all the other city staff? Is there any idea of what these other cities have had to commit to?
So I think one of the beauties of Blue Zones is that it is community-driven. In terms of the city participation, we here in Riverside County felt very strongly that we wanted the city to invest. And so this is unusual for Blue Zones. Usually they don't necessarily have to have the city council to vote or to provide funding. But we felt very strongly as the County Department of Public Health that we wanted to make sure we're engaging all stakeholders. So for that reason, that's why, I think your question is a little bit difficult because in other communities, they may not have engaged the city in the same way or requested for funding. They do want to make sure that the community is included. And so the city has always sent members. In the other communities that we saw, there are city participants because they already sit on committees like tobacco or air quality or other things that impact the city. So for that reason, we are a little bit unusual. I think Blue Zones thought we were a little bit unusual too when we decided to say that we want to make sure the city is in lockstep with us as we do this work. We're a little bit unusual because the county public health feels strongly that the process that the Blue Zones goes through, their systematic process, has shown significant impact and outcomes utilizing data that we have not seen with other projects. And so public health has brought this forward rather than, in other cities, it usually is a health plan or a large health organization that brings it forward, not the county public health. So for that reason, we are a little bit unusual. So I apologize. I'm not able to give you an exact number for that.
Okay, well, that's good. So I certainly appreciate the fact that you all have been working together and with others to go out and find the money and bring money to the table to fund the program. But if I'm looking at the charts right, we've got 5.1 million is funded. And I'm seeing, there's a 725,000 or so shortfall still. Where's that get bridged?
Yeah, so that gap funding we're still actively working on that gap funding piece. So with Blue Zones, one of the things they shared with us is that there is a threshold that we need to hit in order to start launching. What they've found and what they've learned in other cities is that once they've launched, every city has had the opportunity to have add-on grants to help with the rest of the funding. And because of that model, they've launched this in over 70 cities, and they've been able to repeat that over and over again. IHP Foundation is our fiscal intermediary. They have helped us with taking on this responsibility. It's a large dollar amount, frankly. It's a lot of money as we do this work. So the IHP Foundation has taken on the fiscal responsibility to help make sure that we help close that gap along with the County of Riverside Public Health. And we are very confident that we will be able to close that gap as we launch into the Blue Zones projects.
Okay, perfect.
I don't know if you wanted to add something.
Just maybe to state very plainly, so we're not asking the city of Palm Springs to do fundraising or to make up that gap. So, it would be our goal to help with filling that gap.
Okay, thank you. And on one of the charts, I saw at one phase, I can't find it, but a $40 million expected cost. Do you know where that's at in the presentation? What is that for?
So the $40 million is covering all of the Blue Zones projects throughout Riverside County in the 5 communities that we've chosen. So if you add all the communities up, that equals $40 million for the commitment. And I apologize, did you say 40,000 or 40?
Million.
Million, okay, because I just want to make sure. So the 40 million is to cover all of the 5 communities that we're looking to launch Blue Zones here.
And we're 5.9 of that 40 million.
No, we're actually at 34 million of the 40 million. For Palm Springs, you're 5.9.
Yeah, okay, all right, perfect. So then after the 3 years, what other investment would the city be looking at in the program?
Yeah, please.
So, there are a range of options. The first option is if you say that you consider it a success and you want to be done, you can be done, and there would be no further obligation. So you would be a Blue Zone certified city, and you'd have all the gains that have been made. And, even with the return on investment that we've seen, that's really based on continued gains that they would expect. This is not based on continued investment. The other extreme is that some cities have actually said, we want to continue working closely with Blue Zones. We want to build on the work. We want to maybe do even more with restaurants, employers, et cetera. Maybe we want to go into other spaces. That would be on the other extreme. And then you have everything in between. And there are actually some cities and communities that we've heard of that will take on the work themselves. And they'll say, it turns out that we already had staffed up people working on tobacco and neighborhoods. And we'll have people continuing to work on those things, but they'll be aligned in sort of this continued work. So we've heard the entire range of, no additional financial obligation to continuing as a full partner with Blue Zones and then everything in between.
Okay, so coming to the end of my questions. The funding of $180,000 for the transformation phase. My understanding is that's split over 3 years. Is that still the case? Okay, because I misled the council after our conversations previously. I thought it was $150,000. So did we go up, or was I wrong the first time?
So again, so you weren't wrong. We are looking for an investment from the city. Somewhere between 2.5 to 3% is the goal. And so, based on that 6 million, 3% would be 180.
Got it. Okay. Okay. Yeah. We've spent so much time on this, getting to this point, and community members, and we've had so much input. My concern comes down to, number one, how can we pass up something they've raised the money for us? And that was one of our first challenges, is where were we going to get the money? So now the money's been raised, and it sounds like staff is a minor investment from the city, but my concern is that really a minor investment? And I think that really has to come from, our city manager on with this idea that we're going to be, combining time, it's a half full-time equivalent. Is that something that we feel would be able to contribute our staff members to?
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, yeah, I mean, it is something that we're a little concerned with. We, as council members know, we have a lot going on right now. We have a staff that's really working in an overheated capacity. We have a lot of projects we're doing. I was happy to hear some of their thoughts about the level of commitment, because when I originally saw one staff person and maybe some other people, I'm like, we don't have the capacity to do this right now. I hate to say that, but we don't. Now, what they were saying is a little more manageable, I would say. If we're talking about one half-time person, what we haven't addressed is obviously the $180,000 is not anything we budgeted for. It's not in the budget. We might need to have our finance director come forward and talk a little bit about where that money might come from, because we haven't budgeted for it. I don't know when the first tranche of funds would be required. Obviously, we're just getting started the second year of our 2-year budget. And, when would that first tranche of funds be necessary? Can we participate, and it could be included in our next 2-year budget, which would be approved about this time 1 year from now? I don't know if that's feasible or not, but just some of the questions that are kind of going through my mind as I'm listening to it. I'm trying to think of some of the people that might be good, logical people to participate in this. I really, I agree with all the council members. If we participate, we want to be really active participants. We want to have people that are capable of contributing and giving good ideas to the outcomes that we're looking for. And so as I think of some of the folks that might be candidates of this, I'm trying to think of how much time they have. So, or would we, if it's a half-time person, is it something that we might hire somebody on a part-time basis who knows Palm Springs, who works with us a little bit, and who could do it on maybe a half-time, part-time basis? I don't know if that would work either. But so those are some of the things I think, maybe for us to think about a little bit.
Okay, thank you. The first part, the city manager's question, are we able to pay next July?
So I don't think there's a hard and fast rule for that. We are looking at the startup dollars that are needed to get going, but we also are looking at the the long game of the 3 years as well. And so we can go back and take a look and see what that would look like. If that's okay, we can get back to you on that. I do think there is flexibility in terms of that commitment of dollars, understanding that your budget was spoken for already.
And with the 4 staff members that are being hired locally out of the program funds, could not one of those staff members be one of the people that has some familiarity with the city of Palm Springs and can really be an inside liaison?
So what the Blue Zones team would say is that team is supposed to be self-sufficient. The hired local team should be able to drive all of the work. I know we're talking about sort of informally what kind of staff engagement we're looking for. I think they would actually say, again, you have a range of city involvement, and typically you actually do not need to ask a city. There's not a formal ask for a half FTE of a city staff member, to participate. So the local hired team is designed to do the work. They drive the work, they lead the policy work, the work with the people, the work with the places. There's an executive director, there's a steering committee. I think what we're talking about is how much involvement would the city want to see. And we actually had the same conversation at the county, and you can imagine also within our own Department of Public Health too.
Oh, talk about burying the headline. That's what we needed to hear 30 minutes ago. I love that. Thank you. I think that solves some of the worry I had from a staff involvement. So thank you for that.
Councilmember Middleton.
Right, thank you. I have some real mixed feelings on this, to be very honest. On one hand, the evidence that Blue Zones have produced incredibly positive health care outcomes in communities is real and very believable, because they're built on a foundation of healthy living, of good diets, of things that we have seen that have worked for thousands of years, and they're built on the fact that a community coming together to reinforce healthy habits is something that helps individuals to maintain those healthy habits. So all of that is to the positive. The extent to which the financial burden that's been being asked of the city is extremely positive. I think that if what we are talking about is $180,000 and a half-time commitment, and Chris could answer this question better than I, but I'm going to jump and say that a half-time commitment for most employees, we're probably talking, when we come to benefits and everything else, something close to another $100K. And that those are probably numbers that are manageable within our budgets, particularly over the course of 3 years, and maybe a little bit light on the salary figure. What worries me is we've been talking about this for over 2 years, and what we have right now in terms of a champion in the community is one paragraph from the CEO of Desert AIDS Project. And every other avenue that has been approached within the community has not stepped forward and said they want to get involved in this program. So I want to be able to vote to support this program, but without knowing more in terms of what DAP's commitment is going to be and how they are, what role of leadership they're going to take, it's really hard for me to say we can go forward at this time. I think if were we to do so, we run the risk of fooling people into believing that we've got an organizational structure in place that we just don't have right now.
Did you want to have more? You finished? Councilmember Gardner, did you want to speak? Then I'll go.
I'm just still very confused about what is actually happening. What is Blue Zones actually doing? I just keep reading the staff report over and over again, and I'm still just as lost. What is actually going to happen in our city with the community? And to echo Councilmember Middleton, what are those community partners that have already been established who are taking those big leadership roles? I just want to make sure, because right now what I'm seeing is that the city needs more housing. Yes, we are working on doing that. That the city needs more shade. Yes, we are working on doing that. Is part of this funding that you've been raising mean that you're going to fund more shade in our city, that you're going to fund more housing in our city? What are the tangible things that are happening? Because if it's just telling us the things that we already know we need to do and are already working on, then I don't understand the benefit.
So I'm happy to start. So Blue Zones is a very unconventional way to improve health. So this is something that, this is not the typical approach that a group would take for improving community health. I do think that over time, as people look at the evidence, they will see that this is one of the most cost-effective ways to improve health. This is why the county's interested. We are looking at the most cost-effective, evidence-based ways to improve health. And it turns out that most of the things that we found in terms of models are completely different than what we do. The reality is, most of the time, we spend a lot of money downstream. We try to change behavior when it's very difficult to change behavior. We try to rely on people's self-discipline. So I'm a family doctor, and we're the most guilty at this, right? So we see a patient in the clinic, and we ask them to change 5 or 6 different things. Eat healthier, sleep better, stop drinking, lose weight, do all these things. It sounds easy. But it's actually really hard to do, because what we know from the science now is every time you have to make a micro decision, it's heavily influenced by the culture, by the environment, by the people around you. And so what the Blue Zones approach tries to do is it tries to sort of reverse engineer the environment to encourage healthy decision making. It doesn't force you to do anything at all, but it might be as simple as when you go to a restaurant, the menu may actually highlight some of the healthiest things at the very beginning of the menu. When you go into a grocery store and you're at the checkout line and you're hungry and you want to grab the high margin items, that might be candy or snacks, for a Blue Zones pledged grocery store, they may try to sort of highlight some of the healthier options, fresh fruit, water, things that are not soda. In a workplace, it may be that an employer was trying to do things to support their workforce, but they didn't have all the tips. They didn't realize they could do things at a very affordable price, that they could provide maybe healthier options, ways for people to take healthy breaks, that there might be things that they could do to encourage a little bit of walking at lunch. Even if you look at the buildings that we have in our county, starting with our own administrative building, there are many, many little things that we can do to encourage people to either walk a little bit more, to create safer pathways to the cars, to encourage use of stairs over elevators. They sound like tiny things, but if you're able to sort of nudge that behavior with small changes, it turns out people make hundreds of these micro decisions every day. And when you do it within a radius, a concentrated radius of where people live, where they work, where they play, then all of these impacts start multiplying. And that's why there's actually this very predictable risk reduction. So you can see it was 15.5% that we predict in risk reduction for everything from smoking, stress, et cetera. That leads to changes in obesity, diabetes, high blood pressure, stroke, and cancer. That's the reason why we have health plans that are wanting to put in so many dollars, because they see the potential value and the cost savings in terms of future medical claims. They know that in places where they've tried this out, places have seen drops of 30 to 50% in their medical claims. They've seen that employers have actually had increased productivity unexpectedly because people are healthier and they're taking fewer sick days. They've seen that dollars come into communities because people are excited about where they live. And it's not that, we actually had the same sort of reaction in our own Department of Public Health. If you can imagine, these are the things that we live and breathe every day. Eat healthy, stop smoking or decrease, try to lose weight, try to move naturally. But where we found that this model is different is they have turned into a science the way to sort of nudge environment for healthier behavior in a way that is evidence-driven, and they have actually predictable outcomes, so much that they actually tie a quarter of their payment to whether or not they reach those metrics. And the metrics are set by the community. And if they don't hit the metrics, they actually don't get that portion of the payment. We haven't seen any other group that is willing to do that, to put their payment at risk because they're so confident in their outcomes. All that being said, we think it's a promising model. We'd love to do a demonstration project with a few communities across the county. If we can show that it works, we'd love to do more. But it's critical that it is absolutely critical that the communities would want to do it.
But sorry, I'm just really trying to get more tangible things here. So you mentioned highlighting healthy menu options, grocery store layouts. Are the 4 people that you're hiring going to go and talk to our grocery stores? Is that the work that you're going to do to make these systems change?
Every day.
Yeah. Okay, right. That's what I needed to know. Thank you very much.
I have a question. Is Riverside University Health System going to be involved in the process with Palm Springs staff? Okay.
Yes.
And the 4 people that they're going to hire, are these locals that they're planning to hire?
That is correct. We would like those people to know, live, and breathe Palm Springs.
Okay. And so after the 3 years, we have this certification whether or not we choose to continue or not. Is that, but we may choose to do it. Okay, so I've heard all the questions. I've spent a lot of time. I don't know who was at the presentation last year besides. It did not go over that well, I'll be very honest with you. It seemed very much as a sales pitch, and there was a lot of questions, and it was to raise money. The fact that you are here and you have found the money and are going to be involved speaks volumes to me. It is I have great respect for the work that you do and knowing that you're going to be involved. I will tell you, one of the things is we do, and I agree with Councilman Gardner, this has to be things that we're not already doing, and somebody is just saying, yes, please do bike paths and shade, because we're already working on that. It has to really look at what we are not doing and what our staff does not have the capacity to do, where it can be additive. And I do believe there are things, and I actually agree that sort of micro changes often do matter. I think one of the interesting things is we have a very unique community, so they feel that they are already doing or care about a lot of these things. So one of the things they talked about is, sense of community and getting together. I would say that is probably not something that is as important in Palm Springs because we have so many community groups and so many different ways to get involved that it's sort of hard to get to the people who aren't involved because they're not, it would be great if you could, but there's hundreds of opportunities. I want to address some of the things because 1PS has reiterated their objection to it, but they didn't actually sit down with Blue Zones after this and after their presentation, and I would really encourage them if they could sit down with you at some point to ask these questions. But I'm going to raise some of money was a big one, and that clearly you have addressed, and this is not a gift that I think we can just turn our head away from because it is a significant amount of money that could have a benefit. Evidence and how to gauge the success is really a key one on how to do it. And I know that you've said that, but maybe you could just reiterate that you talked about their payment is based upon the measurement of success. How do we measure it, and who measures that? How does that work?
I can start with that, and Dr. Leung, please feel free to jump in. So, one of the big pieces of this Blue Zone's project work is the measurement component's very robust, and they use a third party. So it's not like they're measuring internally, but they work with Gallup using the well-being survey in order to assess annually to see what the rate of improvement or change is. And that report then comes back and helps us with understanding our overall metrics. one of the things that we're doing in partnership with our health plans is also looking at some, what we would say, innovative metrics to see how we can move health outcomes utilizing data through our communities with our health plans. So are we doing better at things like diabetes, hypertension as well? So I believe we in the county public health are very much data driven, and that is one of the pieces that excites us, is that we're able to see change. And some of the communities have seen change even in the first year of that work, which sometimes we are very impatient people standing up here. We want to see that change happen now, not 10 years from now. And so being able to measure that incremental change annually is huge for us. And so we're really excited because of that piece as well. Okay. So again, third-party measurement is huge.
Third-party, okay. Doctor?
If I can just add, so you heard Gallup Wellbeing Index, so that's something that they would absolutely use as a metric. You heard that from the health plans. They're not surprisingly very interested in health plan measures. So things like high blood pressure, diabetes, cancer screening, things like that. But the community actually helps to set up metrics as well. And that can really vary depending upon the community. So for instance, when they did blue zones in the beach cities, childhood obesity was a major focus for that community. And so they focused on that. That was built into their threshold, into their at-risk dollars, and they had about a 55% drop in childhood obesity. You might have another community that's very focused on diabetes or stress or sort of natural movement, but it's really, it's that portion is driven by the community.
Okay. And I know you mentioned also that you have DAPs gave a letter of support. We're not sure of their actual involvement. Do you have more on that?
Yeah, so, I think we received a very good question about who would be the natural champions and leaders here. I think we have sort of a list that we're not sure if we can publicize. So we know there are many people who are very interested. We just happened to get David's permission yesterday to see if we could get a statement and add that. We weren't planning to come with a list of individuals. And actually, again, that is part of the blueprint process. So we are not supposed to come into a community and say, we think these are the people who should be your champions, who should be leading the work, and who should sit on the steering committee. But there was robust engagement. There have been many people in leadership positions who've expressed a lot of interest. There have been a number of people who've talked about trying to help with additional funding, if not in year 1, in year 2 or beyond as well.
Yeah. I think probably most importantly is getting their stakeholders and community leaders' support of the community, because David has it, but we have a senior center, we have the Boys and Girls Club, we have the LGBT center, we have a lot of centers that have large groups. And how about the hospital groups, the Eisenhower and Desert Regional?
Yes, we've been in conversation with Eisenhower and Desert Regional. We want to continue to have those conversations as we move forward, right? And so, in that 9-month foundational phase, that'll be the most important time to ensure that we engage all those stakeholders. We started the conversation with them. They've been very engaged in meeting with us and helping us figure out how we could move forward with the Blue Zones work here in this community.
Okay. I'm just going to have I'm seeing the 1PS, some other questions that did come up when we had the presentation, that there seemed to be a lack of diversity on the Blue Zones team. I think that we now may be addressing that more, but I just want to raise that as a concern of, the people have to understand that we have this diverse community. And along with that, this also was raised, is that Blue Zones is owned by Adventist Health. Is that correct? So one of the questions from 1PS that has come up, and I know you have addressed it, is issues about LGBT rights and reproductive rights. Did you want to address those?
So I'm happy to start. And again, and Dr. Leung, please feel free to jump in. Riverside County Public Health is very much about diversity, equity, and inclusion. And that is number one for us. We have an entire health equity team focused on making sure that we are as inclusive as possible. So as we move forward with this work, that is something that we want to make sure the steering committee comprises of the community members that make up this community. And so we invite everyone who makes up this community to participate as we move forward with this foundation phase. So we want the leaders to come out and help us create that foundational blueprint for the work we'll be doing in the city of Palm Springs as we move forward in the next 3 years.
Okay, that's great. I mean, and one of the things they, as part of their proposal, one of their 9 pillars is faith and basically attending, which, I don't necessarily disagree with, but often faith-based can sound not necessarily diverse and inclusive to everybody. And I think that needs to be something clear in our community, what that may mean to people, and that we have a variety here. So I want to make sure that is something that is addressed, because it makes some people nervous, to be honest.
Just to be very, very clear, so the goals, the tactics, the strategies that, if Palm Springs were to move forward, would be decided by Palm Springs. And for instance, there was another community that Blue Zones worked with. They thought it was very important that people continue to have choice for smoking, right? They did not want that to be a major pillar. In a community like that, they would focus on other areas.
Okay.
Yep.
All right, that is helpful. I mean, I will say I had some of this, staff time is a big issue, because we do have these huge number of projects that are going on. But again, if it's additive to what our staff and it's helping them, then that is something that could be beneficial. It's just that, for every hour they give, if we're getting 10 hours of benefit back, it actually is a way to justify it in my mind. I have some skepticism in it, but the fact that you're here has really swayed me into wanting to support this and move forward. And I think the investment is, as Mayor Pro Tem is, even not, whether it's 180 or 150, it's still relatively minimal compared to the 5 or 6 million that we thought it was going to be years ago. And having your involvement again means something very different. But getting these stakeholder groups, and that is going to be a process. We have a very engaged, opinionated community, and which is great in so many ways. But having them on board makes all the difference in the world. So I don't know, does anyone else have any more questions or comments? No? Councilmember Halstage.
Thank you. I just want to comment. We've talked this to death, so I really appreciate all the time that you're spending with us, and thank you for answering all our community's questions. That's really important as you address this as a new model or different model and different ways that governments are used to investing in community health, and so appreciate you really walking us through that as public and community health experts. So I just wanted to address, one, we have a Loma Linda study showing the disparate outcomes in communities of color in Palm Springs. And so I appreciate, there is a lot of work to do. And I think while the city is doing it, it sounds like what you're offering with RUHS and with the whole Blue Zone project at the county is to do that at scale, right? I think that's the opportunity, is like leveraging what we're doing, because often in our county, I don't know what it's like in Riverside, but here it often feels like we're in our little silo. And so we're trying to do rental assistance, and then our residents are coming about tobacco bans, and, we're sort of juggling all of that, and then we're really not ever participating. We've worked very closely with you. You opened a health center, and we've done so much more together, but we're really not leveraging our work to bring that to the next level. And so that's what I really think the opportunity is, and having you here as such leaders in your organization and in the county is really exciting for us, because we haven't been able to partner with you in this way. So I think that's a huge, huge benefit. I will say about the staff time, we often do have staff participate in other nonprofit work, and we're just trying to be very considerate for our staff, because we have so much going on, and we know you do too in the County of Riverside and RUHS. So I just wanted to make sure we're thinking about this not as the costs, but really the benefits of better partnering with RUHS and IHP and Kaiser and Molina and all these folks that are doing such important work in our region, because we really can band together to do more good and be healthier.
Mayor Pro Tem?
So Hey, Jeff, what do we can provide direction to staff, but we're not able to approve $180,000 to show our intent for the program?
I think you can. I don't know if we need to adjust our budget for that, but you can authorize that, yes.
Well, then I would move that we approve $180,000 investment in the program that could be payable in the 2025 budget.
And Mr. Mayor
Over
Pro
a
Tem,
period of
if I
2
could just
years.
chime in a second, and then I'll let the finance director, I'm trying to think about this, and without knowing how the five of you want to vote on this, I've been just trying to think about, how we might finance it, and whether I would get a sort of a nod from the Riverside folks. So if we're looking at 180,000, and if council gave me direction, if you wanted to, we wanted to fund 60,000 in this current fiscal year, and then as we go into preparing our new 2-year budget, we would know that we would automatically build in the funding for the first and second year of our new 2-year budget. I suspect if we were trying to find $60,000 this current fiscal year, we could do that. We'd have to, and what I'd really like to do is do it within the context of our existing budget without having to amend or change it or add to it or anything like that. And then the other piece is just, trying to find, I would really want to find the right person to participate in the program. I think I'd rather have the exact right person participating in the program who's half-time than somebody who's not the right person and they're full-time. So I think that's what's really important. And Chris, I don't know if you have any comments.
I really don't have too much to add. You said, you stated that very, very clearly and very plainly. Just that I don't know that I could find the 60,000 in the context of the current budget. I would still ask the council to appropriate it. We would try not to add to the current budget because we're already at a deficit, but it's still very, very early in the year. There could be some room.
I'm thinking everything from, as we're looking in our current budget, could I take a small amount out of my budget? Would each one of you want to contribute a small amount out of your own budgets? Could we find something somewhere else? I don't, I think, we would be able to work through it and figure it out. So whether we appropriate it and then come back, or we work on it.
I think Mayor Pro Tem can give the direction that if he wants to have you look to see to find the money, and you can determine where best to have it come from. Does that make sense?
Yeah, and we can coordinate with you all on whether a payment can be, we can wait and make that payment in July 1st of 25, which takes care of all the problem going into another budget for us. So that would be my motion, is that we work with you all to determine that payment timeline, and that we allocate $180,000, payable over 3 years.
Councilmember Middleton?
And if this is a friendly amendment or just a question, this is still contingent on identifying community champions and community partners. So I would like that we have some kind of check-in point where in a matter of some number of months, and I don't know what that is, that we have confirmation that in fact we have achieved a level of community involvement and support that warrants moving forward.
And I think I would accept that. And my motion was based on what I heard, that we do have a slate of community partners. It's just we're not ready to talk about them publicly yet. So I would agree with that added into the motion.
Okay. Doctors, I want to thank you both for coming and staying so late.
Thank you very
We
much.
look forward to working with you, and thank you for taking the interest in our city and our health. So we appreciate it, and we appreciate the time and all you do. Okay, the next item on the agenda is 3A, which is an approval of resolutions to place a measure on the November 5th, 2024 general municipal election ballot to extend the term of Measure J, adopting resolutions regarding updates to the sales tax ordinance to consolidate the general municipal election with the statewide general election, and to set the deadline for rules for primary arguments and rebuttal arguments regarding the measure. Could we have a staff report, please?
Sure. Thank you, Mayor. Good evening again. I'm Chris Mooney, the Director of Finance and Treasurer. We have a short presentation. City staff's been working with the City Attorney's Office, and we have Jim Priest on Zoom. Jim is with Best and Krieger, and he's been working through this measure with us. So he's going to take the first couple of slides, goes over the process, and then I'll jump in and take the last couple of slides, which talks a little bit about Measure J specifically. So Jim, I'm going to go ahead and go to the first slide if you want to begin.
Thank you, Mr. Mooney. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, honorable staff, members of the public. Jim Priest, Best and Krieger. Honored to be with you this evening. Back on June 13th, the City Council requested staff to agendize an item for placing on the November 5th, 2024 general municipal election ballot a measure that would extend the Measure J sales tax by removing its sunset provision. To place a measure like this on the ballot, the council must adopt 3 resolutions. The main resolution calls the measure to the ballot, and that includes the tax ordinance itself, request consolidation with the statewide election, and that functionally allows the county to run the election logistics for the ballot measure for the city, along with all of the other federal, state, and other local matters that will be on the ballot produced by the county. And then a resolution setting deadlines and rules for arguments and rebuttals for or against the measure. And those 3 resolutions are before the council this evening for its consideration. The resolutions require a 2/3 vote of the council membership to place this measure on the ballot, so it will require 4 affirmative votes this evening. And then it would require a majority, 50% plus 1 of Palm Springs voters to approve it, because it is an extension of a general tax, and that's the legal threshold. Next slide. If approved, the Measure J sales tax rate would remain the same 1% it is currently. The measure would simply remove the sunset that's in 2037. This measure makes also certain technical updates required by the CDTFA, that's the state agency that collects sales tax for counties and cities and other local districts. And it's shown in legislative draft in the ordinance. And I would just point out that it may look like a lot of changes, but it really isn't a lot of changes. It's mostly just technical terminology that's being updated from between 2011, when Measure J was passed, and 2024. There's been 13 years of just some evolution in the language, and that redlining incorporates that. If passed, the new provisions would become operative April 1st of 2025. However, since this is the extension of an existing tax with no change in the rate, there'd be no immediate impact. The impact would come in 2037, when the tax would continue instead of sunsetting as it's currently written. And I already jumped ahead to the next bullet point there. So if it is passed, Measure J would remain in effect until it's repealed by Palm Springs voters at a future election. Next slide.
Thank you, Jim. I'll go ahead and take it from here. So just a few things about Measure J. As Jim just pointed out, it's scheduled to sunset or end on March 31st, 2037. Measure J generates approximately $22 million annually, and since its inception, over $190 million. As with most general sales taxes, Measure J sales tax is not assessed on groceries, medical devices and services, or prescription drugs. And if you combine Measure J's $22 million with the general fund's operating revenue of about $170, Measure J is over 10% of our general use funds. Measure J is subject to its own independent annual audit. All of the expenses are reviewed by the Oversight Commission that is independent of city staff. And when anything is purchased out of Measure J or a service is purchased or a piece of infrastructure is built, we always follow the city's current procurement policies. And Measure J past, current, and future projects can be found at engagepalmsprings.com. Some of those major projects, the big one that's currently being funded by Measure J is the downtown revitalization. The city's share of that renovation project was about $45 million. The Measure J is committed to pay the entire debt service on that project, which should end up being around $65 million when the debt expires in 2035. Also, Measure J funds annual street maintenance. This year, Measure J funded the largest amount of annual street maintenance it has ever funded at $9 million. Since its inception, $38.3 million has been spent on streets. Measure J also committed to funding $7.5 million for the Plaza Theater, funded the downtown park at $4.1 million, and the most recent large project that was completed was we installed LED lighting on all of the recreational fields at the parks, and that was about $4.7 million. Done several pedestrian enhancements at $2.4 million. The police department renovation a few years back at $3.4 million. Also, fire station number 4's renovation a few years back at $1.4 million. We also are looking to use Measure J funding to complete 2 major upcoming projects. And the first one that will come before us will be the main library renovation. That is looking to be done or begin in 2025. And soon after that, we want to construct fire station number 1 using Measure J funds. We plan to, at this point, we plan to issue debt to fund both of those projects. We plan to use Measure J funding to pay that debt up until it sunsets, or if it's extended, we could use it to pay for the entire amount of debt. And I'll open it up to some questions and discussion. Jim is still on the phone if you have any questions for him as well.
Do you have questions or comments from council?
Questions, comments when you're ready.
Do you have questions? I did mine last time, so you can. I'll leave it to you two to go first this time.
So, well, I'm an enthusiastic supporter of Measure J. Measure J has absolutely transformed our city. And what we're being asked to do here today is not a new tax. It is to give the voters of this city an opportunity to decide whether or not they want to eliminate the current sunset on Measure J. Measure J has paid for itself over and over again. What we have seen as a result of the transformation of our downtown and the transformation of so many different amenities in the city that have made this the quality of life so much better within our city is new businesses have moved into the city that would not have moved in otherwise, and existing businesses have grown. The revenues of our local hotels and retail operations have improved tremendously over the course of the 12, 13 years that Measure J has been in place. And this has been an absolute positive for our community. I would also like to remind that nearly 60% of voters supported Measure J, and we are being asked by individuals in our community from across the spectrum to give us an opportunity, to give the voters an opportunity to make Measure J, to eliminate the sunset on Measure J. So I will be enthusiastically supporting this to be placed on the ballot, and then I look forward to the opportunity to talk with our community about why approval of the elimination of the sunset is going to be a benefit for Palm Springs for multiple generations to come. My thanks to staff for bringing this forward, and most particularly, my thanks to our business community that has championed Measure J from its conception back before it was a initiative in 2011, all the way through to today, and continues to champion it. We are so fortunate to have the kind of business community that we have in this city.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Councilmember Holstage?
I agree. It's hard to say it better than that. So thank you for the mayor and council for waiting for us. I appreciate being included in this conversation and very much support Measure J. It's incredible to see this list, which is a short list compared to everything we've done with Measure J and how much we rely on it for basic public safety and, you know, street improvements and park improvements. And, you know, we very much need a new fire station, and we're very much excited about our library renovation. And so, you know, this is not an increase. This is just continuing what voters voted for. It will go back to the voters to decide. So unlike the public comment stated, you know, this is up to the voters. And by and large, we've seen that Palm Springs residents and businesses and public safety, labor groups, and so much more. I mean, everyone supports Measure J and wants to see the revitalization of Palm Springs and the Palm Springs Renaissance continue. So I'm very proud to support and grateful for the mayor and others for moving this forward. Thank you.
Thank you. I did want to just add to these projects here because we are currently doing $6 million in community-initiated projects. So in addition to the projects that the city brings, that we've had a number of ones that have come from the community. I wanted to mention some other ones that aren't on this because the most recent one was actually Victoria Park Playground, which is one of the most spectacular playgrounds. It is the most spectacular our city has. And we had a great event there. I want to mention the Demuth Dog Park and shade structures. We're doing the convention center upgrades now. We did an entire upgrade at the Mizell Senior Center kitchen, which serves 800 meals a day. We did the animal shades structure. We've done wellness centers and gardens in our schools, upgrades at the Boys and Girls Clubs, our parks restrooms. So all of these have happened. So there's, and if you look online, you'll see a lot more. And I just want to reiterate that this is now more than 10% of our general fund. And this is a general tax.
It is a general tax.
So if this goes away in 2037, it's basically we are essentially having to cut our budget by more than 10%.
That'd be correct.
And even though we can decide what that is, it will affect every department if we do not have that revenue. Yep. I also want to just, you talk about debt service and how this actually works. So we have different options for getting a library or a fire station. We can sort of save up enough money over the next 5 or 10 years, in which case it'll be double what it costs now. Or, well, you're talking debt service, we're basically taking a 30-year mortgage.
Yeah, correct. Mm-hmm.
So we're buying this, we're going to get our fire station now or as soon as it's ready to be built, and then over 30 years pay off the mortgage through Measure J.
Yeah, that's correct. Issuing debt to pay for a project gets it done earlier. It also means that multiple generations will end up paying for it and benefiting from it.
Okay. And as we go out to get bonds for these fire stations, or libraries, which we don't have the funds now, the bond agencies will actually look at Measure J to see that we have this revenue coming in.
Yeah, that's correct. Mm-hmm.
Okay. And just to reiterate what Mr. Priest said, this is not a permanent tax. It is until ended by the voters. So they can actually decide before 2037 to end it if they put it on the ballot.
That's correct.
Is that correct? And they need to vote on that. And that everything we do outline clearly to the public. It is transparent where everybody can find how much we spend on everything. And that is all available online. Is that correct?
That is correct, yeah. We have Engage Palm Springs, which has a bunch of projects. We also have a Measure J site on the city's website. So there's several opportunities to go find out what Measure J is doing.
Yeah, and the Measure J Commission's meetings are also open to the public.
That's correct.
And also recorded, so everybody can see those as well. Mm-hmm. I will say, since our last meeting, because we did do the initial discussion, I've talked to a number of people in our community and our community leaders. I've heard support from our hospitality community, from the realtors community, from the fire union, from the police union, from the animal shelter, the Boys and Girls Club, from the school district. So all of these have come knowing this was coming out. We actually had a letter from the board of 1PS in support of this. So that is something which, that is our neighborhood and that is our community. So I think this is something that the long-term future of our city really depends on having this revenue stream and having the Measure J go through on the ballot. So I strongly support it. I think we have seen, as Councilmember Middleton said, we have seen the benefits. And I think the idea, we will see benefits coming over the next 10 years. And if we want to secure our city, we want to see that continue. So I strongly support putting this on the ballot for the voters. I'll make the motion to put this, oh, you put it already. Okay, and that is approved. Do we want to take a break before the next one? Okay, we'll take 5 or 10 minute break. 10-minute break, if that's okay. to resume. The next, oops. The next item is 3B, which is a discussion on the new Palm Springs Shop Local program, buy one gift cards. I am going to recuse on this. So
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. May we have a staff report on item 3B, please?
Good evening. I was going to say Mayor, but Mayor Pro Tem, Council, and staff. My name is Wayne Olson. I'm the Chief Economic Development Officer on behalf of the city. I'm here tonight to highlight aspects of the new Love Local Palm Springs gift card program. The Love Local Palm Springs program will provide an online gift card purchasing system that will allow consumers to be able to buy gift cards that can be used at local Palm Springs businesses. And as a local economic development incentive, and as part of economic development fiscal year budget fund, staff is proposing the city add 50% in spending power to any purchase of gift cards from $25 to $200. The consumer purchases the card using an online provider, which I'll show briefly here in a minute, and does not require the consumer to download an app to use. Once purchased, the card amount, along with the city incentive, is emailed to the consumer. For the summer pilot program, we are suggesting using $25,000 of city incentive, which would leverage $50,000 of consumer purchasing power for a total of $75,000 of local spending. The city's incentive can be time controlled, such that the incentive must be used within a certain time frame to focus and induce spending, particularly during the summer months. Staff is proposing the city offer the incentive for August and September, then after which the consumer can use only the base value of their card. Since the cards will be used at local businesses that enroll in the program, considerable efforts will be made over the next few weeks to ensure every business that wants to participate will be able to do so. We'll be working with the Palm Springs Chamber of Commerce. I spoke with Nona today, and the Desert Business Association LGBTQ Chamber. I spoke with David as well today to promote the enrollment opportunity to its members. The staff report that is before you details the criteria used to select YIFTI as our online partner. YIFTI has worked in 90+ other California cities in similar programs and provides an in-depth enrollment materials and business information to the businesses that want to participate. If I could, I'd just like to browse through a beta site that YIFTI has developed for us. This is, again, an example of the site that consumers will see. If you scroll down, please, you'll see at the bottom of the page, continue, where businesses can enroll. And they'll click the link to apply to join. They'll fill in the form, and the staff, including myself and Dean, will review to ensure they meet the requirements of the program. If you could scroll back up to the top of the website, you can see where consumers can purchase the cards in $25, $50, $100, and $200 denominations. They click the buy the e-gift card, and they follow the process as a typical online purchase. In addition, there is other information at the top of the website, including a map of the users, which we get the businesses enrolled. That will be populated. These are just examples here for our purposes. Consumer-facing FAQ, as well as some other information in terms of use. Thank you. If you could return to the presentation, please. We're already working with Palm Springs Tourism on the branding and messaging of the Love Local program. We'll use several messaging outlets, including the Chamber, DBA, along with PS Tourism and other community partners. We'll also be looking to local media outlets to assist us in getting the word out. I wanted to highlight again some shop holiday marketing ramp up, which was also part of the request from the council to review. So there's going to be a meeting. The mayor is convening a meeting on July 15th among staff and community stakeholders on how to roll out and develop the Shop Holiday program that was successful last year. We want to make it even more successful this year. So we'll be gathering to discuss strategies and outreach to maximize the program, and we'll discuss a number of media outreach on television, radio, and social media, as well as other marketing strategies. Staff can bring back more information on that as that program develops. I'm here and available for questions, and we'll await your comments.
All right, thank you, Wayne. Is there any additional discussion or questions from council? Yes, Councilmember Gardner.
Thank you. Can you clarify how many gift certificates a person can buy?
Yes, Councilmember Gardner. The program We've decided as staff, and this can be mutable, is capping it at $200 per person. YIFT manages that based on IP addresses, so every IP address would be able to purchase up to $200 in cards. The city would contribute $100 to that $200 for a maximum of $300 of local spending.
Great, thank you. I appreciate that clarification, just to show that there can't be just one person buying up
That's correct.
a huge share, right?
That's correct.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other? So Wayne, the only thing I would say, I appreciate you putting this together. Could we get a Maryland photograph in the marketing materials?
Absolutely. Yep.
But beyond that, why only $25,000 for a summer program that our merchants and retailers and restaurants are, it's a very, very difficult time of year. Why aren't we looking at $50,000?
Mayor Pro Tem, that's a great question. The contract amount is for $75,000, and the proposed pilot was for $25,000 of that $75,000 to leave $50,000 for future focused gift card programs. Since the contract is for $75,000, we could potentially load the summer program with as many dollars under that $75,000 cap. However, if we wanted to then use the program for a holiday program, we'd have to identify and appropriate additional funds. These are funds that are already identified in the Economic Development FY25 budget. So if we want to have more than one summer program or holiday program or even a festival season program, because that will fall in FY25, we would need to identify additional funds, but it's really up to the discretion of the council, frankly, about how much money we want to put in for the summer.
So did we get feedback from the business community that it would be better to really invest more in December versus investing more at end of summer and then putting 25 into the December program?
Mayor Pro Tem, part of the thinking, and this wasn't local business driven, I think if you ask the local businesses, they'd probably want to see more dollars put in. To give you an example, Sacramento has spent upwards of $300,000. Murrieta, which had a very long-standing program, put in $1 million. But again, these were COVID dollars that they were using from ARPA funds, so different situation. But the number, again, is really, I don't want to say arbitrary, but it was intended to be piloted so we can see how the program works. But if the council or yourself wants to direct staff to change that number, we can certainly do so.
Yeah, I would prefer that we are investing $50,000 for the summer program. It's end of a period that our merchants are going to be having a very difficult time, and if it's through the ceiling and an incredible success, and we need to add more for the holiday program, then that's where where'd Chris go? We can get very creative, but I think we would do better helping businesses at the end of the summer when they're experiencing a very difficult time period. So that's what I would just suggest, that we could make that adjustment if council supported that.
And Mayor Pro Tem, and maybe Wayne, you could elaborate on this a little bit. We'll be watching it obviously closely once the program kicks off in August. Conversely, if it doesn't get used as much, we'll have the ability, I believe, to roll any unused dollars into the later program during the holiday season, right?
That's correct. Any dollars that are deposited with the online provider stay in the program until we withdraw them, and they can be identified and targeted in future programs.
So if we invest or we earmark $50,000 for summertime and it was only a $30,000 program, that additional 20 rolls over to Christmas time.
That's correct.
Or the holiday period.
Exactly.
Yeah, okay. Oh, yes, Councilman Gardner.
Thank you. Just another question. Wayne, can you also provide that clarification about what happens if you don't spend the money in the summertime?
Yeah. So,
as a consumer.
Yes, for the consumer that is interested in participating in the program, meaning they want to buy some gift cards, they purchase a $50 gift card. That gift card can never lose its value based on federal law. There's a small fee that attaches to it after 12 months, but that $50 remains with the consumer. the incentive, so the $25 that the consumer receives, has to be spent within the time frame that we designed. And for purposes of summer, we said August and September. Again, those are somewhat arbitrary, but we figured that would be the time that would bring the greatest impact. If they don't spend the $25 during August and September, they lose that incentive, and only the $50 remains as value to the consumer.
And then that 25 goes back into our bucket to use for another time.
That's correct.
Great. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Yeah, Councilmember Holstitch.
Thank you. Thank you so much for bringing this forward. I'm proud to support it. I know we've been doing work on our business and economic development subcommittee. We've done a lot of work on the Shop Holidays campaign, which I have heard from merchants and restaurants, and the Hospitality Association is really important to them, especially as a shoulder season, and especially driving up traffic in November and December, which are traditionally some of the slowest months for some parts of our economy. Obviously, you know, summer is difficult as well. So I might ask that do we need to, what level of specificity do you need? I mean, we can just allocate the full funding for the department and for you and approve the program and then allow that full amount to be, you know, decided. Do you need it to be decided how much money for summer and how much money for winter right now on the dais, or?
Councilmember Holstitch, no, I don't need that. This is actually approvable at the city manager level. This is a receive and file item for the council. We're just looking to seek guidance. If you think that we should use 50 in the summer, we can do that. That would leverage $100,000 of local consumer spending for a total of $150,000 of local spending. And then we would see how the program operates. And to Mayor Pro Tem's point, we can, revisit the funding closer to the holiday program if it's a big success and we want to put more dollars in.
Yeah, I think it's a great investment for our merchants.
Support that. Yeah, I support that. I'm concerned. I don't think we never have money rollover from programs. You know, imagine our DWA for the turf conversion, right? These funds get taken up right away, so I'm not hopeful that they'll roll over. So I'm just hopeful that we'll have a sufficient funding for the Shop Holidays program. I know the mayor isn't participating in this item, but has really been leading the Shop Holidays program with a lot of stakeholders, and so that's been a big program that your department's been working on too. So do you have sufficient funds in your department budget that you might be able to add in funds in December if the $25,000 isn't enough?
Councilmember Holstitch, I'd probably have to go back to Chris Mooney and the city manager to take a look at that. I think there are some dollars available that I could shift around in my budget, but I'd want to take a second look before I gave you a final answer on that.
Just so you know, we once had, a few years ago, we had $200,000 allocated for economic development for our subcommittee, and then we didn't spend it, so it rolled back into the budget. So just so you know, Chris Mooney owes you that money, and we will spend it on economic development. Thank you.
I'm not sure he's still here.
He left the building because he knows we keep asking him for money.
Okay, so this is just a recommendation item, so I think we've given some guidance, and you're good to go?
I believe it's a receive and file item. I don't think they need to take a vote.
One more question.
Sorry, but one more kind of comment too. I just wanted to know, I get questions all the time from locals about locals discounts, because we do have, as residents of Palm Springs, we do pay a bit of a premium when we go out to restaurants and things because we are a tourist town. So there's always been questions about that. So I would love, now that we have an economic development department, to just find out in the future if there's any interest by our businesses to offer local discounts. I know some places will do it kind of here and there, but that's just another thing. I think sometimes we have locals who don't think to go downtown because it's expensive, but if they had that little incentive, that could also be another way to get people down in the summer. So just wanted to put that out there.
Thank you. Councilmember Gardner, this is one of many tools we hope to use as we develop our Shop Local program. We have looked at doing a local discount as well, so we'll incorporate that into our thinking going forward.
Excellent. Oh, we want to vote? Oh, okay. So the motion by Lisa Middleton, second by Councilmember Holstitch. Very good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I know the mayor wants to be here for item 1C, so I wouldn't want to take that pleasure away from him. Are we ready to do staff report? Okay. While we're waiting, I guess we could recognize our celebrity Chief Mills on his acting abilities and theatrical presence at the Camelot over the weekend with the YMCA performance. So congratulations on that, Chief.
Okay.
All right, with that. Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council. Jeff Ballinger will be presenting the staff report, and then we will ask our own Chief Andy Mills to supplement that with a little bit of practical guidance in terms of what this ordinance might mean for the city. As the council will recall, at the March 14th, 2024 City Council meeting, the City Council requested that staff bring back an item for discussion regarding a safe camping ordinance. I think it goes without saying that homelessness has become a crisis within the United States, and unfortunately the city of Palm Springs has not been immune to that situation. As the recent Supreme Court decision in Grants Pass indicated, some suggest that homelessness may be the, quote, defining public health and safety crisis in the western United States today. I want to make it clear, and I think Chief Mills will emphasize this as well, that the City of Palm Springs does not view criminalization of homelessness as a way to solve the homelessness crisis. This proposed ordinance is really but one tool that the City of Palm Springs is looking to potentially have in its toolbox of ways to really help address this humanitarian crisis. As the staff report indicates, the city has, even before the court decisions that we'll be talking about came down, the city has been spending hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars on ways to try to address homelessness within the city. The city developed two affordable housing projects, Aloe Palm Canyon and Vista Sunrise 2, to provide more than 50 units of permanent supportive housing within the city. One of those has opened and the other one is under construction. The city was also awarded $19 million in Home Key 2 funds from the state to develop the Navigation Center, which is the first phase is currently open with 50 beds and 30 more expected to come online this summer. Once the navigation opens this summer, it will include both temporary residential dwelling units as well as wraparound services, including case managers to connect individuals experiencing homelessness to income, public benefits, health services, shelter, and housing opportunities. So it's more than just temporary shelter. The city has also enhanced its in-house staffing in order to address local homelessness issues with the recent hiring of a homeless outreach coordinator and a housing services administrator. Other services and activities that the city has undertaken within the last few years is Operation Restore Hope through the Palm Springs Police Department, the RISE, Resilience, Inclusion, and Support for Ending Homelessness Initiative, which is a weekly collaboration involving the city and county departments as well as other stakeholders in order to try and keep everybody on the same page. The city has coordinated with the County of Riverside and the Homeless Mental Health Crisis Team with boots on the ground to help address the issue with the county. CV Housing First and CV 200 programs. The city is working with CVAG to implement the regional CV Housing First and CV 200 programs, which have successfully transitioned homeless individuals to permanent housing over the past several years. The city has enacted rental assistance to provide assistance to low-income residents who are unable to pay their rent or at risk of eviction. And so those are just but a number of the many programs that the city has undertaken over the past few years to try and address homelessness within the community. Despite these extraordinary efforts, there still are some individuals who are reluctant to accept shelter for many reasons, as well as other services from the city. These individuals frequently occupy city property, either sidewalks, parkways, parks, bus stops, as encampments, or sometimes merely as sleeping locations. And it's these individuals that this ordinance is meant to help with. And again, the point of this ordinance is not to criminalize homelessness. It's really meant to help as an incentive to enable the city and our staff to encourage individuals who are experiencing homelessness to take the assistance that the city, the county, and the state are providing. So it's really just a point of contact for our city. The proposed ordinance is based largely on an ordinance that was adopted by the City of San Diego in June of 2023. And while I tend to try not to brief court cases for the City Council as part of my staff report, I think there are two court cases that are really important for the Council and the public to understand as we discuss this ordinance and any proposed revisions that the Council might want to make. The first court decision was a 2019 court decision by the Ninth Circuit. The Ninth Circuit is a federal circuit that covers most of the western portion of the United States, including California. That case was called Martin versus Boise. It's sometimes referred to as the Boise decision. And in that decision, the Ninth Circuit ruled that the criminal enforcement of absolute bans on sleeping or camping on public property violates the United States Eighth Amendment rights of homeless individuals unless there is shelter that is available to those individuals. The Eighth Amendment, as the Council will recall, is the ban on cruel and unusual punishment. That was the main holding of the Boise decision, which is cities cannot enforce bans on public property unless there is shelter space available. However, in a footnote, the Boise court made kind of an exception and indicated that cities could ban sleeping or encampments on either certain properties within the city or on properties within certain time periods. So after the Boise decision in 2019, you would see some cities saying that there was no camping or sleeping in parks overnight. Or they would, and that was kind of a time restriction, or cities would say there's no camping or sleeping in flood control channels or waterways based on either environmental concerns or safety concerns of those individuals themselves. So that was the Boise decision. The main holding, again, was cities cannot criminalize homelessness or cannot criminalize sleeping on public property unless there is shelter available. But then there was kind of a time or place exception that the court recognized in that footnote. As the Council is aware and heard some speakers mention during public comment, approximately 2 weeks ago, the United States Supreme Court rendered a decision in a case called Grants Pass versus Johnson. And in that case, the Supreme Court overruled that holding of the Ninth Circuit. So the Supreme Court ruled that the Eighth Amendment does not prohibit cities from enforcing criminal bans on sleeping on public properties. So we're basically back to where we were before 2019 under the Supreme Court decision. That said, as I indicated, this ordinance was drafted primarily based on the San Diego ordinance, which was adopted during the existence of the Boise decision. And so the ordinance that's before you has some of those limitations that the court in Boise required, namely that shelter space be available in order to enforce some of the prohibitions in the ordinance. And so the ordinance that's before you, it prohibits camping or sleeping citywide on certain public properties such as sidewalks, streets, alleys, medians, and parkways, but only when shelter space is available. So it's kind of, again, it's following that San Diego model, and it's and that San Diego model was adopted during the Boise regime. In addition, even when shelter space is not available, the proposed ordinance identifies certain location where camping or sleeping is not permitted. So within riverbeds or flood control channels, within 2 blocks of schools or homeless shelters, within transit hubs or bus shelters, or where their city manager deems that there's a substantial risk to public health and safety. So again, that portion of the proposed ordinance and the San Diego ordinance relies on that footnote in Boise that said that cities could designate certain places or times where camping or sleeping is not allowed, even if shelter space is not available. So that's what the ordinance does. So we have 2 categories. We have sleeping, camping is prohibited citywide, but only when shelter space is available. And then the ordinance also has a second category, which is certain locations, camping and sleeping is prohibited, even if shelter space is not available. In addition to those 2 regulations and prohibitions on sleeping and camping, the ordinance also codifies a process for abatement of encampments. The proposed ordinance establishes a protocol for those abatements, including a minimum of 24-hour written notice that is posted at the encampment site prior to any abatement action. The ordinance provides for provision of shelter and service information to any individuals who are present. It proposes 90 days storage of any personal property of apparent value, as well as photographing and videoing the abatement process. Post-abatement written notice that is posted on the site to alert any individuals where they might be able to go and obtain the personal property that was abated and is being stored. And so this ordinance establishes that process by way of an ordinance. Currently, we have these protocols, but they're really done more as PD protocols, and so this establishes it in an ordinance. Finally, I'd point out that the proposed ordinance, as drafted, takes effect on either the 30th day after the second reading or on the date that the second phase of the city's navigation center is open for use, whichever is later. So that navigation center is expected to be open within the next few months, and assuming the council introduces the ordinance and conducts a second reading or adoption at the second meeting in July. That means the ordinance would normally take effect in August, toward the end of August, but if the navigation center isn't for some reason open at the end of August, the ordinance wouldn't go into effect until the navigation center is actually open. With that, that concludes my portion of the staff presentation. Again, I'd like to turn it over to Chief Mills to give you some indication in terms of the practical impacts of what this ordinance might do.
Thank you, Mr. Ballinger. Good evening, Honorable Mayor Bernstein and City Council members. This ordinance will allow us to really tackle some of the more recalcitrant issues that we're seeing in our city. First of all, the city has done a lot to make it as reasonable as possible for people to get help. The opening of the navigation center has been absolutely wonderful because it actually gives us a place to encourage people to go through the access center and to get housing if they should so desire. We have typically seen 3 groups of people amongst the homeless or the unhoused population. Those who truly want and need help, and they get it fairly quickly, and the county has been wonderful at helping those folks get the resources they need. Then we have a substantial group of people who don't really know what they need. There's either significant mental illness or a combination of mental illness and addiction that has put them in a place where they don't really understand what they need and how to get it. Our team has done a wonderful job in trying to guide those folks to resources, and I really want to give some recognition to our impact team who works on this literally every single day they're here, all day long, in the heat, in the winter. They're out there contacting people every single day and guiding them to resources. As a result of their efforts, they identified 500, a little bit over 500 unique individuals by name and date of birth. Now, some of those were just one time. Many of those were just one time, people just passing through the city. Others were more substantial. They were here on a regular basis. And then the third group are the recalcitrant ones who just choose to not take the availability of shelter even when it's offered to them. And it's not been offered once or twice. We're talking offering shelter to some of these individuals
20, 30 times. And they purposely elect not to take the shelter for a variety of reasons. And some of them are just that they want to continue to live a lifestyle where they're on the street using drugs and also at the same time victimizing other people. I mean, if you look at it this way, we've helped over 100 people find shelter or housing. We have reunited more than 40 with their families in different parts of the country. And as recently as today, Ariel talked to me about sending one person home who we have multiple restraining orders on. And so we got an airline ticket for that person, a discounted airline ticket to help them get to their home, which will save us as a city an immense amount of overtime. And hopefully that person will get help. It's also an existential crisis. 24 have died on our streets in the last year. And so what we believe is that this ordinance will allow us the strength to be able to talk with people and help them to understand that there is no other option than them seeking help in the city, that they need to get housing, that they need to listen to our officers or to the social workers when they are here from the county to go to the places where they can get help and get housing and get situated. And with the additional 85 beds coming online, hopefully in August, this will be an amazing opportunity for some people to get in a place where they can really benefit and do well. This enforcement perspective is the leverage deterrent that we need to be able to take that recalcitrant group, that 1/3 of the population who is just on our streets every day, just pulling up a sidewalk wherever they feel like, and leaving a mess, and stealing electricity, and I could go on and on. I've talked to many of these folks myself, and they have told me, I just don't want to have any kind of housing. I want to be right where I am. So this will give us the opportunity to say, the standard for this city is that you have an opportunity to take this housing, and we're begging you to take it. I want to be very clear. We recognize as a department and as individuals that by the grace of God, there goes I. In fact, many of our officers have individuals in their family who are homeless. And so we really do approach this from a perspective of compassion first, and then enforcement will be the last effort. But as recently as yesterday, one of our officers told a man that he couldn't do what he was doing, a homeless individual, committing a different crime, not housing. We have written no tickets for housing up to this point, for camping up to this point. And the man's response was to punch the officer in the face. That is what we cannot allow in this community. And I want to make sure that there is a legislative perspective that we can hold people accountable to take what's being offered to them at this point. So, and I also appreciate very much that the stipulation is very clear on how to abate some of the encampments that we find. We have been doing it through policy, but this codifies it in law, and I think that will be extremely helpful from a litigation perspective.
I should point out that I kind of missed the point in all of my wonkiness of those two court cases. The point of that is that the caveat in this draft ordinance that shelter space needs to be available in order to enforce the sleeping and camping, that caveat could, under the grants passed, be removed from this ordinance if the council so chooses as a policy matter to do that. It's not legally required anymore.
Okay. Councilmember Middleton?
Later, I'll have some comments, but I want to start with some questions, and most of them are going to be for the chief. But let me first say thank you to everyone on staff, from the city manager, city attorney, the chief, and everyone that was involved in bringing this ordinance to us. We asked a couple of months ago to have this ready, and I'm very appreciative of what we've got before us and the work that's gone into this. And Chief, thank you very specifically for the comments that you've made tonight. There is an interpretation that some folks have that if we pass an ordinance like this, that anyone who is found sleeping or lying somewhere in our city who is homeless is going to be arrested. As I understand it, that's not true at all. Could you describe to us in a typical situation what the approach of an officer is going to be when they're encountering a homeless individual, and what are the steps and questions that they will be asking of the individual, assuming that we enact this ordinance?
Thank you for that, Councilmember Middleton. The first step that our officers always take, and mind you, 90% of the contacts that take place with the unhoused individuals for the purpose of housing or enforcement is done by the impact team. They are specially trained and closely supervised, a very small team, to make sure that we're doing things correctly. So the first thing we do is we talk with the person. What's going on in your life? Why are we here? How can we help you? Is there a place we can get you to, partnering with Martha's Village, with the Well in the Desert, with Coachella Valley Rescue Mission, with the hospital? I mean, we go to an extraordinary length to try to get people the help they need. We also try to convince them, because a lot of times people are afraid. And we want to make sure that they understand that they'll be well taken care of at the Navigation Center, and that how to get to the access center. And our officers will actually transport them often to those locations. So that's step one. Step two is to contact them on multiple times to make sure that they, again, understand it, and that there's enough cognitive understanding for them to really understand what they need and what we're trying to get across to them and communicate to them. And then the third step, which can take place the second time or the 15th time, is to say, do you understand that you're violating the law? This is not acceptable in this community. Yes, I do. Okay, now, you're either going to get a citation, which is normally first, or you're going to be taken into custodial arrest and transported to jail second. And just if I might add, frequently the courts waive these fines and fees because they recognize the person is indigent and can't pay them. But that's the court's decision, not ours. And so we go to an extraordinary length to make sure that each individual understands clearly what the rules are in our community. It's not a first-time contact arrest normally.
So I've also had some individuals say that if we pass an ordinance such as this, that we are taking away the discretion of the police officer to make a determination as to whether or not to make an arrest. But the police officer will be required to make an arrest in every situation. Is that true? And if it is not true, what kind of professional discretion will the police officer use in making a determination as to whether or not an arrest is the appropriate action?
So that's completely untrue, because we have purposely given our officers very broad discretion in when to issue citations and when to make arrests. These life situations that people have found themselves in are very complex. And there's so many factors that go into what allowed them to land on the street in our town. And so they want to dig into the person's life, find out if there's a way to help them in their unique situation. Where we are going to make arrests and custodial arrest is for the recalcitrant ones who choose every day to be in front of businesses when they're trying to open up, to camp in front of people's homes, on the street, to steal from our community. That is not going to be tolerated, and we can have a handful of people, maybe a dozen or so, that our officers are contacting every day with no way to try to solve those problems. This will hopefully help with the leverage. And I take the wise counsel of Mr. Rodriguez, what he said earlier. This isn't a panacea. We recognize we're not going to solve homelessness through this ordinance, but I'm hopefully are going to be able to impact the illegal behaviors of some of the homeless who are pretty recalcitrant in how we're trying to deal with them on a daily basis. And this will
alleviate a lot of the frustration with our team who have to deal with the same person every single day. And that's what this is targeted towards.
So another question that I have for you, and I want to thank the city attorney for making it very clear. This is a policy decision that city council has the discretion and the responsibility to make as to whether or not to take advantage of the change in law that the Supreme Court has given by its actions in the Grants Pass case. So I'm concerned that if we voluntarily make a policy decision to impose upon ourselves the Boise requirement that there be a bed available before we enact this law, that what we are placing is responsibility on the police officer in each and every situation that they encounter to know in real time whether or not there is a bed available before they could make use of the entire range of discretion that we are trying to give to them. So can you talk to that issue?
I sure can. I would like to put as few obstacles in the way of our officers as possible, because it's extraordinarily time-consuming to try to check in, find out if there's beds available. And I checked during the session tonight, how many beds are typically available on an average night according to our officers checking with Martha's Village. There are normally always beds available. And now if you open up an additional 85 beds, I think you'll continue to see even more beds become available. So I think that is going to be pretty difficult for them to constantly try to get a hold of somebody and check and see if there's beds available and how many beds are available. And then you have to determine, okay, if I've already given a ticket to 3 people, can I give a ticket to the 4th if there's only 4 beds available? It just becomes a pretty unwieldy difficulty.
Right, thank you. Tempted to make comments, but I'm going to stop now. I have, though, one other question, and that has to do with the Navigation Center. And last estimate that we received is that it's likely to be open sometime in August. But can you give us your best estimate as to when the Navigation Center is likely to be open, and what's the degree of certainty that we can accept as to when it's going to be open? And that's critical in that we're being asked to delay implementation of this until after the second phase is open.
Yes, council member, the last time, I spoke to Joel Montalvo. The construction is generally on schedule. Things are moving. I know several of you have been out there for tours and you've seen the progress, and it's coming along quite nicely. They did have a little bit of a glitch, believe it or not, with FAA airspace regulations and a crane trying to install SCE power to the site. But we've got that resolved. My best guess would be, when I say August, September, probably sometime realistically in September. We're hoping the early part of September, but I would guess it's going to be a little bit into September before we're really ready.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, staff. Those are my questions.
If I could, I would also point out that provision dealing with the effective date of the ordinance was also put in kind of following the San Diego ordinance model. So again, that's another policy decision that if the council wants to remove that limitation and make it effective 30 days after the second reading, you can do that.
Councilman Bosich?
Thank you. Can I just butt in to clarify the record? So people are saying when the Navigation Center opens, I know you just clarified, but in plain language for the public, it's making it sound like no part of the Navigation Center is open. So can you really clarify what is open now and what will be open in August?
Certainly, Councilmember. To be very clear, we have the 55 beds at our early entry facility that are open right now, and they're functioning every night and staying close to capacity. There's usually a few beds open every night, but it's open right now. We've had it open now for, I don't know how many months, 3 or 3 or 4 months now, I think, and it's been really working really well. We're really pleased with how things are going. As you know, there's a second phase of it, which are all the modular units, which are individual living units for everyone. And those are going to be able to house another 85 people. And those are the units that we expect to open up in probably early September.
Thank you, but those are transitional units that are more long-term, correct? And so those are not super relevant for this conversation other than our ability to pass through people from emergency shelter beds into transitional housing beds, correct?
Transitional, but yet they are part of our navigation center complex, and we actually don't want people to be there forever and ever as we're opening up our affordable housing projects, and we're trying to create a continuum of care where we help people move through the system, and after they have a good stable time, you know, and they're stabilized in those units, obviously we hope we can get them transitioned into affordable housing for a more permanent place for them.
Thank you, but they're not emergency beds.
Not emergency bed, no.
Thank you. I heard lots of conversations about when it opens, and so it is open.
It's open.
And there was public comment about people not having a place to go at night, but they do in fact have a place to go at night, so thank you.
Any other questions or comments? No? Did you want to go, Councilman Walsich? Yeah.
Thank you. Sorry, I only split up questions and comments usually for public comments, public hearings. I have a hard time doing it for these items. You know, we've been working on this for a really long time. Obviously, this is one of the hardest issues facing California and the nation. So we've really been grappling with how to address this crisis. And it's not just one crisis, it's lots of little big crises all together. So it's a mental health crisis, it's a substance abuse crisis, drug crisis with illegal drugs on our streets. You know, it's a housing crisis, it's a domestic violence crisis. I mean, you name it, there's a lot of factors impacting homelessness. So I'm saying all this to say, you know, I've watched the pendulum swing. When I first ran for city council, you know, I was representing homeless clients, many of them who had 20, 30 misdemeanors on their record from being enforced for illegal camping. And so I was working as a Social Security disability lawyer, helping people, and poverty law attorney, getting people benefits when they were disabled so that they would not have to be homeless and live on the streets. So I saw then how the list of misdemeanors and then like really the impossibility with public transportation to get to court in Indio and clear those or even appear. There's just so many barriers for the homeless community to really participate in the criminal justice system, especially, you know, if I had 5 failure to appears or whatever, you know, it's difficult to then appear. And so I saw the barriers with a lot of people, how our enforcement and, you know, at that time, I believe criminalization of homelessness was trapping people in the system. At that time, we had no place for people to go in the summer, in the winter, in the extreme weather, nothing at all. They had closed ROIs. So then the pendulum swung. We tried to not criminalize, and I don't believe that's, you know, what we're doing, what we're intending to do now. But we tried to, you know, not, right now we have an anti-camping ordinance on the books that says, you know, you can't camp and you can't possess camping paraphernalia. And so that's what we were enforcing. And I think that law needs to change no matter what, because I think it's outdated with the current laws and, you know, civil rights cases and things like that. It's just not clear. And so, you know, we tried to enforce less. Then we saw encampments grow in parks, and we had really significant issues. We tried to do really targeted approaches. So we did in Sunrise, we did targeted enforcement. We tried to have business zones where people aren't camping and impacting businesses. You know, and that really hasn't worked in the way that we want it to be super effective. We have significant issues of unsafe encampments in the wash. In my district, I think we had, Chief said 75 people at one point, kind of in and out of that encampment, large scale encampments, where we have public safety issues with fire, we have public health issues with needles and feces and communicable diseases. There's just a lot of public safety concerns about encampments. It's difficult. We've done so much work, and now I'm so proud to say, there is a place for people to go. We currently have an overnight shelter, at the Navigation Center. People can go. We're building. We have emergency beds there. We're building transitional units where people can get off the streets and then into, shorter-term housing, and then find permanent housing. And then we're also developing affordable housing, like the city manager stated. So I'm really proud that we have, the first in the region Navigation Center, and we're addressing this very, very humanely. And so I appreciate this was moving forward before grants passed. So we got some comments, some cities are moving forward to further criminalize homelessness because of grants passed. That is not what we're doing, because we already have been working on this for many, many months, that we directed you to bring this back. So I support overall a policy that gives more tools and really doesn't allow people to continue to live in incredibly unsafe environments. It's just inhumane to allow people to, it's 120 degrees outside. It's just unsafe to live outside. I really have always said, if we're doing this, we also need to couple it with services. And so I just want to make sure that, I know the police department and all the partners you've brought in are doing that, and just making sure that we're offering those supports. So I got questions from the community about like transportation and storage of property, notice, things like that people are concerned about. I have some legal questions about the ordinance, but I'll maybe wait to defer to the mayor and the rest of the council. And then I have some questions about notice and posting and sort of liability issues of like search and seizure, civil rights cases that have happened for cities to get sued for millions of dollars for throwing away people's property and stuff like that. So I will defer to the mayor and the council and then ask those questions at an appropriate time. Thank you.
Okay. Any other question? Any other comments? No? Do you want to go first? You want me to go?
Talk. This is very difficult for me. I don't like this at all. I think it sends the wrong message to people who are in dire need of our help and our support. And I know that everyone that's working on this has the best of intentions, but I don't think that the message to me is not being clear to the people who are actually experiencing this. Even just talking about it as a camping ordinance is difficult because, what did I write in my notes? It's not camping, it's survival. People are just trying to survive. And there's people who are unhoused because of a lack of affordable housing in our community. And there's people who are unhoused because of they are mentally ill. And when we're providing, only 24 hours of written notice for somebody that is mentally unwell, that's not nearly enough, and that's not going to always be clear for them. I would really like to see us work with our service providers to figure out the best way to reach people and to help them. I appreciate that there's multiple touch points before someone would be fined or arrested, but that's not in the ordinance. There's just this very, very broad discretion. And I'm concerned about how that's actually going to play out when you have different people deciding what they want to do about a certain situation, right? This basically doesn't let anybody have a place to sleep. And we don't, and the reality is we don't have enough shelter spaces. There are shelter spaces available, but if we were to actually go out and tell every single person that is unhoused that they need to go to the shelter, we wouldn't have enough shelter spaces. So, and I understand Grants Pass is law now, but I also don't agree with that ruling by the Supreme Court because I think it just makes things worse. I just want us to do something that has more compassion, that's working more with our service providers, that is not just focusing on policing, but providing funding and resources to other folks in our community. Because I think that, Chief, I think that the work that you've done has been great, but I also don't think that the police should be the ones that are handling this matter. And I know that we've talked about that before. So how do we get more social services in here, more social workers on our team, working with people, working with the folks who are doing homelessness work in our community so that we can create something that is robust and that is addressing the issue, but isn't making people feel like we don't care about them. And when I read this, all I felt was sadness and like we don't care about the people that are here. And I know that's not, and I just really want to emphasize, I know that's not what you all are trying to bring about, but that's the way it reads to me. So if we can add in more work with Riverside County, with Martha's, with any service provider that wants to work with us to strengthen this, I think that would be a better way to move forward without just continuing to put the burden on our police department.
Okay, thank you. I have a couple just questions on, Ms. Rodriguez raised the point about the arrests and fines, and then Councilmember Halstage brought it up just being unable to overcome if people actually want to get into housing. Do we have anything that we can do about expunging or help or removing fines or things so that people who actually may have gotten them and want to get housing could do that? Is that within our jurisdiction? Or yours?
I think I'll take a swipe at it, and then Jeff can correct me. That's up to the courts. We really don't have control over that, as far as I understand. Now, certainly there's possibility of diversion or something else that maybe could be worked through with the city attorney and the courts. I know it's not infrequently, and maybe Councilmember Holstich from her prior legal work could comment on it, but I know that a lot of times the fines are, levied or forgiven, or that there's restitution made, or, there's other things that take place through the courts that we really don't have a lot of impact on.
Okay, thank you. Just a couple questions. Yeah, oh, sorry, yeah.
Did you have an answer? I have an answer, but I want to hear the city attorney.
I was going to say we could also reach out to the court and see if we can set up something. I know some communities have kind of homelessness courts where on a regular basis judges from other locations such as Indio come to our local courthouse and kind of make it a little bit easier to deal with those issues.
Yeah, so each county does expungement differently. I've done expungements as well as a poverty law attorney because, that limits people. If you have a misdemeanor or felony, it can often limit certain public benefits like housing or more. So it becomes a huge issue to get assistance. The DA in our county has an expungement clinic, so we could talk to the DA's office and Sometimes it's PD, sometimes it's DA, but I think here it's DA. And so they, public defender. So they operate that. We've worked very, very hard. We were trying to get a homelessness court, and Indio did this really successfully with, I think, Chief Washburn. And I think there was a few years there I was asking all the time to try to get a diversion homelessness court program and location for us. And so we have a court here. We have empty rooms available. It seems like something that's been possible, but it hasn't moved forward. So I'm not hopeful that that can happen. Honestly, the courts are really underfunded in our county compared to other counties. So there's not a lot of resources. I think not only the issue is the misdemeanors on people's warrants, on people's records, which, the chief stated sometimes they do, they'll take down the fine because of someone's, poor, can't afford it, et cetera. But in my experience with my clients, a lot of the issues are all of the failures to appear, and then like how that kind of like, overwhelms and becomes snowballs and becomes a bigger issue because, I used to also do domestic violence to get to Indio Courthouse by 8:30 for court on Sunline. I mean, that's such a significant barrier. If you have a dog, and trying to take them there, you can't go to court. If you leave your belongings for 24 hours and then they're going to be like completely taken and opened and, impounded. I wouldn't want to leave my things either if I couldn't get back in 24 hours. So there's just a lot of barriers. Okay. And so that's why, I won't advocate, but that's some of the issues.
Okay, so it's something we do need to look into, but not within our control totally. So I appreciate that. I also want to ask some questions about the navigation. We've used different terms, 85 units, 85 people that will be in the modular units. Some of those are family units, is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, they have units there for families, for individuals, persons with animals, all of that is.
So it's more individuals than just the number of units?
Probably realistically more individuals than families.
Okay.
Yeah.
The other question is that, we've talked about a continuum of care, but the truth is that somebody who is, if there's space, who is homeless can go directly into a modular unit if there's one available. They don't have to go through the overnight.
Yes, but they do have to go through Martha's Village for their program to make sure that they're ready to make that transition.
Correct, but that removes a barrier for certain people who do not want to be in an overnight shelter and have to leave, but actually do want to have temporary and eventually permanent housing. And just to clarify that the navigation center is temporary housing. I mean, the idea is to keep people moving through this whole process. It is not that we are going to have 50 and 85 or a little bit more than that, and that 55 and 85, and that's it. The idea is that we are getting people into affordable housing and permanent housing.
Yeah, and I think we heard Martha say that at the last council meeting. Even the folks that, find the modular units to be a good option for them, Martha's will still be working with them as part of, their navigation services to help try to get them into more permanent housing if they can. And that's, what a lot of their work entails. And so every time they're able to move somebody into more permanent housing, that frees up more beds for, the access center there's just more opportunities.
Right, and they're helping to get jobs as well too. So I just want to clarify, because we also, you mentioned 2 affordable housing units, the Vista Sunrise 2 and the Aloe. We also had Monarch open this year, so there's actually a 3rd one. I also wanted to mention that City Council allocated $2 million for a tenant-based relief program to stop people from becoming homeless. We have done quite a bit on this. I will agree that when I heard grants pass, my response is that it's inhumane to tell people they can't keep warm in a place that gets freezing cold at night when there's no, I think, my understanding is they have like a couple dozen beds and a few hundred homeless people. So, but I believe that we have gone, and our city, most of this done prior to when I was on council, has gone to extraordinary measures to try and address this issue. And we have the 3 affordable housing, we have tenant-based relief. We did a $40 million navigation center that we then expanded to have an overnight shelter. We still have our access center. I realize we need to get services. Our police have been our service providers, which is not their job for the last, and I will say they've done a great job at it, but, you know, we need to have our police, but they have shown compassion and care and gotten people into it. I realize, and I you know, that it can sound inhumane, but I think we need to keep on, as long as we have our current police policies, in sort of helping people and encouraging them and getting them into beds and shelter and services. And the ones who don't, you know, we can't have unsanitary, we can't have crime going on, and we have to sort of balance it. And I believe that as a city, we will continue to show that same compassion. I don't think that will change with this or not. It just gives our police the opportunity and I would call them bad players, the ones who don't want to accept any services or any help. I think that is where we will really address it. I would keep this, that, you know, that if there are not beds, that we can't ban them from everywhere, because you can't tell somebody who has no place to sleep that they cannot sleep, because, I mean, they could sit on a bench forever, but you're telling them they can't sleep, and so, or have their belongings. And so I think that would be, I would not be in support of that, but I think we keep seeing the service going. If we get to the point where our navigation center and our modular units and our access center and affordable housing is not enough, then we have to look at what else we can do, and as a city. And I think, but I think I'm proud of mostly of what other council did before I was here, because I think they put all of these things into motion. And I'm proud of our police, who have shown incredible compassion with our homeless population, sometimes in terrible circumstances. I've heard about witnessing, you know, some of these deaths that they have to deal with. I've heard about being attacked and other things. I've also seen them show true compassion for people. And I was at a community meeting where a homeless person, chief didn't recognize him, but he recognized the chief for helping him get into an apartment and get home and get a job. And so I think there's probably dozens of stories like that. My view is that we have to address this issue, because the encampments have become a problem, and they're a public health. And I also believe in many ways they can further the homeless problem, because they've created where the bad players have started to affect people who have just become homeless. And we all know or I shouldn't say we all know, I've heard the experts say that the longer somebody is homeless and around bad elements, the more likely they're to suffer mental health or get into drugs. And so we need to be able to address that early. I do have some concerns about the 24-hour notice, if that is enough. But I tend to think that that we can look at that. We have to give some kind of a notice, and as long as we keep monitoring that, I think we should be okay. I think this is something that we need to do, and I think we're probably taking the most humane steps of any city many cities in addressing the homeless issue. And we have staff on city staff to help people. This is not something where, even though we have a county that should be providing the services, we have staff that basically have become social workers. And so we have taken that on. And I think that we continue to do these things, and we should continue to do it. But so I fully support this, and giving our police the tools they need to help us accomplish our goal of helping people.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to make sure that we're not giving an impression to the community that that we're just down on ourselves, and we're not recognizing and acknowledging the tremendous amount of good that has been done in the city of Palm Springs for those who are experiencing homelessness. And we've accomplished a tremendous amount. The city has invested well over, through our partners, well over $60 million has gone into the programs that have been mentioned here tonight. And we're making huge progress. The police department, yes, it's not their job, but they're the ones who were able to step in and help lead this effort within the city. And to say or to think, and I don't want people to get the impression that we're not providing connection to social services and we're not trying to make the introduction to these social service and mental crisis for individuals and street medicine. That just isn't true. We've been working with Tenet Desert Healthcare, it's in our report here, Riverside University Health System, DAP, Martha's Village, Jewish Family Services, Fine Food Bank, Desert Healthcare Network. We're working with our community partners to make sure that when we talk about hope and compassion, it's not just hope and compassion. We've put action behind the desire to help people, and we're going to continue to do that. And I'm proud of what the city is doing and the commitment the city has made, and I think we need to continue to advance our overall program. And this is just one more tool that is available to the police department. And if we don't trust our police officers who've been handling this up to this point, we have the wrong people handling the project. I trust our officers who I've witnessed their work with the homeless folks and the compassion that they've exhibited when they encounter and engage in conversation. They know most of these people, at least from what I've seen with them, and the level of professional care that they exert when they're talking with these individuals, all knowing well and good. We're doing everything in our power to help anybody who wants help and anybody who wants access to help, anybody who wants to take that next step. That's happening. And we have to be able to give our officers the tools for that core group of folks that aren't wanting to get that help. And this is one of those tools. So I support what's in front of us. I do believe it should have a 30-day effective date, and I don't think we should include the sentence that that is offering if space is not available. I don't think that's an option. We're not going to tell somebody who's punching a police officer in the face that we're not going to give you a ticket. No, we have to deal with that. And I don't think that the line in there that this is going to be effective only when we have space available, I think we shouldn't have that in there. But I fully support what we've got in front of us, and I think it's an action that's necessary for us to continue to not only protect those who are unhoused, but to protect the residents in the city of Palm Springs. This is a citywide situation. Thank you.
Just to clarify, if somebody punches a police officer in the face, they can be arrested, right? Regardless of...
Yeah, if somebody punches us in the face, camping's the least of their concerns.
Yeah.
Okay, Councilmember Middleton.
So I'm going to try to keep it short, but I appreciate all the comments. And Mayor Pro Tem said that we've spent over $60 million, and my suspicion is that that number is actually very modest, and that we're substantially above that in terms of the investments that we've made to try to help those who want help. And over and over and over again, in the city of Palm Springs, if somebody is wants help, we want to be there to give them that help. And we've done so with the Navigation Center that's open. To the best of my knowledge, there has not been a night that those 55 beds have all been filled since it's been open. That there has always been at least one or more beds available, and that is because individuals who are on the street are telling officers and others that they do not want the help that we're offering them. And I wish it were true that if only we would give everything that we possibly can, and if only we would open our doors, and if only we would show compassion, that we would have no one who is homeless. That is just simply not true. And I know there are folks, less in Palm Springs, but in other places, that say, if only we would show a lack of remorse and a lack of care, and if only we would show nothing but firmness and discipline, that no one would be homeless. Neither one of those stories is true. There are individuals who are responding to our offers for help, and that's fabulous. And there are individuals that are resisting over and over again our offer of help. And they're not just saying no. They're engaging in belligerent behavior. They're engaging in behaviors that it's very difficult to describe in polite company. But when I sat and listened to the governor and numerous city council, numerous mayors from across the state, as well as legislators, they spoke in terms of excrement, and they did not use excrement. There are awful behaviors that are taking place. Not by everyone, but by some. And we need to give our police officers the ability to respond to that very small segment of the population that is unhoused, that is unwilling to accept help without some firmness. And what this does is provide us that opportunity. And we need to do so, as the Mayor Pro Tem said, regardless of whether or not there is a space available. The Boise decision was one of the worst decisions that has ever been perpetrated on the Western United States, and there's a reason why there is more homeless in the Western United States than any other part of the country, and that goes back to the mistaken Boise decision. And it would be wrong for us to take and voluntarily continue that mistake. I believe that we need to give our police officers the tools to respond to those individuals that refuse care, that refuse our offer of help, and continue to do absolutely everything we can to help those individuals who need help and those individuals who do not know what they need. And I know in this city we will continue to do that.
Okay. I'm going to be very honest. I agree with this ordinance. I do not think we should enact it until the navigation, the modular units are open, and I do not think we should remove the line that says when shelter, for those certain areas, when shelter space is available. I believe we can have a lot of areas where it's not allowed, but it could be in, otherwise I support this. So I don't know where we're at, but I believe that, you know, it will be a matter of a week or two before the navigation center is fully open, and this goes into effect. Is that correct?
So the ordinance says, it does reference the second phase of the navigation center. So Councilmember Holstage, you're
Yes.
correct.
The second.
We've been a little bit lax in our reference. So the ordinance, as proposed, references the second phase.
And the second phase is scheduled for early September or maybe mid-September, and this earliest this could go into effect would be August 24th anyway.
Correct.
So it's a few weeks difference. I think that to me makes sense, that we have, because then we fully know that we have lots of shelter, we have our full continuum of care going. Without that, honestly, the overnight beds are, people are putting there overnight, and there are all kinds of limitations there, It doesn't work for people who, they have to be there at a certain time. There's actually people who work who can't get there on time. So it's not an overnight shelter that we have now is fantastic, but it's not the end solution, and we knew that all along. It's a early entry. So that would be my thing. I think, to tell people, and I certainly do not, we have the encampments, the parks, we have the washes, we have all the places that are listed where they can't be, but to say when we get to the point where we actually have no space, and again, we have always had space even now without the second phase open, but to say that you then can't be anywhere, I don't agree with that. I think, but I don't know that we'll ever get to that point because we have 85 plus units opening. We're not even filling our ones now. And so at that point, if they're not going to use one of those, and those will keep, they will help also feed our affordable housing, I don't see how we tell people like they have no place to go. It's just, I don't see there's a solution. So my view would be to support this as written, and I don't know if there's any legal language that Councilmember Holstage wants to add, but I would not change those two things. Otherwise, I'm going to have a hard time.
Point of clarification, though. So this draft, or what's in front of us, does not say that we're telling people that they can't sleep anywhere.
It does.
Where am I not seeing that?
Yeah.
Because I'm seeing that we're saying if we're looking to prohibit encampments in riverbed flood channels, which just makes sense from a safety. My uncle died, he homeless, in a riverbed flooded away. That makes total sense to me. 2 blocks of the school.
Earlier than that. It's not. My reading is 11, it's page 13, item 3C. The city attorney, feel free to answer the questions. But it says 11.40.040 says unauthorized encampments or sleeping on public property. It says it is unlawful for any person to camp or maintain an encampment in or upon any public property, including blah, 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 blah. So I think that was to Grace, Councilmember Garner's point. You've sort of lost the lawyers in how broadly this is written, and so it's appreciate. And I'm trying to get to a point where we can support the mayor's proposal. I'm not sure where everyone is on that, but it's very overbroad because then it's saying, I mean, like literally, there's where can you go? Because we've also trespassing is on private property, then there's public property.
It includes open space as well.
Includes open space. Is there a category of property we're missing? Private, public, where can people go?
Summary is different?
So the camping and sleeping subsections are a little bit different. The camping is more broad than the sleeping, and the idea there is camping involves more than just sleeping. It involves, a tent or a tilt-up or a sleeping bag, as opposed to the sleeping. So the camping the camping prohibition is broader than the sleeping. The camping prohibition includes any street, sidewalk, park, open space, waterway, or banks of waterway. The sleeping really only applies to sidewalks, street, alleyways, medians, parkways, and rights-of-way. In other words, those areas that, according to our police, will frequently find people who have just, gone to sleep. They don't necessarily have a sleeping bag. They haven't popped up a tent. They're just sleeping on the sidewalk. And so There's a bit of a distinction, but I will say, absent the caveat that housing has to be available, which is in the draft ordinance, it does very broadly cover, the camping provision does broadly cover public property. They can go on private property if they
Permission.
if they get permission, correct.
Can I ask more on that? So can you explain exactly in the ordinance where you're looking about the difference? Because the header is unauthorized encampments or sleeping on public property.
Yeah, what section is
That is on page 13, as Councilmember Holstage indicated, section 11.40.040, A and B. So A deals with camping and camping paraphernalia. B deals with just sleeping. In other words, sleeping by itself.
So why is it different in 1140.040 versus page 5, where we've got the 5 bullet points? Proposed ordinance prohibits encampments within riverbeds, 2 blocks of any school.
Those are the categories under section 11.40.040 C and D. So those are the 2 sections that under the Boise regime, the court said that we can prohibit camping in those areas at any time without regard to whether shelter space is available, because they're really based on, they're more time and place restrictions, and specifically place restrictions, as opposed to citywide bans, which is what A and B deal with.
Can I ask, in your summary on page 4, you say the proposed ordinance prohibits camping or sleeping citywide on certain public property, but when shelter space is available. Where in the ordinance does it say where? Because it always says, in the ordinance, it says regardless of when there's beds, but.
Well, under A and B, it doesn't say it, but that section, the language is in, on page 17 under enforcement. 11.40.070. It says, this is subsection B, again on page 17, 11.40.070. Subsection B says, law enforcement officers shall not enforce a violation of subsections A or B, or both, when the person is on public property at a time when there is no available shelter. So again, that's the camping and the sleeping. So that's
it's
where
still illegal, it just won't be enforced.
Correct. And then subsection C says, C and D are enforceable at all times regardless of shelter availability. And again, C and D are those specific locations, riverbeds within 2 blocks of schools, within 2 blocks of other shelters.
So effectively, if they don't enforce it, they're allowed to be there. It can
Correct.
be there. I mean, I guess they're not allowed, but there's no
enforcement.
I mean, imagine the notice, like if you have notice about what's illegal for your behavior and what's not, like how is a person supposed to know if there's shelter beds available and what's the current law?
Those are the unanswered questions of Boise.
Can I ask, well, go ahead, you were first.
No, I mean, in subsection D as well, it does say that camping or sleeping in any open space, waterway, or banks of a waterway. So again, what we're saying is that someone can sleep somewhere outside, but it's only on private property, which then again, the question is, are we gonna have folks at businesses sleeping that then the businesses will eventually be upset about and then ask for the enforcement via the trespassing agreements that I know that you all do, to clarify, the police. If a private business reaches out to the police department and says, if you see some trespassing on our property, you can go ahead and enter the property and handle it. Is that correct, Chief? Right. So basically that's what would end up happening, is that any private property that people started to use because they can't be anywhere else in the city would then start to, so there is no place. There is no place unless there's some private people who want to say you can sleep on my property.
But I think this is what the police know if there's a shelter for them available. I mean, I know you said you can't always know, but if there is no more space available, you are going to stop enforcing the sleeping. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, the two sections A and B that are not enforceable according to that last section on page 17. The other sections that you can't be there at any time, what the washes and near school and that kind of thing is enforceable all the time.
Okay, so to me, that sounds like that is what I thought was okay, but you did not like, you didn't.
No, it's clarified.
Okay.
So what's enforceable at all times are those items, riverbed.
The riverbeds are enforceable
Walks,
all the time.
school, yeah.
It is what you mentioned here, the sidewalks, alleys that are not enforceable if there is.
Unless there's shelter.
Yeah, unless there is shelter.
And it becomes a factual issue for the court or for the officer to then prove they enforced when there was shelter or not shelter. I mean, how does that actually work in prosecuting our misdemeanors?
I think that as it's drafted, the city would be required to demonstrate that there was shelter available at the time that the individual was cited.
Okay, thanks. Sorry.
Wait, can I just clarify that? So then that means that you would need, say someone is cited at midnight. Does our early entry facility allow people to enter at midnight? Because they do. Okay, so you could ask them to move over there in the middle of the night.
The provision that council gave us when that shelter was opened, the navigation center, was that there were 5 beds set aside for PD to contact people and bring them there at all times of the day or night.
Okay. So that's the PD exception, because otherwise people have to be there within a certain time.
That's correct.
Okay.
So if we contact somebody at midnight and we say there's a shelter bed available for you, and they choose not to go, then they can be cited.
Thank you.
So with both A and B here, what we know is from police procedure that has been outlined by the chief, they're not going to be issuing citations or arrests in every single situation. When someone has fallen asleep and they're creating no other issue and they're open to receiving help, they're going to get that help and they're going to be transported. The alternative, if we do not write the law this way, is we try to write a law that says that, well, have they been asleep for 15 minutes or for 30 minutes or for 45 minutes, which of course is impossible for us to do or for a police officer to take and carry out. We need to be able to trust our police officers to exercise responsible professional discretion. And we have a chief that has outlined for us the procedures they're going to take and use to do so.
Yeah, I don't think anyone is impugning the police or their work here. For me, as a policymaker and a lawyer, I always think about, okay, if I'm not here, if none of us sitting here are here, what does the law say? And this law does not say that. And so I asked the city attorney, is there going to be administrative regulations? Because actually my understanding is it isn't necessarily the police officers. I mean, they'll have the discretion to arrest and cite, but it sounds like it's this abatement encampment consultants on some of this for the actual abatement, right? And so like who are cleaning up the camps and determining what is, so, you know, some of it's overbroad. And so it sounds like, you know, that's why I'd asked, like, what is the actual policies that we're writing down and giving to our consultants or to the actual officers? Because this is a significant area of exposure to liability for the city. I mean, it's not insignificant, even with the change in law for the Supreme Court. the exposure for Fourth Amendment search and seizure cases. There have been a lot of cases about just throwing out people's stuff. So that's what I'm concerned about, is the liability and like how much specificity will be given. So it's the operators, the I'm saying consultants, they do really hard work going out and cleaning up encampments and throwing away real trash. And that's who would be doing like the waste side of this, right?
Yeah, if I can clarify that,
Thank
maybe
you.
bring a little bit of understanding. Our officers will be responsible for going out and marking the locations, posting the notices, making sure that everybody there is warned about what's coming forward. For instance, when we cleared out the wash, we did it very systematically. We did it a month out, 2 weeks out, and then 3 days out, and then we cleaned it up. The team who goes out and cleans it up, their mere responsibility is to actually clean up the encampment. We're the ones responsible for ensuring that people are notified, that we're documenting through body-worn cameras what was needed to be picked up, what didn't need to be picked up.
That's helpful. So yeah, I mean, if I can just really quickly, I'll try to not ask my questions, but it's just identify what I find to be overbroad in considering who knows what happens and everything is changed about who's leading the city, because it's not, we don't say that about other departments. We need to make sure that this minimizes exposure for the city and is best policies and practices. So this says, like on page 12, it says waste means any rubbish, solid waste, blah, 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 and it says waste also includes abandoned or unidentified personal property that's left unattended on public sidewalks and rights of way or other public property. So this ordinance is bad, this language, because it's defining all abandoned public property, and later it says abandoned property is all property left behind in an encampment. So, and then it's defining that as waste. So that is, again, it's not about the personalities or our ability to do the job. We always trust our team, but it's, if we're reading this and we're getting sued under it about what actually happened, and this is the record of what our policy is. So again, I also flagged that any public property is really not leaving much other locations. It says that it can be that it's illegal at any time if there's an immediate threat or unreasonable risk of harm to public health or safety. I didn't find that that's on page 13, so it doesn't further define that. So I don't know what the discretion is or what the definition of that is. I mean, you could argue that any encampment, is probably a public health and safety issue. So I don't know if that's further defined or we need it to be, because we're protecting our officers too. We're putting them out there to go take people, to go address these really hard situations, and they need clarity too about what is, what they can do safely and legally. I agree about the 24-hour notice. I think it's really insufficient. The county asked for 72 hours. When I was reviewing the litigation against cities for search and seizure issues, it was, I believe, all 72 hours that I saw. That was a few years ago. 24 hours is very minimal for someone who's homeless and in and out. I know that the chief said it's a minimum of 24 hours. You're saying, you won't frequently do that. What's written is at a minimum, so we want to give you those tools, but make sure it's not, this allows it to be every time 24. Yeah, it says personal property left behind will be deemed abandoned. So it's overbroad, in my opinion, about the way it's written to minimize exposure of liability for the city. I appreciate there's a need to act here, and I'm not opposing that. I just want to make sure we have the best possible law to have a good public policy, and that we're really being impactful and not causing further harm.
So if I could address
Yeah.
those issues, I agree with Councilmember Holstage that that sentence in the definition of waste is probably overbroad. That was taken from the San Diego ordinance, and it was one of those situations where they just referenced another section of their municipal code. So I suspect they didn't really realize how that would impact a situation like this. So I would be fully comfortable recommending that we take out that middle sentence that says, waste also includes abandoned or unidentified personal property that is left unattended on public sidewalks
Yeah.
and rights of way or other public property. That in and of itself does not constitute waste. With regard to the 24-hour notice, in consultation with the police chief, he's comfortable with 72 hours. And so I'd feel comfortable recommending that to the city as a city council as a modification to this.
To a minimum of 72?
Correct. And I would say I see most cities dealing with 48 hours, but I think 72 hours is also reasonable if our police officers can work with that.
That is the judgment of the chief?
Correct.
Just if I can comment on that, our current policy is 72 hours.
Minimum of 72.
Are those the two changes, City Attorney?
Those are the two I'd recommend. With regard to the two other bits of language, the unreasonable risk of harm, I mean, I would recommend that we keep that. You never know what the situation might be, whether it's a fire hazard or I know with one of our parks a few years ago, our former city manager had to close down that park for a couple of months just to get things under control. With regard to the abandoned property, I think that is a defensible definition. It doesn't mean that abandoned property is going to be disposed of. It's going to be noticed, it's going to be held for 90 days, and then the individuals who might own it will be given written notice of how to retrieve it. So I would recommend keeping those two definitions, but the other ones you've identified, Councilmember Holstage, are reasonable.
So do they retrieve it at the police station? It's the police station.
Yeah, we have shipping containers filled with individuals'
Right.
properties that we release to them. If I could just make one comment on the waste. Waste also includes abandoned or unidentifiable personal property concerning ownership, because it's very frequent where we'll just get piles of what looks like abandoned personal property, whether it's a very soiled blanket or sleeping bag or a shopping cart full of stuff, and that'll sometimes sit there for days in front of a business, and that's where we get a lot of complaints from the community, so that would make sense to me.
So I'm remembering, because I was going to ask about that too, it defines what will be deemed eligible for storage and what is deemed trash and thrown away. And so it says, page 15, Section D, unclaimed items found in abatement shall be eligible for storage. Basically, if it looks like it belongs to someone and the item has apparent utility, and then the item can be safely retrieved. And then it has examples like sentimental value items. And I remember reading the court cases, the city or the county of San Diego was sued, the city of LA was sued. I mean, we're talking like millions, tens of millions of dollars in damages from clients for having their items thrown away. And the court said one man's trash is another man's treasure. And so the risk is, I think the at issue was some like family photograph sentimental value. So I'm a little concerned about it defining it as like apparent utility. Obviously, we have to define these things, and they're impossible to define, but we need to make sure that we're not throwing away sentimental items, and I like that it's in the example, but do you hear what I'm saying, that it's not, I don't know if it's as clearly defined as we would want to avoid some of that liability, especially if, a contractor is going to be doing some of that work. So thank you for allowing me to ask these lawyer questions. And just so you know, I do the opposite way, where I read the ordinance in a vacuum and think about what would apply if we had a new police chief tomorrow, and that matters. And then they have disqualifying. Sorry, I just want to double check. This is a really big policy. When we did, once when in my district there, before I was a district council member, there was an RV parked for months and months, and people complained, and then the city said we can't enforce it because there's no notice. And so then we had to put notice signs all over the city that say we enforce against RVs. So what's the notice to people who are homeless that this will be the change of law? Like, do we need to post things? I appreciate that there's notices about, when there's items going to be removed or an encampment's going to be removed. But like, do you know what I'm saying? How will people know? This is a really complex web of like regulation. How do people know about it and follow it? And how are we getting that out there?
So I was just at a restaurant today at lunch, and we have signs in our downtown area prominently displayed that indicate what violations exist. And so I suspect, even though it's not in the ordinance as being required, just like it's not required under our current regulations, I think the anticipation would be that we would post those in at least in typical
we'll post
locations,
that.
downtown areas, stuff like that.
Okay. And then, sorry, I'm just going to...
Excuse me, could I comment on that also? In addition to signs downtown, I would also task our officers with creating flyers, both in English and Spanish, to alert people that the law has changed, this ordinance would be in effect, and maybe a QR code that those who have phones could go to, but also something they could just read, and we could explain it to them.
Thank you, that'd be great. And is the notice for the posting for an encampment or the property, is that going to be in English and Spanish? The ordinance doesn't say that, it just says the language and then it puts it in English. So can we add that it would be in Spanish as well?
I don't think that'd be hard to do if that's council's
Right,
pleasure.
if council wants to. And then how does it work with, it says like the city manager shall post notices at the location of abatement, so someone's encampment. But a lot of people live in the desert or open space in the wash. So where do you post if it's, I had a client who told me my address is the third boulder on the right? So then there's a boulder, but how do you, in open space areas really post a notice?
What we have done up to this point, for instance, all the people that were living in the wash, is we took tomato stakes out there and attached a placard to it that says this will be abated in 72 hours. And then we went back and talked to them personally on a regular basis prior to it.
Thank you. So I don't think I followed up this question. If people have warrants for failures to appear for the misdemeanors for camping or sleeping, and are they safe to go pick up their property at the police station where it's held? Or do they risk being arrested for failure to appear?
They can be arrested for failure to appear.
Yeah, so what we've been working on, we had been working with Well in the Desert for years, trying to get like open storage or something like that available that has other public safety issues, but we might want to think about a way that there might be access if there's council. I don't know where council is. It's split right now. And then the 3-hour process, can we talk about that a little bit? So this outlines emergency or expedited abatement that allows for a 3-hour notice. That's page 16H, expedited abatement. So I just, we'll leave that to you. So it's from the direction of a county or government, or the city manager sees a risk of significant risk of death, property damage, bodily injury. So I appreciate it might be needed.
Correct. And again, that would be a situation maybe where there are potentially fire hazards or biohazards involved, and we don't want to wait 72 hours to clean up those types of things. And before we do that, I think we're going to document why we believe that that significant risk of property damage, bodily damage, or both exists.
Okay. Thank you. And then I have one more question and then I'll be done. So trying to remember. I think we used to cite these either as infractions or misdemeanors, right? And we had the discretion to do that when we refer it to the DA. Is that right? So is this changing that at all, or this will all be, it's cite and release anyway, right? Even for these as a misdemeanor. I know that was PD's complaint before, that even if you cite people, it's cite and release and they're, back right away.
These are established as misdemeanors under our municipal code. Our municipal code does give the citing officer the ability to cite as an infraction, but it also gives them discretion to cite it as a misdemeanor. And so if they're cited either way, they would be prosecuted by the city attorney's office, not the DA's office.
Right, and so the regular fines for a misdemeanor under our code.
Correct.
Is that it? Councilmember Garner?
Thank you. So Councilmember Holstage said this already, but there's a lot of process that we're being told right now that's not in this ordinance. So again, my concern is still that right now, under this current, with these current officials in place, there's certain things happening. How do we make sure that those things continue to happen when there's a change in leadership? It's great to hear all of this stuff, but it doesn't mean a whole lot if someone new can come in and decide to take this very broad ordinance and act very differently than our current chief is acting.
I think that's one perspective. I guess an alternative perspective would be a lot of these procedures right now are not codified in an ordinance. They're just in administrative regulations issued by the city manager and the police department. And so it is going in that direction in terms of codifying it and making more concrete.
I would also say a new council could come in and just make everything totally different anyway. So
Right.
we can't actually do any kind of law that necessarily goes on forever, because a new council can come and say, we're not giving any notice. We're going to change the ordinance.
Absolutely, but there's just a lot of information that's presented to us today that it would be nice to have this in writing. I understand, I'm not asking for this to be put inside the ordinance, but there should be some reference to to the administrative regulations that are being done. What are the processes that are being raised so that someone knows what's going on? For instance, if I'm looking at this ordinance, if I'm reading this ordinance and then I want to know what our internal processes are, where's the reference to that? Is there somewhere we're putting that publicly so I would be able to look at it and say, oh, this is what's happening right now? Because I understand it might change. There's a lot of reasons why something might change. But it's very confusing if the only reference is for folks to watch this meeting and hear piecemeal all of the different processes that are in place. If we have a list, if we have a document that people can reference, I think that's very helpful. Because again, what I'm hearing from our chief is that his officers are following a process to go through all of this. That there was these 3 different interactions that were happening before a misdemeanor was citation was given, et cetera. So it would be nice to know that that's the process that's being followed, so that if it's not followed, someone can say, hey, I'm being treated differently, or hey, did something change? Can we talk about this? I would just like us to have some sort of document that explains what we're doing right now.
I think there's a difference here, Councilmember Gardner. You're setting the policy of what you want and the behaviors that you expect in this town, not only by the police, but also by the residents who live here. The operational side is, I think, what you're driving at, and that is a police department policy. And I just made a notation that if this were to pass, that we need to rewrite our policy to make sure it's in line with what your expectations are as a council in terms of multiple contacts prior to arrest, unless there's some unusual circumstance, maybe list what those circumstances are. So I think that, and we do make all of our policies available to the public on our website so that anybody can take a look at it and say, okay, did this officer do what the police department and consequently the city manager and the city council wants them to do.
Great, thank you. Yeah, and I just think the ordinance should have some sort of reference that exists.
Okay.
So that people are aware that there are procedures that are being followed.
Okay. Councilmember Garner, did you finish? Yeah. Councilmember
I think
Middleton.
we have an opportunity here this evening to make progress, to give our police officers an important tool to use in working with the most difficult, the most recalcitrant individuals that are in our community. None of us are going to get everything that we want in this ordinance. That's abundantly clear. But we need to be able to move this forward and give our officers and our city attorney an opportunity to put into practice the policy decisions that we're making as a council, and then come back to us and say, here are the things that you intended to do that are not working as well as you wanted them to do. And that's the case whenever we're writing any new ordinance. And I think that we have before us something that can work. There are some provisions that I believe that I'm going to have to say yes to if we're going to get to 3 votes that I absolutely do not want to say yes to. But I will reluctantly do so in order to get to a majority because we don't ever get everything that we want. And I think we need to move forward.
I do agree, so I don't know.
So if the council would like, if you don't have any more comments, I can try and encapsulate what I've heard and what I think at least a majority on each of these issues would be. So the 24-hour notice prior to abatement would move to 72 hours. The waste definition would remove that middle sentence that Councilmember Holstage identified. Notices would also be provided in Spanish. There would be a reference to the ability to adopt administrative regulations and policies and then identify where they would be located in the ordinance.
Could you say that again?
Yeah, a lot of our ordinances, for instance, our vacation rental ordinance, it has a provision that says that the city manager is authorized to adopt administrative regulations and they're on file with the city clerk. So I would imagine this would say the city manager and the police chief are authorized to adopt administrative regulations and they will be on file with the city clerk and the police department, something to that effect.
I would prefer that they do. They're not just authorized to, but so that we actually have the processes. You're saying they're authorized to do it. Is that clear that they will do it? I know that they will, but is that clear from that sentence?
We can have it say that, yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure that because I do agree with Councilmember Garner that these policies and procedures should be written and posted, as the chief said he plans to do anyway.
Okay.
Can I ask about that?
Yeah.
Because it's not uncommon that we would get the administrative regulations in an ordinance or attached to an ordinance. We did that we've done that with just a handful of issues before, just so we know because to your point, it's a discretion issue. The difference with the council doing it, obviously we're elected, we can change law anytime. They're respectfully not elected, and so the question is how much discretion you're giving to staff and how much is actually, and that protects us too, because then when we get sued, you threw away my picture and it says that you throw away anything without utility, we need that admin reg to show us what we're actually throwing away. So
as a matter of procedure, is that something that can be in this, or is that something that will change, or? So
later, you could reference it later.
Yeah, and we can offer to bring it back to the council for the council just receive and file or something like that.
Yeah.
You can reference it in the ordinance.
We'll reference that it exists in the ordinance, and then the details will be received and filed at a later date.
Correct.
Is that correct?
Correct. Okay. I heard a majority prefers that the effective date be provided within 30 days after the ordinance, I believe.
No.
No, when Nav Center
Or
was-
the second phase of Navigation
Which
Center.
wasn't a majority, but that's what a majority will live with.
And then keeping in the proviso of the need for shelter availability for enforcement of sections A or B, which are the camping and sleeping provisions. Again, just as a majority.
I support that.
I don't support it, but I'm going to have to vote for it. But I will be asking for procedures to confirm how many beds are available and to ensure that it is easy for a police officer on duty to know before they encounter an individual as to whether or not there's a bed available. And we will need to do absolutely everything to make sure that there is always a bed available, including reserving, as we do now, at least 5 beds for the Palm Springs Police Department.
So I'm going to make a motion. Oh, do you have any more comments?
Can I ask just about the 5 beds? So I think the 5 beds were our agreement with Martha's. Is it possible for us to expand that to a larger amount, or is that set in stone with Martha's in the agreement? That would be interesting to know, because if the demand is, more than 5, we're going to need more beds, potentially.
The 5 beds is in our contract with Martha's.
So the contract would have to be amended. No, you cannot see Flynn, but I always feel wise if Flynn wants to speak. I always want to hear what he has to say. So you can't see him, but I heard he also had something to add.
The city manager has answered correctly. It is in our agreement with Martha's. However, we would be happy to investigate if that number could be increased.
Or we could negotiate other beds in other locations, like with Martha's. They have a number of places throughout the valley, as well as a different shelter.
Correct.
So
We could
that's
look at other
negotiable.
options, yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, and just to clarify, those are 5 that are always reserved, and so there may actually be more as well. So, well, I would make a motion to approve this as written with the 3 changes that the city attorney mentioned, and then as well as that there will be a document of documented policies and processes posted publicly on the police website and made available. I'm making that motion. You?
Oh.
Mayor Pro Tem seconded it. Motion passes 3-1. Motion passes.
Next.
3-1-1.
3-1 with 1 abstention. It is 10:30. Do we?
Mr. Mayor, can I read the title?
Yes, please. Thank you.
An ordinance of the City of Palm Springs, California, amending the Palm Springs Municipal Code related to regulating encampments and sleeping on public property, and determining such ordinance to be exempt from further environmental review under the California Environmental Quality Act.
Okay. They're continuing?
Yes, let's rock and roll.
Okay. This is item 3D, which is going to be long.
Doesn't have to be.
I will give an abbreviated staff report.
The next item is on the agenda is item 3D, which is an ordinance of the City of Palm Springs, California, adding a new chapter 5.92 to the Palm Springs Municipal Code, strictly regulating co-owned housing units, directing the planning agency to study proposed updates to the city's timeshare definitions, and determining such action to exempt from further environmental review pursuant to the California Environmental Quality Act. May we have a staff report?
Yes, Mayor, members of the City Council, this item provides the City Council with an opportunity to discuss a relatively new business model that began operating in the City of Palm Springs and other areas in late 2021. Specifically, a company named Picasso purchases residential properties and sells those properties to a limited liability company, which company then is owned by up to 8 co-owners. The limited liability company and the members of the LLC are entitled to use and occupancy of the residence for short periods of time. The business, in this case, Picasso, would also provide property management services to the LLC owners, even though the owners are not necessarily legally required to use Picasso. That's typically the case. This item has come before the City Council at least 2 other times in 2022 as well as 2023. The City Council indicated its desire at that time to see if this business model is going to be operating in the city, that they operate subject to strict regulations such as we have with vacation rentals. After those meetings, the city attorney's office and city staff have met with the representatives of Picasso, and city staff identified a number of issues that the city was concerned about, namely noise, parking, number of occupants that are staying at the residences, quasi-commercial uses of the property such as weddings and special events, as well as potential impacts to property values that might be caused by this business model. Should be pointed out that even though we referenced Picasso, as one public commenter who called in earlier today indicated, it is entirely possible that other businesses might come up with the same model or some variation of it, and we have in fact seen at least one other business come in and do this with one residential property in the city of Palm Springs in 2023. So we met with Picasso in this case, and they, since 2021, have really made a marked change in their perspective. When Picasso first came on the market in 2021, they very steadfastly refused to be treated as vacation rentals are. More recently, Picasso has indicated a willingness to be treated in many respects like we deal with vacation rentals. And namely, I'll identify kind of some of the primary regulations that would be included in the ordinance should the council wish to adopt it. First, it would require these co-owned managed properties to require a permit similar to what we do with vacation rentals. The permit has to be renewed annually. The ordinance would prohibit the issuance of that permit for any property that previously had a vacation rental permit revoked within the 24-month period prior to the acquisition of the property by the owner. And this is to prevent properties that have historically maybe been a nuisance property to a neighborhood from continuing to be at least a potential for semi-transient use. The ordinance would prohibit co-owned housing units to be permitted if the price of that housing is less than 2 times the median house price. And I should point out there was a discrepancy between the ordinance and the staff report. The staff report referenced 2.5, but it's actually 2.0 in the ordinance. And that's to deal with the issue of availability of houses that would otherwise maybe be affordable to families or individuals. This provision would ensure that really only more high-valued properties are being used by this business model. The ordinance would prohibit a co-owned housing unit in a neighborhood in which the vacation rental percentage cap has been met. So in other words, in those neighborhoods where maybe neighbors are already feeling the impact of vacation rentals, this ordinance would prohibit a permit from being issued for a co-owned managed housing unit. The ordinance would also cap the number of co-owned housing units to 2 per neighborhood. It would establish a citywide cap of 30 co-owned housing units for the next 3 years, and the ordinance provides that that number can be adjusted by resolution of the City Council should the council feel the need to do that in the future. The ordinance would require co-owned housing units to comply with city's noise ordinance, including the prohibition of outdoor amplified noise device or sound devices. The ordinance would require owners and guests to park their vehicles on the property whenever sufficient parking spaces are available. Would require walk-in trash service similar to what we do with vacation rentals. The ordinance would cap occupancy at 2 individuals per bedroom plus any minors under the age of 12. The ordinance would prohibit repairs and maintenance before 8 a.m. or after 5 p.m. and only Monday through Friday. The ordinance would prohibit co-owned housing units from being within 500 feet of one another in order to avoid any appearance of kind of impact to neighborhoods. It would require a local contact person to be located within 25 miles in order to contact and respond to complaints. The ordinance would prohibit vacation rental or home sharing use of these co-owned housing units, so they wouldn't become vacation rentals as well as co-owned housing units. They would prohibit quasi-commercial uses such as weddings and special events, and it would provide for graduated penalties. So for managing without a permit, the first violation would be $5,000. Subsequent violations would be $10,000 each. The penalties for using a vacation rental or using the property as a vacation rental or a home share would be $5,000 for the first violation, $10,000 for each subsequent violation. And then finally, violations related to noise, nuisance, parking, trash, occupancy limits, or using the property as a wedding or a special event would be $500 for the first violation, $1,000 for second violation, and $10,000 for any subsequent violations.
Mr. Mayor, before we go any further, could I get the city attorney to give a public clarification as to whether or not I, and I believe others on the dais, can participate in this discussion and it is very much a matter of public record. Mr. Ricks is a representative of Picasso and has provided campaign donations to myself and I believe to others.
Yes, so that's a very good point. I apologize for not pointing that out. There was a comment made earlier during the public comment, and even absent that, I would point out to the public, the city attorney's office has looked into that. SB 1439 does prohibit council members from participating in decisions that involve a contract or a license entitlement for use. In this case, this is an ordinance that establishes policy citywide, and so therefore is not covered by SB 1439. In fact, there was just an FPPC advice letter dealing with a similar type of a policy, and so we've researched that, and it's our opinion that you too can participate, notwithstanding any previous contributions by Mr. Ricks.
So for the public record, I'm relying on your advice and proceeding to participate based on that advice.
Yes. Finally, Picasso has purchased and sold ownership shares in 5 residential properties within the city. Under the proposed ordinance, these 5 properties would be subject to the regulatory provisions of the ordinance, but would not count toward the co-owned housing unit citywide cap, the co-owned housing unit neighborhood cap, or the prohibition on the issuance of a permit in a neighborhood in which the vacation rental neighborhood percentage cap has been exceeded. So with that, staff believes that this proposed ordinance in very large part addresses the concerns that have been previously identified by the City Council and communicated to Picasso. So I'm available to answer any questions.
Do we have questions or comments from council? Nobody?
Let me
Councilman
offer a
Middleton.
couple of comments. I think there's some really important provisions that are here. One, every one of these rentals will count towards the vacation rental cap in the same way that a vacation rental will, so that any neighborhood that currently is above 20% is not going to have a property that is going to be eligible. No more than 2 properties in any neighborhood. No property within 500 feet of an existing property. No more than 30 in the entire city for all companies, not just simply Picasso. So if one were to compare what we have before us today with what was originally proposed 2 years ago, the differences are absolutely night and day. So it seems that what we have here is an opportunity to move to something that is a responsible compromise of interests and is not something that is going to result in the kinds of problems that were discussed 2 years ago, I think we should move forward.
City Attorney, can I ask you, last year, or when we did this, your position was that these constituted as timeshares in residential neighborhoods?
So when Picasso first appeared on the scene, we looked at the issue of kind of how they fit within the city's municipal code and the zoning ordinance, and it was the city attorney's opinion, and it still is my opinion, that this operation qualifies as a timeshare under our existing zoning ordinance and municipal code. As part of this ordinance, the council would, should the council adopt it, we would be asking you to give direction to the planning staff to go and look at our current definition to make sure that it's consistent with this ordinance, should the council wish to adopt it.
But your current position is that this is that this is a violation of our timeshare order, our timeshare.
That these qualify as timeshares, and under the city zoning ordinance, timeshares are not allowed in single-family residential zones. They're only allowed in.
So we're not only allowing them to keep the 5 ones which we think are illegal, but we're going to change the ordinance to add another 30. Is that correct?
If the council adopts this, yes.
And the 5 actually are grandfathered in, so they don't count towards the caps, the 30 cap.
As proposed, yes.
Okay, so these are Picasso's, and so Picasso gets 5 more than anyone else would.
Correct.
To start with.
Correct, as proposed.
So the other question is, so the fees that they pay $10,000 a fee each time, but we can't revoke their permit because they own these homes. Is that correct? Unlike a vacation rental?
The ordinance does provide, if there are multiple violations, that the permit can be revoked, and that would then turn the property into essentially a timeshare under either our existing ordinance or the ordinance as amended, and then it would be considered illegal, yes.
And they would have to sell the whole thing, or how does that work realistically?
The ordinance doesn't really get into that. We'd be faced with that issue in terms of how we want to enforce that, yes.
Okay, so they really couldn't do that. So they have made the claims that this doesn't affect affordable housing, but the fact is that this takes away from housing stock, which reduces our overall housing. So I'm not a lawyer, but I do have an economics degree, and I can tell you that this does reduce the housing stock, and it does increase prices when you start selling higher ones, even if those aren't the affordable ones. So I think last year our comment was that we were going to let them have the 5 existing ones with regulations in order so that we didn't have to deal with the existing homeowners have to sell their homes and create a mess. And instead of coming back with the regulations for the 5, they've come back with regulations plus another 30. Is that accurate?
They have, and to be fair, they've also come back and said that they're willing to be treated similar to how vacation rentals are, which is what I think the council had previously asked for. So yes, they came back and asked for something different. Yes.
So they're actually they're coming back. We're coming back with an ordinance that was our compromise in order to allow them to keep the 5, but now they're asking for another 30. That is really how it has happened.
Correct.
Okay. Well, I'm sorry I didn't ask anybody else. I get it. I'm going first on this. So I have to tell you, I am very against this. I do not think that, I think we can allow the 5 with the regulations. I think that is more than generous considering they are in violation of our timeshare ordinance. I think we've heard from Vista Las Palmas and Old Las Palmas neighborhoods. I heard from Little Tuscany. We had 1 PS right against this. I do not think this is something that we need in our city. I will tell you that the letters that you hear from people, they don't really, I mean, it does not really ring well with people when people start saying how they need to have a second home timeshare because they don't have time to manage it, and they need a place to have that they know is their baby crib could be because they don't know what they'll get in a rental. It really is not. We already have an abundance of vacation rentals. I think, and not that I support the vacation rental industry, but we've already seen that there's too many, and I think we are a city where we have residents, and we have just gotten through talking all about the homeless and a lack of affordable housing, and here we are saying, well, you know, if it's for certain people that they can have it, and, you know, but they will also be the ones who complain about the homeless. And so when people have multiple homes, they don't get to complain about not enough homes, in my view. So I am strongly opposed to this, and I support the neighborhoods in the 1PS. I'm willing to do the 5 with the regulations. Above that, I'm not. Garner.
Thank you. I agree with the mayor. We've seen homes being sold for 5 times the amount that they were purchased for. We've seen homes in our city where they've been adding really high-end amenities, pools, making these gorgeous homes out of homes that were just your average home. And that's exactly what I worry about with more of this, is that, okay, they have to be sold for $2 million. Well, I've got a place that if I just do a little bit of improvements, I can sell it for more. And whether or not Picasso buys that house, it still drives up the cost of these houses. I mean, there were truly homes that were affordable that sold, that were, someone, you know, outbid me on a house that they paid $245,000 in cash. They gutted it and they sold it as a vacation rental in an affordable area of town, and they sold it for $1.5 million in the Desert Highlands neighborhood. And now it's a vacation rental. So these are big, real problems that we have in our city, and I don't think that this helps. I think we need to be moving away from these types of things so that we can encourage the sale of homes, but for more modest means. There was a time in our country, remember, when if you sold your home and it appreciated in value only 10, 15%, people were like, woohoo, that's amazing. And now people think that they're entitled to sell these homes for far more. And it's creating a huge, huge, huge issue in our community. And we need more houses that are a varying price points. And we're not going to get it through this.
Councilmember Holstage.
Thank you. We've worked for a long time on this, some of us more than others. You can look in the staff report of the attachment of the staff reports of how many times this has come before us. And I know it references the Picasso negotiating a fair resolution. If everyone remembers back, Picasso came in at the beginning and sort of, considered this area to be unregulated, and they've really given so many concessions in our negotiations to have addressed the issues that council has raised as concerns. I know we've addressed the luxury, the price point, to address taking off homes from the market and, the affordable housing stock. They've limited significantly the amount and so much more. I think they've worked really fairly with us as a community partner, and I think they've given a lot more concessions I would have ever predicted that they would give. Palm Springs is always been a tertiary housing market. We've always relied on this being a place where people have timeshares and home shares and vacation rentals. We rely on that as our lifeblood for the city. It's incredibly important. We're not talking about vacation rentals right now. We're talking about home shares, but Picasso has agreed to have us apply our somewhat draconian vacation rental rules to their properties. So I support this. I really appreciate Picasso and all the work they did with our staff and our city staff who's worked very hard on this, especially our city attorney. And I support moving this forward and getting this done so this doesn't continue to sit in limbo. And, you know, we can move on because we're talking about potentially 30 homes in Palm Springs. I can't remember at this late hour our total number of homes overall. It's a lot more than that. So this is like a drop in the bucket, really, this 30 number for the overall homes. Even if you look at their price point, there's a lot of homes over that amount. The intention is this is a luxury product. We've always had that in Palm Springs too. And that's different than the overall market. So I strongly support this. I agree with Councilmember Middleton. I would love to see it pass tonight. And we can, you know, move on to regulating it and going through the permit process and, you know, moving forward. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. I think I don't want folks to get confused at conflating the vacation rental industry with this opportunity for co-homeownership and an individual homeowner's right to remodel and enhance their home, and to come in and buy what they can afford. And if they want to enhance that home and remodel it, and it becomes worth another $750,000 or $2 million, that is their given right to be able to do that as a homeowner. So I don't want there to be a feeling that we're saying all of a sudden we're going to become this community that isn't going to be known. We've been known as a second home community, you know, for many people for years since the city was founded. We're always going to have people with second homes. We're not going to change that. And a $2 million home, our median home price, it's probably even a little bit more than that. That's not an affordable house. So I think we're talking about housing that is never in 100 years is that going to be considered an affordable home that we're taking away from somebody, the opportunity to buy that home. I think the other thing that's important is to share 10 neighborhoods already would be excluded from this resolution, including Vista Las Palmas, who has made it, who has shared their feelings and all along as this process has been going on for years, that they do not want a co-ownership home in their community. They don't want it in the city of Palm Springs. They're very clear that they don't want it, but they're a neighborhood that there's not going to be any additional co-ownership homes in. So there will not be any additional co-ownership homes going into Vista Las Palmas or 10 other neighborhoods already. So I received good feedback, a lot of feedback, and I'm appreciative of the fact that folks have shared both sides of their concerns here. With that feedback, I would share to council some of the concerns that we have is that the mayor used or said grandfathered, used that word. I don't. That's not sitting well with folks. So I would propose that we don't exclude the homes that Picasso currently has from the regulations that are put in place today. it would say, under the proposed ordinance, these 5 properties that the Picasso co-ownership already exists would be subject to the regulatory provisions of this ordinance, period. There is no exclusion. I think that sits better with folks that I've heard from, and thereby this 30 figure, we already have 5 of the 30. So there's only an opportunity for 25 more of these co-owned houses to come into the market. The other area that was that I got some good feedback on was the fee structure and the fees and the penalties that are defined. I think there's an appreciation for the fact that the fees or the fines are $5,000 and $10,000. I think those are significant fines, and I appreciate that those are in here. But the violations to noise, nuisance, parking, trash, occupancy, and the key one is events, special events. There's a feeling that these fees are just way too low for this kind of this concept. And special events are very problematic, and to only have a $500 fine is concerning. That what does that really mean when you have a $2.5 million, $3 million home? So the suggestion is that the fee structure remains tiered, but the first violation is $2,500, second violation is $5,000, and then the third and subsequent goes to $10,000. The last item that I have based off of feedback is we must put in the definition on after the permit's revoked. So we need to have some language in here that says what happens when the operator's permit is revoked and they no longer can operate that co-ownership. So another company, another management company can come in is an option, I think. And if they lack of finding another operator, then how does that co-ownership how do we exhaust that? So I think we need to, that needs to be defined. You know, what do we do with that property once the permit's been revoked? And they are not going to remedy it by getting another operator in for that property, which the owners could do, right?
They could. Yeah, I mean, the ordinance currently says that if it turns into a situation where it's not managed by the manager or not being managed, or it's being managed without a permit, and if the use otherwise qualifies as a definition of a timeshare, then that will be subject to the regulation and prohibition under the city's municipal code. So it does contain clear enough language in terms of making it illegal. The only thing it doesn't do is specify what remedies would be available to the city to remedy that. And we could attempt to put in there some remedies. Ultimately, it's going to be up to court in terms of how willing a court is going to be to enforce those remedies. For instance, we could say that they just have to stop using it as a co-owned housing unit, and there would be potentially up to 7 co-owners who couldn't use their investment. They couldn't live there. They could own the investment, but they couldn't live there, and leave it up to the co-owners to figure out how they want to work that out among themselves.
Mm-hmm. I'm not sure that's.
There's no solution. It is an untenable. There is no solution. This is why we have a problem already, and we're going to add 30 or 25 more, because there really is no, and you have 8 homes and one person gets 3 violations, and then when can we redo it? And then one person now is going to force all the other 7 people in their LLC to not use it anymore. It is timeshare, and they have to be forced to leave, and this is a co-owned thing.
Yeah, so we're trying to find a solution to this issue. So I think, Jeff, you were referencing that the property manager, property management company, why wouldn't we be able to say that they're required to get a new management company if the property manager's permit was revoked?
It would depend on where the violation is coming from. In other words, if the violation is coming from the operator or the owners, then we'd want to impose the fines on those owners. If the issue is the manager is somehow participating in the violations, we'd want to cite the property manager. If at the end of the day it's the owners, the co-owners who are the problems, then having another manager probably isn't going to solve that solution. It's really citing those owners with those increasing penalties until it becomes financially not worth it for them to create those violations.
Mm-hmm. It may never be financially not worth it. It could be they're just spending another $10,000 to have a party. I mean, these people are buying expensive homes, and they have second homes.
I like the issues that the Mayor Pro Tem has raised. To take the example where you have an owner who had one of the 8 has created over 3 different violations, and now there's going to be a suspension. I think we should be able, as a city, to suspend. What that's going to do is create 7 owners who are going to have now a litigation against the 8th owner, because they have, through their malfeasance, made it impossible for those 7 to use what they have a property right to. What's going to happen, I believe, is the property management company and the other owners are going to act in order to make sure that they do not get to that 4th violation. And if they don't act to do that, then they're going to have themselves to blame. But for us as a city, when we get to the 4th, that problem between those owners, I think, is between those owners. For us, it's you've gotten your 4th violation, you're getting we're suspending this property, and you guys figure out what the financial consequences are going to be for your ownerships.
Just to be clear, it's number of violations per property. So it could be 3 different owners have each gotten 1, or 4 different owners have each gotten 1.
This could be, but one of the things that worked in reforming the vacation rental ordinance was we had to make it very, very clear that ownership was at risk in terms of being able to operate if they did not stay within the rules. And this imposes that same kind of risk to the ownership, to the co-owners.
No, a vacation rental can still own their home. They just can't have a rental permit.
Right.
So in this case, they can no longer.
The similarity would be they could own their ownership shares, they just couldn't use it as a co-owned housing unit.
Right.
And
so no one could actually live there.
But
They would be forced to sell the home. Is that correct?
there would be significant financial incentives to sell the home, yes.
Yeah. So with the vacation rental, the issue is they can't do short-term vacation rentals, but they could live in the home, they could rent it long-term, they could still make use of the home.
Correct.
So this is, and is the city completely off the hook for when we give the 4th violation and we tell you can't use it?
What do you mean by off the hook?
So you have 4 owners have each gotten a violation and we revoke the permit, and the fifth owner says, wait a minute, I didn't do anything wrong, and now you're taking away my home?
Well, it would be taking away a use of the home. It wouldn't be taking away their ownership interest in the home. So if you're asking whether I think the city would have liability, no, I don't. This is a law. This is an ordinance that, if passed by the city council, would apply to all the owners, and they take subject to the police power of the city. So.
Okay, I just want to answer some things. There is no, I just clarify, I think what Councilman Garner said. There's no, somebody fixing up their home is not the issue. Somebody fixing up a home to use as a business is a different story, you know? And I disagree with Councilmember Holsage. They made lots of concessions because they did something against our ordinance. They had timeshares they were not supposed to have. And so I don't think they get a lot of leeway for coming back with concessions, you know? And the support I have not heard, the only support I've heard in this is tonight, and then from the 12 owners who sent in letters, and from the people who work for them, and Picasso themselves. So, you know, I think 30 homes in our city is a small amount, but we are just talking about, we don't have, 50 beds is a huge amount. So it's just, it does not ring well with people that this is happening. And I realize that there's a majority to make this go through. So, but I am on record that I do not think we should to approve this.
And we hear you. And I appreciate your view on it too. We're reducing the total vacation rental numbers by 25, basically, is what's going to happen when this becomes, if this is passed. So 25, there could still be 25 co-owned homes. I don't see where it says the fourth violation, though. We go to 10,000 for the third violation and subsequent violations. What's the wording we use on vacation rentals? The poison pill. They have no other. There is no other option. They after the third violation.
The way it's written, they just keep getting fines.
Yeah. No, we have to fix that because the wording's not proper. For the regular vacation rentals, it's third strike, you're out.
Yeah, on page 67, under section 5.92.050A, the last sentence says, upon the issuance of a third administrative citation for any violation of this chapter, the city manager may suspend or revoke the co-owned managed housing permit.
Also, just clear on the fines, it says 10,000 for a third and any subsequent violation.
Yeah, so that's what we need to get clarified. So it's three strikes, you're out. Not that they could get $10,000 violations for eternity.
Okay, if that's, I mean, if the council would prefer to just have that be the flat out consequence as opposed to increasing fines beyond that, we can draft it that way.
That's how we have it drafted for vacation rentals, isn't it? It's once you have that third strike, you don't have any other options.
Correct, with some violations. I believe the operating without a permit is just, yeah, after your first violation.
So we need to make sure that the managing without a permit is, we're going to fine $10,000 for each subsequent violation. So if they're managing without a permit, they're done. Wouldn't they have to be? Why would we let that continue?
Well, there wouldn't be any permit to revoke, so we could fine them, or we could bring some sort of civil action to enjoin them from operating, or both.
And how do we do it now with a vacation rental? If they're operating without a permit,
we issue them a citation. They go to the appeals board. If the appeals board upholds it, then that's effectively a prohibition. And if we find out that they're operating in violation of that decision, we will either take civil or criminal action in court.
Okay.
I think we should impose that same kind of rule here.
Yeah.
That if they're operating a co-ownership without getting a permit, that it goes to the Administrative Appeals Board, but they are banned from having it, and the they should be every one of the co-owners. Cannot participate in co-ownership again in the city.
Okay.
But how does, sorry, now you've got me. So it's a little bit different than a vacation rental because a vacation rental is a specific use and this is ownership. So like I'm a little uncomfortable when we start kind of hashing out like the ownership interest because, you know, we don't get involved in ownership. You know, vacation rentals are owned by LLCs. They can be owned by multiple people. Businesses are owned by multiple people. We're never kind of getting in the weeds with like fighting over the, you know, disputes between like co-owners. But so it's, you can't exactly apply the vacation rental because this is about ownership of a property, like you said.
Yeah, although with vacation rentals, that's also about a use of the property. The city may revoke that specific use. The property owner is still able to use it either as their residence or rent it out long-term. This would simply say you're not able to slice up the use of the property. They could still technically own their ownership interest. I'm sure there would be a huge financial incentive for them not to continue owning property that they can't use.
Right, we can't stop them from owning it because they have
could
a
still own
fundamental
it.
ownership
Correct.
right.
Correct.
I just think it's dangerous when we kind of get into that territory for property rights. Okay, so, and then what about, we have a lot of informal, and I'm sorry, I said timeshare. I know it's a co-ownership model. It's very late. So other people who might have co-ownership models, like how are we ensuring that this isn't touching like the informal people who have a co-ownership model and then, you know, aren't regulated and touched by this ordinance?
This distinguishes those kind of informal relationships by defining the co-owned managed housing unit as one that is both co-owned and also subject to management by a professional management company. Oftentimes, those kind of informal arrangements, they aren't necessarily managed. Sometimes they are, but most often they're just owned by, you know, a couple of friends or family members who want to co-own a piece of property.
But they could still be property managed. Many
Correct.
people use property management for that purpose. They're out of town.
Correct.
So then they still wouldn't fall into this ordinance.
Correct.
And then we have a lot of timeshares that are managed professionally, and that doesn't fall into this as well.
I don't know if we have that many. I think there might, is there one?
We have some.
True timeshare projects?
Let's see, the one that I can think of is Margaritaville has applied for and been approved for timeshares.
We have some.
There is one
Tennis
over.
club is, tennis
Yeah.
club is a
Well,
timeshare.
it's not a ban overall. Aren't they allowed in certain complexes?
They're allowed in those zones where hotels are allowed. So commercial, I think R3.
Right, I know that, but there's still what we're negotiating with hotels in terms of that type of co-ownership model. We're doing that now. Anyway, sorry, it's very late. But okay, I just want to make sure that we're not touching extra things that we shouldn't be touching, and I am concerned about kind of over-regulating this and getting into ownership and property rights. So,
And do you increase? Do you go from 10,000 to 20,000?
right. I mean, what do we usually do? We usually just do successive fines.
I believe the maximum fines we have are $10,000. I'm not aware of any $25,000 fines unless maybe in our vacant building ordinance, but most of them go up to $10,000. And I should point out, under our current interpretation of our timeshare ordinance, we would be facing the same issue in terms of kind of what remedy might be available if we wanted to strictly enforce our timeshare ordinance. So we're kind of in that situation right now.
Either way, yeah.
Then do you add a higher level instead of 10,000?
I mean, 10,000 is for each violation. Not insignificant.
Yeah, no.
Like, don't they can add up.
So I think with the increases in the violations for events, noise, nuisance, to $2,500 for the first, $5,000 for the second, and $10,000 for subsequent. Cutting just using, under the proposed ordinance, these 5 properties would be subject to the regulatory provisions of this ordinance, period. And we corrected the 2 times median housing price. I think that was it.
So, in the interest of trying to move forward, could we accept the recommendations that have come from the Mayor Pro Tem and make an expression that we remain concerned about what to do when there is a 4th violation or more, and before this comes back for the second reading, ask you to take and do some more research and come back with a recommendation for us on that.
Absolutely.
That's possible with the second reading?
Yeah.
Okay.
Would second your motion, Mayor Pro Tem.
Sorry, can you summarize what's included in that? Or staff can?
Removing the grandparenting for the existing 5, and then with regard to violations of noise nuisance, increasing those penalties to $2,500, $5,000, $10,000, and then also with regard to the revocation of the permit, changing it from may to shall, making it a mandatory revocation.
Thank you.
For a 3rd violation.
Say that again, the mandatory revocation?
I thought I heard a desire to treat the permit like vacation rentals and have a mandatory revocation. Is that not?
I think what I expressed was that you would come back to us with some recommendations in the second reading with regard to that.
Yeah.
Okay.
What happens after 3?
Okay.
Yeah.
Because for vacation rental, I think it is more specific, like it's not any and all violation, and so we don't want, minor violations, and so I agree that it needs more analysis.
Okay.
Do we want to continue?
There's only one item
I
left.
need to read the title. An ordinance of the city. I gotta read the title. An ordinance of the City of Palm Springs, California, adding a new chapter 5.92 to the Palm Springs Municipal Code, strictly regulating co-owned housing units, directing the planning agency to study proposed updates to the city's timeshare definitions, and determining such action to exempt from further environmental review pursuant to the California Environmental Quality Act.
Thank you. We want to continue?
Yep.
Next item on the agenda is 3E, which is a discussion on direction regarding feasibility of potential Arenas Business District improvements, including possible flagpole, bistro lighting, and/or entry signage. May we have a staff report, please?
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and Council. My name is Wayne Olson. I'm the Chief Economic Development Officer for the city. I'll be very brief. I know it's late.
The staff report before you is being provided based on a request from council at its June 27th meeting. The request was to update about Arenas Business District proposed improvements, specifically the installation of a flagpole along Arenas Road. At its January 10th meeting, the Arenas Commercial District, the first certified commercial district under the city's commercial district program, voted unanimously to place a landmark flagpole in the Arenas Business District. In response to the June 27th request, staff gathered information about the possibility of placing a flagpole and other commercial district improvements along East Arenas Road. Its preliminary feasibility review, staff identified the location for a flagpole mapped in your staff report and seen on screen, indicated by the yellow arrow and the yellow dot, as a possible future site of a flagpole. Staff has also reviewed other possible commercial district improvements that would be replicable in other business districts as those districts form and mature. Staff has gathered estimates for the flagpole, which you can find in your report. Tonight, staff is seeking further direction from the council on next steps that may include identifying budget, legal relationships, and other technical issues in order to proceed with installing the flagpole. And David McAbee, the Public Works Director, and myself are available for questions.
The questions or comments?
You got a campaign next time to get an earlier placement on budget.
Councilmember Garner.
Thank you. Just a couple of things that I thought of when I was reading this is just making sure that we're doing whatever it is that the Arenas folks want, that business district. So if there's a priority in those items, what is that priority? Because this staff report included additional items. But then also, what is the cost of installing all of this stuff for this city? Because I understand the Arenas district is going to be paying for the actual lights or flagpole or whatever, but what is our cost? And then how does this work with other business districts? So if we have another business district that requests to do something, what is the amount of money that the city is going to be spending on these improvements? I just, I think it's great that they want to do something. My question is just procedurally, how are we going to move forward with other business districts and making improvements? How much money do we have to spend, et cetera? So there's just a lot more questions that are raised by this, which can you just clarify, is it my understanding that you're just kind of getting this broad information from us now and you'll come back with something more specific later?
So, Councilman Garner, yes, that's correct. In order to proceed further, we have to identify certain staff actions. I believe Mr. McAbee would have to start to look at bidding for the project. So there's a number of steps that would have to be taken beyond what we were able to produce for tonight. With regard to the larger action of replicable projects across business districts, we could potentially visit that in the Economic Development Strategic Plan that we're going to be starting in August and address those issues on a more programmatic level.
I just don't want us to get into a space where it's like, oh, you spent X amount of dollars in this business district and now we're saying we can't spend the same amount in another. And so it just raises a lot of questions for me about making sure that as we're developing this really robust, really cool business district program, that we're doing so with some elements of fairness or in these improvements. So that's it.
So if I may. Councilman Middleton, yes.
Yeah. I wasn't here at the last meeting, but I like the idea of a flagpole on the Arenas district, and I'm very supportive of us providing the space for it and doing something similar to what we have done on Museum Way, helping with the cost of the base. But I think there would be a tremendous number of individuals that would want to come forward with private philanthropy to finish the job of getting a flagpole there. In light of so many of our cities that have created such controversy in their communities over the pride flag, to have a pride flag flying 365 days a year in Palm Springs is something that I would love to see. And if this comes to private philanthropy, my wife and I will be among the first, if not the first, to make a donation.
Senator Holstridge.
I have to follow that. So I have a few questions in the line of Councilmember Garner. Well said, as always. I just have some concerns. So specifically, how did this come forward? Because we've been working with the Arenas District for a very, very long time. We have been working with our business districts. We've been doing the subcommittee with our business districts. We've talked for 10 years longer, probably longer than me, about different improvements that we would make to the Arenas District. This council did promise them an improvement. We had been talking about an arch or a gateway or a welcome to the Arenas District, which it sounds like this is. But we had, you know, whenever you get into like choosing art as a body of democracy, it gets really dicey. And so that's sort of what happened, is it fell apart. And then, you know, because we were talking about permanent art or an archway, and then we did the, you know, more temporary Pride crosswalk, LGBTQ crosswalk. And then we did the flags, which were temporary measures. So I very much believe that we said from this dais we would do this, but I've never heard a flagpole before. And so I was a little surprised because I've been engaged in those conversations, though I haven't been to the, you know, specific district meeting. So can you just tell me, how did this flagpole come about and why is that coming forward now? Because I share the concerns about, just like I raised with the arts funding, when we have unsolicited requests, that is not a fair and open public process. And so now I understand that we have half a dozen, do you say more, business districts that are forming, and they're all going to come and say, hey, we didn't know about an opportunity to apply. So I also share those questions because that's going to be the call we get tomorrow from the others.
Councilmember Holstridge, thank you for that question. Yes, I understand the concern. I believe, not to be pithy, but this was sort of a confluence of events that happened all at once. The Arenas District, I think, voted on this at their Arenas District meeting.
In January.
In January. Staff, my office we had capacity coming in as a new office in the city, and this was an item that was mentioned among all the others that you also mentioned: an archway, bistro lights, banners, flagpoles, other district improvements. And I believe, to address your concern about transparency, that's why we're here tonight, is to bring this forward and address it at the level of the council to give us guidance as to how to move forward. I don't know if that's a satisfactory answer, but
And so the funding, so what funding do we have available for the other calls we're going to get requesting 85,000 or more for this district?
I think the model that was proposed by the business district was that the city would identify a site and build the concrete structure, and then the district would pay for the pole and the flags themselves. Preliminary, and this is very preliminary analysis, but preliminary analysis puts the cost of the flagpole itself at around $25,000. So my understanding would be that the local business district would contribute that amount, into the program and whatever other additional funds that are agreed on, and then the city would have to identify a source of funds for constructing the facility.
So the staff report that the public has says the cost of the flagpole at approximately $85,000 without lights would be funded by the city and in part by, and funding sources need to be identified. So this is new information that we have about the cost. So it's a $20,000 request.
Yes,
to the
this
city?
would with regard to the actual flagpole itself, that is new information that we gathered in the past few days, but the staff report did attempt to identify that it would be a combined funding situation where we would identify city funds as well as funds from the local business district. In future districts, And by the way, we have 3 forming, we're very close to being
Thank
formed.
you.
Sunny Dunes, Smoke Tree, and Rimrock are very close to being certified. And so they would be able to do a similar process to what the Arenas District did. It just happens that the Arenas District has a more, I think, mature kind of structure around it. So they could also come forward and present ideas that they'd want to do in their districts, and also come up with another creative funding solution that's being proposed.
Councilman Garner.
But where's the city funding come from? Like I said, I agree with Councilmember Middleton. I think a lot of people would be excited. It's not about the project. I think the project is really cool. But where is the money coming from for our portion?
If I could chime in for a second. So this is all very, very preliminary for those council members that were at the last meeting.
Right.
It came up 10 days ago.
Right.
And so at that meeting, we said, let us try and quickly pull together as much information as we can and come back. One of the reasons we know Mayor Pro Tem DeHart is originally brought this up 10 days ago, and we know he's not going to be at the next meeting. And so it was discussed in that meeting. Let us try and pull together some information very quickly.
Okay.
And so really congratulations to Wayne and to David. They tried to get some information together very quickly. They got together. We tried to look at how do these flagpole systems work. They come in a system. They don't easily separate. Well, it's easily this much for this. It's this much for this. So this is all very preliminary. We haven't identified any funding for it.
So what information do you need from us then?
Yeah, if I could just clarify, this is just really instruction is that for them to do due diligence. So this is not, they don't have the answers yet. This has been 10 days. So just, you can ask the questions, understanding that not expecting an answer today, but things to look into for when they come back. Or other questions you want to raise. That's all I would do.
Thank you.
And I think my understanding, Mayor Bernstein, Mayor Pro Tem DeHart, you've been probably in contact with the Arenas District business representatives more than anybody has, and you've been engaged in it, and you've been talking to them about a lot of different ideas that they're interested in doing. We'd like to do they'd like to do some things that they think would brand the district and help set it apart.
I understand. We've had those conversations.
And so, we're trying to get some direction from the council just before we take any more further steps.
That's all I would do. I think there is support for doing the due diligence. There's no question about that. Everybody likes the idea. So I would ask the questions, how we're going to deal with other commercial districts, how are the costs actually, can you really define those? We know you don't have the answers yet, so just obviously when you come back, give us that information. Personally, I would love to see the cost on the bistro lighting, because I saw that during the Big Gay Barbecue, and it was fabulous, and everybody loved it, and if that could be, and that way, not that it has to be, it's an either priority, maybe it's an addition, maybe they want to raise funds for that. The archway, I think, is probably more complicated to price out. But I would go forward with that, and I think that's really what you're looking for is these questions. And you raised it. How do we deal with other commercial districts? How much funding is this really going to cost? What are the other options for Arenas? Those are the questions so far. What else?
Thank you. Thank you for clarifying why this came back so quickly. We're just used to it being more baked than this. And, I appreciate it was a council request. So here you are. Thank you. I would like us to consider, and I think I support doing an investment in Arenas. I think it's been promised. I think it's important for various reasons that we do something like this. I would think about, is there a larger program we can do where it's, a request for proposals. I really like open, fair processes that don't depend on access to a council member or access to the city hall to make requests. And so, is there a really cool art project or arts and economic development projects we can do? We've been talking about monument signs for a really long time. We've been talking about branding each commercial district. So, there's a lot of cool stuff we could do, and so it frankly, you know, it just looks, it's hard to then have a one-off when we're doing this work on the committee itself. And then my other concern is about the flagpole itself. So obviously there's a lot of drama about flags all over the place. And so is it a city flag? Are there First Amendment issues? Are we going to have people applying for other flag uses that might be offensive? We've kind of been concerned about that. So is it an Arenas district flag or a city operated flag? That's a concern, a question, just because we don't want, there's a moth. Those are the questions that I would like to consider.
The flag policy is on how this would run, and then how it might affect other areas that want to put up a flagpole. I mean, I think this one's pretty clear. So, but
right.
What happens if another district wants to put up some flag that they control and we don't like? Mayor Pro Tem.
So a little more, I can share a little more background on, you know, what the Arenas district is proposing to follow is the best practice that's been established in San Diego and for the landmark flagpole in the Hillcrest district. They have an established flag committee that would also be established in the Arenas district. And in 12 years in San Diego, not another entity in San Diego has come forward wanting to fly a flag. So I think knowing what our response would be is good in case we have multiple districts here asking to do what hasn't been done in much larger cities. It's spurred on exactly from what Councilmember Holsted just shared, the history for 15 years at least. The conversations have been happening with the Arenas district for beautification, for tree lighting, for street design, to, you know, all kinds of stuff. And it just never has happened. The district is a little more formally presenting this item. They voted on it, and timing just came to with Wayne coming on board for him to be able to have the time to investigate and come up with this staff recommendation on what would it look like. And there is a commitment for a shared cost from the Arenas district and start fundraising to help cover those costs and the ongoing cost of operation. And like in San Diego, there's a use permit that is granted, and the flag is controlled by the Arenas district and not the city. So we'll get all of that back in the staff report.
So I think this is not a vote. We just need to give direction on it. So I would do that. And please look at the bistro lights, because they're so great when they were there.
But
so
I think the request here is the flagpole. It's not defining anything more than that. I think the bistro lights and the landmark arch have been mentioned because those are items that have been on the Arenas district's wish list for a long time. And the flagpole is the one that is the idea that it's new and baked. And the intention is to get it in, the intention was to have it in before these large LGBTQ conferences come into Palm Springs in this year, next year. So you have a landmark flagpole that really sends a powerful message to these attendees coming in from around the world that will carry this message of diversity and acceptance and what Palm Springs is all about.
Yeah, you don't have to sell it to us. We all like the idea. So
we want to get this done.
Let's do it.
So is that enough for you?
Yeah,
Wayne?
I think so.
One quick question, please. Just for point of clarity, we want to move forward with more information and due diligence on the flagpole. So I just want to clarify that. So that's what we're going to focus on.
That is what you are going to focus on. If you happen to get information on
Okay.
bistro lighting in the process,
Okay.
it would be great to know.
Is that what you wanted? Because we could change it. We could do bistro lighting, flagpole. I mean, there were multiple items.
Those two seem the most.
Well, the district has voted and approved a move forward on a flagpole. They have not moved forward to dedicate funds to bistro lighting or landmark arch. So their request is to the flagpole.
Okay. If they don't want to look at a bistro lighting. I did.
So at this point in time, for
We do,
clarity,
yeah.
we will focus on information for the flagpole, correct? I just want to be clear.
That is correct at this point in time.
Okay, thank you.
So we're not voting, okay.
It might be appropriate to get a vote on that, just so staff has clear direction.
Okay, so you want to make your motion? I'll make the motion to do due diligence on the cost and issues of a flagpole for Arenas District and how it may affect other commercial districts in our city. We're voting. We're voting on this.
I know.
Yes.
Due diligence on a flagpole.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
The next item is public comment on non-agenda items. This time has been set aside for members of the public to address the city council on items of general interest within the subject matter jurisdiction of the city, or the city council values or comments pursuant to the Brown Act, and generally cannot take any action on items not listed on the agenda. 2 minutes will be assigned to each speaker. Our first speaker is Michael Joseph Pitkin, followed by Dr. Jesse Niemeyer Romero. He's here.
Michael Joseph Pitkin, this is your cease and desist notice on not having a healthy percentage of availability of affordable housing for vulnerable Section 8 medical populations. I asked this body to create a working group to address new ordinance to municipal code establishing baseline healthy percentage of availability of affordable housing. There is no housing to be referred to here unless you can afford $3,000 a month. For 3 years, I gave this body real-time updates on my loss of my federal Section 8 tenant-based voucher. Attitudes here are biased and prejudiced against Section 8. The local social services Department of Corrections preference is sheltering 10 people for the same cost of one Section 8 rental. This approach may be more cost effective, yet in the long run, containing all groups' demographics together in shelters is psychologically not healthy. I blame this body for no management and the loss of my Section 8 voucher. Palm Springs rents were $1,000 to $2,000 over my maximum voucher rate. I do not need, as a vulnerable medical population, 1 and 2 bedrooms. I only need a room or a studio. Over 50 years of HIV has taught us all there is a need for affordable housing for vulnerable populations. In the last 50 years, had this body taken action steps to develop a healthy percentage of availability in the studios and affordable housing, I would not have lost my Section 8, and the ratio towards rent would have been more competitive to sheltering. 500 applications at each of your 2 affordable housing unit buildings.
Thank you. I was given a note that Dr. Jesse Niemeyer Romero left. Is Abraham Ishak still here? No, he's left. Is there any other public comment?
No additional commenters.
Okay. Next item is City Council and City Manager request for upcoming agenda development. City Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Be very brief here. And as we look at the upcoming schedule, July 18th, that we thought it'd be important to mention here that we are having our joint meeting with the Agua Caliente Bandicuya Indians, and that's going to be at the Convention Center on 5 o'clock or 5:30, I think. at the Convention Center on July 18th. 5:30. 5 o'clock
My calendar says 5.
at the Convention Center.
5 o'clock.
Our last meeting in July, you'll see that we are arranging for the College of the Desert to come back and give you another presentation on their progress, along with an update presentation on the library renovation project. We have 2 more historic designation presentations that'll be coming to you. We will have a public hearing on the Museum Way Street vacation, and the folks that are working on the pickleball project concept design will be coming forward to give us an update on that. And then council will be dark for the month of August, and we have 2 early business items on September 12th, our first meeting. We want to come back to you with our turf conversion project update that you've been interested in, as well as some information about our general planned elements update. And there'll certainly be a number of other items that will be added between now and September 12th. That's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Oh, Councilmember Garner.
Just one thing, and also to explain the chaos over here. It's because there's a roach. It crawled up my leg. There could have been a lot more chaos.
You did a really good job.
But sorry, just a little bit giggly over it. Back in February of 2020, the animal shelter came forward and they had a request to change and make an ordinance change about how long you had to reclaim a pet that you had surrendered. We reviewed it, but it was when the Kennel Club also came and it just kind of got lost, and then COVID happened, et cetera. They'd like us to bring it back, so I'd like to make that request. It's an ordinance cleanup. It's pretty non-controversial, should be very simple. 3 of us have already heard the arguments in the
Just
past.
to clarify, it's 30 days after it's been adopted.
Right, so-
Not surrendered. So they've lost, the animal shelter has gone through the process of trying to find the owner, of holding it for a certain period of time. Then they adopted it out. So
Right, but it's somebody,
yeah.
it did belong to somebody else, that's right. So it could have come up from a variety of viewpoints. But anyway, it's going along with standard procedure at animal shelters. Like I said, the staff report is already written. My understanding is that the city attorney has something ready. I don't think that it doesn't need to be done urgently, but I did want to flag it as if there was.
We have support.
If
from
there's support.
Majority.
Actually, Councilmember, we'd be prepared to bring it back at the next meeting
Okay,
if you'd
great.
like us to.
Great.
Yeah, it should be very simple. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you. I wanted to mention a couple of things. I wanted to thank Shan Carr and the whole team at 1PS and all the volunteers for the lip sync, the 1PS lip sync contest on Sunday. It was sold out at the Camelot. It is just a great community event. If you want to catch the video of Chief Mills doing YMCA, I would highly recommend it. And I should congratulate our own Stephanie George and her team who won the lip sync contest. Oh my God, the roach is here.
Here, use my mic.
Okay.
He said it's time to go.
It's very large.
I mean, I live from New York. I don't mind, actually. Okay. Anyway.
Oh, get a mayor who will.
I also wanted to mention the July 4th, all the programs the city did in our extreme heat. I will say that the Victoria Park playground opening was fabulous. I want to thank the Parks and Rec Commission, the Parks and Rec staff, the Racket Club Neighborhood Organization who gave away freebies, the firefighters who were all there. It was a great event, and thank you. I also wanted to make sure the public knows about our cooling centers. It is extreme heat. We have help. I think we have our resources now 7 days a week, and we have our housing services department in case there's any emergencies, and obviously the police if there's any real emergencies. So that's it. Thank you.
I'd like to add on with so many events during the 4th of July long weekend, adding to the list of appreciation and thank yous, the police department and all the officers who helped keep us safe for all those events. And another item that we pulled from the agenda tonight, and hopefully we can bring it back, but I'd like to ask that staff work with stakeholders and an arborist to bring back a safety containment plan for the palm tree fronds. When they have a report that they can share with us, to get it on the agenda so we can keep the conversation moving forward.
Work with an arborist, yeah.
I think the idea we postponed the tree trimming discussion that was on consent, but we want to come up with, if it's for a safety issue, nobody wants to do this for just aesthetics. And so we want to work with whether it's the stakeholders, arborists, or other solutions on if there is a real safe way not to have to trim them.
Yeah, a safety containment plan for the palm tree fronds.
Yeah, so I'm just, I agree. It's already coming back, so that's just direction on how it's coming back, that we want to bring it back with another option. Mm-hmm.
Thank you. I think that's a good idea. It sounds like there's a public safety interest in a small amount of trees. What came forward tonight was a broad policy for 3,900 trees. I spoke to Oswit Land Trust, who offered to, for free, they have master gardeners and also arborists and others working with UC Riverside, because they do that work on Prescott Preserve, to work with the city to identify solutions and mitigation, environmental mitigation. So I think that's a good policy.
There's not
if it can include that, I think it should be a more limited scope.
The limited are really the key downtown ones, which is what
Right.
a lot of people don't want to change because it's part of the image. So, and there's not a lot of cities that have tree skirts in their downtowns. So there's not a lot of precedent. But there have been different proposals on how you can safely have them so they don't blow on people, make sure we can protect them before they fall.
Need to look at.
So that's what we want to look at, just to clarify what they're saying. Okay. Is that it? This meeting is now adjourned. The next meeting is July 25th, 2024 at 5:30 p.m.